fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Fuck it, I'm saying it. Fuck it, America deserved 9/11. Fuck I'm saying it. Fuck it, fuck I'm saying it. Fuck it, fuck I'm saying it. Fuck I'm saying it. 9/11.
Only thing I know about the song that I think is really funny.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. Holy fucking, what the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Awesome broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Is it echo? Another mic is on or something? Noise gate is broken? Maybe. There's going to be some issues. Don't worry. I'll fix them. The other mics are not on. Oh, they are on. Okay, there was the other mic that was on. Oopsie. What about now? Fixed? All right, everybody. Like I said, hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. This is Awesome Hour broadcast coming to you live from sunny Los Angeles, California. Today's a sunny day, as a matter of fact, in comparison to the other days. Here in Los Angeles, California, we're live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. You using your travel laptop to stream today? No, I'm not. Because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a very special day of the week. You already know. You already know what day of the week it is. Is it a special day because I did legs today? No. Is it a special day because I did maybe a little bit too much on my hip flexors and now my lower back is a little tight? No. That's not the reason why it's a special day. It's a special day today because the same day of the week that's always special.
Finally here, right? It's Friday then.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It's freaking Friday. It's Fucked Up Friday. It's Fucked Up Fans Mom Friday. It's Black Flag Friday. It's Mufasa Friday. It's Friday. Our forefathers fought long and hard to ensure that we get to have the weekend to ourselves. To all the wage cooks out there, we are going to have some immaculate vibes on this beautiful Friday, and I will not let anybody ruin it. We're going to be doing some drama. Just kidding. Probably not, because it's Friday. But I call it Friday. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back and bigger than ever, better than ever. You already know, baby. But yeah, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hassan Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button. Okay? That is what we do out here. And that's precisely what I'm going to do, because a lot has happened in between the stop streaming and start streaming button was clicked. I, as a matter of fact, did not actually hit the stop streaming button. Before every single person starts yelling at me and telling me like, dude, is Dave Weigel and Austin gonna be on? Like, no, Austin left. Okay, no, of course Austin left. He went back home, and I don't know if I can get Dave Weigel back on the phone today, but we'll see. So that's neither here nor there. That's like irrelevant to the main point of contention, because it's personal news wise. It's the 18th of October and you haven't touched one scary game, you coward. Yes, dude, we're 17 days out from the fucking election. Everybody needs to calm the frick down. Okay, I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. There are two possible reasons as to why my PC failed yesterday. Or three, okay? Number one, Mossad. Number two, CIA. Number three, FBI. I'm just kidding. No, it's actually much stupider than that. I wish it was something convoluted and complicated, like an Israeli espionage agency tapped into my computer or some shit while I was talking to Dave Weigel about Kamala Harris's chances of winning the election. But it wasn't that. It was most likely an SSD failure. Okay, most likely an SSD failure, because that's what it told me. It was like failing to boot. It crashed weirdly, randomly. Couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. And then some of the wonderful fans actually did, in the Hostwit universe, as a matter of fact, brought forward some decent ideas, and it's one of two issues, right? I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is. It's either one, Windows Update fried the SSD, fried the hard drive, because apparently that's a thing that happens, which is insane. That should be illegal. You should go to jail for that. Okay? That's right. That is a real thing that is apparently going on. It's either a software related hardware issue or it is a hardware related hardware issue. It could be one of two things. I'm going to tell you what the fix is regardless, and I'm going to tell you the heroes in the story, and it's not me. Okay? But yeah, figured out that this could be part of the reason. As Microsoft rolls out its Windows 11 24H2 update, owners of certain Western digital SSDs have been greeted with constant blue screens of death. So it's either this or it's a hardware-related hardware issue. A Windows update fried my video card, can only use one monitor. No, it's wonderful. It's wonderful that like a Windows update can just like brick your PC entirely and cause even hardware issues if necessary. The other idea that the Starforge guys, because this is a Starforge PC at the end of the day, they reached out. They were like, what's going on? Your shit seems bricked. Saw you're having some PC issues. I believe that you had the 139K since launch. If you didn't apply the BIOS updates lately with the newest Intel microcode to stop them from killing the processor, too high voltages, including at idle, basically, Intel finally root caused it this month. It's likely that the 139,000K, or no, 13900K is degraded and is starting to cause intermittent crashing, which at the frequency will increase. Happy to help arrange a unit swap. So it's one of those two issues. We didn't even figure it out. Well, because the Hasanabe Gaming team, okay, I'm not going to reveal too many details, but the Hasanabe Gaming team came in the clutch. Ironically enough, I have been so disrespectful and rude to them without gaming. Not even a little bit, but my gaming editors came in clutch. They reached out and they were like, yo, I got this shit. I got you. Not even a problem. I can help you fix it. So we started this journey immediately as Austin was in the background listening to a fucking Kamala Harris rally and laughing loudly whenever Kamala Harris made a joke, making me want to video game myself. I got down on my fucking hands and knees, pulled up on Discord, video call, and I started, opening up this bad boy. First of all, let me tell you, the shit that is inside my PC is crazy. Couple things. The 4090 with the current MOBO that I have, obviously it's so massive that like the motherboard is on finicky, shaky grounds regardless. They need to make that shit smaller, okay? The 4090 is like a goddamn spaceship. Number two, there were cobwebs inside of the fucking PC. Literally. Like straight up cobwebs inside of the fucking PC. Did you have a dead roach in there? No bugs, just cobwebs. Had to clean that a little bit, whatever. I took everything out. I took the SSD out. It didn't actually matter because the SSD seemingly was fried, right? The hard drive was fried. So this hero, Hasanabe Gaming Editor, my hero, my king, my goat, some of you are actually cool, okay? Some of you are actually good. Some of you are not. Many of you weren't. Many of you are being fucking annoying. Anyway, but he was like, don't worry, I got you. I will go to the Micro Center near me, pick up an SSD, and come over, pick up your PC, fix it, give it back to you in the morning. I saw that his car was low battery. I was like, nah, dog, you can like charge your car there if you want. But I had to go to the Stavros because I had made a promise to Stavros that I would go watch his movie premiere, so I had to leave. My mom was home, so they just hung out. The Hasanabe editors, Hasanabe Gaming Editor team hung out with my mom, and they fixed my PC. and that is the reason they swapped out the SSD with a new one. I believe it's a 2 terabyte Samsung one. It's better than the one I currently have. But Hassan, this is your multi-million-dollar business. You should probably think about professional solutions to these kinds of problems. Yeah, that is the professional solution. I got you. So yeah, we got, we're good. We're kicking. So after that, what do you think will kill the stream today? Who knows? But I spent the rest of the night after the Stavros movie premiere, and also most of this morning when I wasn't working out, basically downloading all the drivers that I needed to download and making sure that my PC works and that I can stream from it. Of course, there were a litany of complications, including Rodecaster Pro 2, driver issues, camera issues. You already know. Had to set the scenes again, get the fucking, get the alerts, all this stuff. But luckily, because of the, did you lose any file data? I lost everything, but it doesn't really matter. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm so fluid with, it doesn't matter. Do you not back up anything? Who cares? All of my video game save files are saved on Steam. Saved on Steam. This is my work computer. There's no recovery method. It doesn't matter. There's no reason for me to recover anything. Do you see what I'm saying? What about the Goon folder? Like, memes are gone, but they're mostly online anyway. But basically new fresh install, new Windows. And here is something cool that I will show you. Folks, I changed the background color for the fresh install. We're getting frisky. Okay? Notice that? I forgot what color it was beforehand, but now it's going to be this blue. Nah, but you could offload them to a separate internal NVMe and not worry about games lost if your boot drive goes down. I don't really care. I consistently delete games off of my computer anyway. Like, I will usually play one game at a time, if at that. It fixed your mic being quiet from when Twitter broke it. Yeah, my mic is actually very loud from what I can see. I'm reading this stuff right now, and I see it. Like, I'm looking at the data, and it looks like the microphone quality is higher than it was before, or loud now. Like, it's louder. How's the premiere? The premiere was wonderful. It was a lot of fun. It was a really funny movie. Stavros did not lie when he said it's a very stupid, very funny movie. And he was right about that. It is a very stupid and very funny movie. Did you do any geek benching test on it? No. You don't have to be turned down the max volume anymore. Good. I love your haircut, Hasi. I did not get a haircut. I just simply parted my hair back. In any case, I parted my hair to the side. So I guess technically it is kind of like a haircut. Is that shirt part of the new merch? Yes, it is. Okay, so did you talk to Dave Weigel after the crash? No, because I couldn't, because the crash bricked my entire computer and I was talking to him via Discord. How would I be able to talk to him after post-crash? You're so funny. He said, was Austin vindicated? Like, what do you mean? Your phone? Yeah, no, I DM'd him and I was like, I'm really sorry, but we can't conduct this interview any longer because my computer is bricked and I have to go deal with that, which is my primary concern at that moment and nothing else. Obviously, what the hell are you talking about? Can you please remove the coffee zins from the bottom of the wintergreen tower, separate but equal? What? No, they're not coffee zins in the bottom of the tower anyway. Those are different ones. So yeah, that's the situation that unfolded yesterday. And luckily, because of some fantastic Hasanabi heads who saved my life and saved your stream, we're back. The PC, for the time being, is good. We'll see what kind of misadventures this PC will offer me now. But like I said, for the duration, it's good. I mean, he was geeking out. I'm gonna have him like play around with this setup and like maybe change it as well. Switch to Mac, bro. Yeah, you're right. I should install Linux and also switch to Mac. Yeah, 2 operating softwares that I always think about that would be much better for me if I use them. Mac and Linux. So, bro, let me know how to go with the backup system. I don't know what's going on. I can't see like the sub stuff, or I can see the sub badges, but I can't see like mod badges and stuff. What is up with my Chatterino? Because I downloaded the new Chatterino, so I don't know. Use Twitch Whispers inline. Where is it? Combine multiple bits, messages, mentions, and highlight tab. Just open and close it. Let's do it. Oh yeah, it's good. You're right. So many things in the computer world just simply get fixed when you open it and close it. It's kind of crazy. So many things. Kind of wild to think. Kind of wild to consider. What the fuck? Why won't this? There it is. Bro, as an IT tech, I demand you stop revealing our secrets. Yeah, I mean, that is the truth. It's always reinstall, uninstall is a last ditch effort. But, you know, before you get into the hardware shit, you just turn it off and then turn it on again. And then usually it works. The problem is this time it didn't for me. Anyway, but yeah, I woke up this morning. I worked out. I was feeling a little down. I was feeling a little under the weather. And I think it's because like I haven't really had a lot of downtime in general, ironically enough, because like, although, should I make Chrome faster by turning on memory saver chat? Yes or no? No. So anyway, what I was saying is like, I'm getting blue screen to death, to oblivion. I'm getting cooked, right? But it you know, I had to do a whole bunch of stuff basically. You don't need to have like 64 gigs of RAM. Okay, whatever. Use Firefox. Yeah, I'm not changing that. Okay, I don't care. I'm using Chrome. It's too simple for me. I'm not going to swap it for one reason or another. I'm already loyal to it, okay? But yeah, that is where we are at. That is where I am at. Chrome is starting to disable uBlock. You're going to have to swap soon. I might download what? Got to get the Microsoft Edge browser to jelk all day? What the what? That's insane. In any case, folks, you know, woke up, was feeling shitty, and had all this computer stuff that I needed to work on. So I was thinking to myself, do I do it? Do I finally today bite the bullet and not work out, even though it's a workout day, even though it's a lifting day? And I didn't feel good about it, but I'm glad I did. I'm glad I ended up working out regardless, because at the end of the day, I feel much better now. Here it is. We were doing high reps today.
When I'm in the club, yeah, I'm loving that. When I'm at the house, yeah, I'm loving that. 365 party girl, loving that. Should we do a little key? Should we have a little line on it? Very real wild when I'm loving that. Meet me in the bathroom if you're loving that. 365 party girl, loving that. 365 party girl, loving that. Gonna
too hot when I sweat, just lick me. Touch and squeeze and the baseline hits me. Are you gonna ride me harder than the BPM beat match beat? Yeah, I'm loving that. Can't see straight, yeah, I love it when the pill hits back at the booth, bitch. Guess this VIP, but it don't start till I reach. Come find me.
When does it stop? This guy, he's not stopping. Anyway, what's up, folks? I'm live and alive, and it's a big day today. This is the fit that I'm rocking today, just for all of you. If you're wondering, you know, what is the fit today? That is the fit for today. Okay. Why were you so late today? We're gonna need to dock that from your pay. I hope you're aware. Looking like an uncle for real. Good. I don't care. Bro, you got to buy more pants, the same 3. It's just very comfy, and I didn't feel like fucking, you know, putting on new pants today. The real culprit behind your PC getting cooked?
Yo jamás.
Wait, fuck. Oh, I haven't.
Come on!
I should log into my fucking TikTok as well, because I'm gonna need to do that. I'm gonna need to use it, you know? Bumping that. Hold on. Let me just do that real quick. Shirt is a typo, boss man. Wait, what? Really? I haven't noticed it. Please tell me it doesn't. Fuck you. Let me log in. Did you watch the Tectone vid about Asmon? No, why would I do that?
Yo jamás.
Oh no, it says regardless. Bro, I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. Oh my God, you're right. I'm gonna fight Warren James. Every goddamn drop, they always have some fucking typos, dude. How do they always do this? How is this possible? I just don't understand how every fucking drop, every time we do a merge drop. I mean, at this point, it's just like a meme. I'm just going to roll with it. We can't even change it because they already fucking probably pre-printed them. Because you don't read, bro. I don't write it. I tell them what to write. And then they just like don't write the right things. What do you want me to do? Holy shit, dude. That's crazy. That's like again. I can't believe they did this again. Every time, bro. Every freaking time. That is crazy. Let me see. Where's the text thread with these guys? I'm gonna be like, what are you guys doing again? Anyway. Yeah, I know the Capitalism World Tour one had like typos in it too. Fucking American made. This is the problem, dude. American education is cooked. So when you do American made, union made shit, you run into problems that the Chinese would never have. Anyway, this is why my computer's broken.
Come on! Yo, jamás.
11-year-old Chinese workers never make mistakes. Yes, dude. They don't. They speak better English. They have better command over the fucking language than we do. Yeah. Bro was playing too much Ave Maria after streaming his PC broke. Yeah, that's what happened. So, Trump Shop merch never has typos. Yeah, because they make that shit in China. Not gonna lie, brother, I'm close to unsubbing. You took the weekend off, then bullshitted the last few days. I was forced to touch grass and got laid. I'm sorry, dude. You got some pussy, and now you're acting different. And to be honest, I understand that. I respect it. I understand it. You know, sometimes you cannot be a loyal, committed soldier to the goon, you know? You can't always be a loyal goon soldier, a loyal, committed goon soldier who is going to... The reason Israelis say like Hamas is because Hamas is the Hebrew word for violence. Yeah, I don't really care. Anyway, he's just making shit up. I got laid, though. Nice. You need to fire Kaya's babysitter? What is this?
Is that pet?
I think this is what happened. She did this to Kaya and then had to swap out Kaya with a new dog. It's all coming together now. She did this to the OG puppy Kaya, and that's the reason why there's a new dog. Yeah. Oh my god. So, where was I? Kaya's just an actor, just like Joe Biden. Yeah, they swapped Kaya, just like they swapped Joe Brandon. What was I gonna say? What was I talking about? I stopped watching and found myself in a 5-year relationship. Okay, now I know your ass is lying. North Korea in Ukraine. Oh yeah, we'll talk about all that stuff. Anyway, that's it. In terms of like personal news, what has happened in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker, that's what I got for you guys. Outside of that, not much else going on. Let's blast off. We got a lot to talk about today. Okay, absolute gem from Hindu nationalist Twitter. I saw the one that with Adolf Hitler, but it's like pro Adolf Hitler and pro Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, Indian Twitter is so awesome. Like specifically Hindu nationalist Twitter is so awesome. This is an Indian pro Israel blue check comparing Netanyahu to Hitler because he likes them both. I mean, I like that is a more morally consistent position. It's just like, it's funny, but at least like it's technically not inconsistent. Like they're both fascists that have done genocides. One is currently conducting one. So like it's not wrong. It's just very funny to be in support of it. It's moral consistency. But it's like weird that you're in support of both of these things. You are a real freak. Like, while I admire the intellectual and moral honesty here, I cannot comprehend how unimaginably brain broken you must be to like both of these guys at the same time. Anyway, so without further ado, let's blast off. We got a lot going on today. Did you hear the terribly misogynistic guy who did the game is game TikToks died? Yeah, I saw. Rest in peace to a fallen comrade. Anyway, let's blast off. Let's get into it. There's a lot to talk about. 17 days out from the election. I think it's 17 days. Am I wrong? Is it 17 days? I hope I'm right. Fuck it. I don't even care. Poll watch, hog watch, talking. Yahya Sinwar assassinated by Israel. What next? Drama. 17 days out from the election. Poll watch, hog watch. Yahya Sinwar assassinated by Israel. What next? Instead on the broadcast. Follow up on last Kamala talk and more. Get in now. The chatter that made the anti-Semitism like blast off meme, actually I would use normally, but I don't want to use that while I'm straight up you know, tagging Ested on the tweet. So I like normally I would use it, but I can't use it now. So do you guys have that? Do you guys have a different one? Okay, that's a good one. Okay. It wasn't, yeah. You know what? You're right. I shouldn't say assassinated. Killed in combat by Israel. I updated it. You're right. Assassination is not the correct term there. Bro, you might as well stream on the Steam Deck at this point. Wait, why? What did I do? There's Trump burgers? What the fuck is that?
Today we're reviewing Trump Burger. Yes, guys, Donald J. Trump has a burger restaurant, and I am not biased. I do not take sides. However, he has burgers, so we're here for the burgers. So whether it tastes good or bad, that's up to the restaurant. But in any case, I was going to Austin, Texas, and I saw this place, and I had to stop in. Look inside, guys. This is insane. I've never seen a restaurant that looks like this. They also have a Biden burger for $51, like inflation.
1 ounce of beef topped with old tomato and oldest buns available due cheating and inflation. Wait, okay, I guess I'm not the only one with the typos in his fucking merchandise. What do you mean, due cheating and inflation?
It says like old buns, old tomatoes. What the heck? Starting off for $13, we got the Trump Burger printed on.
Okay, that looks like shit, dog. Where is it? Where is this? Where did he say this was? Kentucky? How are you gonna be in Kentucky and have dog shit burgers? Like, what do you have at that point? Austin, Texas? Ain't no way. That's even worse, bro. I'm gonna keep it a $1.50 with you. If you are in Texas and you make a dog shit burger, you have nothing else to live for. Okay, it's like that's the one thing. That's your thing. You should be able to make solid fucking burgers, dog. What are you doing? Like, this looks like dried out cafeteria food, bro. What the hell is this? This shit makes the Beast Burger look edible, dog. How? On the aesthetic front alone, this better taste incredible, okay? Because I am already pissed off. I'm already fucking pissed off, dude. What remains if you do not have burgers? America is the burger nation. If you fuck up the burger, you might as well not be around at that point, okay? You might as well let Western civilization crumble because, god damn it, this is what it's for. God damn. That just pissed me off early on, dude. We just started, okay? We just started and I'm already pissed off, dude. What the fuck?
Buns with fries. And look at this thing. If this thing ain't as tall as a Trump Tower, my goodness.
Oh, glaze. Come on, bro. This dude, okay, no more integrity from this guy, okay? I question the intellectual integrity of Luke Foods. This seems a little biased, okay? And I saw this white boy pop off when he first encountered the delightful, delectable world of Indian food, okay? This white boy was swagged out. He was losing his dang mind, okay? The first time he dipped that fucking naan, I think it was in butter chicken or whatever, one of those, it was tikka masala. I was like, I've been there, you know? I remember my first time. Like, that was passionate, okay? That was passionate shit. What the hell is this?
It's terrible.
Never mind, I spoke too soon. We're back. Luke is back. Listen, my bad. I should have never come for the king. I should have never come for the goat. I should have let my goat speak. I saw him talk about the Trump Tower thing and I was like, damn, he's glazing. Okay. I should have never, ever come for my goat like that. Luke, I apologize. Mea culpa. Okay. My B. Okay. My fucking B, dude. This is like at the Hassan Ever broadcast, you know, you got some moments, right? You got like, oh, Putin would never invade Ukraine. You know, you got that. And now this, okay? Probably worse than the Putin take. This is your my bad asthma moment. Yeah. Not as, yeah. This is my bad moment. My bad moment. Sometimes I'm popping off a little too hard. Okay. I'm trying to make some content here. You turn into a snake dog. Yeah, for sure.
Trump, but this burger sucks, okay? This
Maybe he'll flip again by the end of this video. This dude has the independent voter face. That's a great description.
burger is absolutely horrible. It tastes strange, really funky, fake as heck. Like, it's a pretty big burger, but it just, yeah, try their fries. Those are all right, but they just don't have like any salt on them. Finally, we got the First Lady chicken sandwich for also 13 bucks. And look at this chicken. It looks kind of square for some reason. No. But that's not the most unseasoned chicken I've ever had in my life.
I mean,
It's
yeah,
so
what
good.
were you expecting, honestly? It's the Trump establishment, dude. You know, that's, they are, yeah, that's not surprising to me. I'm gonna be honest.
And it is dry. Like I said, I have nothing against Trump, okay? But this food needs to be better, okay?
Okay. This white boy, once again, extremely swagged out, right? Why? Because he's had the delights that this world has to offer in terms of Indian food. My man, his life has changed so dramatically. His life has changed. What? Audio is off? What do you mean? Is this cam delayed? What? Desktop audio is behind? Oh, hell no.
The prices aren't terrible, but overall taste-wise, I'm going like a 3 out of 10. Donald, please make your restaurant great again.
Oh, yeah, it is? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. It's happening again. This happened like, I can't unsee it now. They're trolling. Do you remember the solution from last time? Fuck, I don't remember. What the fuck did I do last time? I don't remember, dude. Oh, fuck. The audio was about 1 to 2 seconds off. Oh, this used to happen back in the day too. Is the audio from the video is definitely delayed? Ay. Hold on. Let's do a YouTube video and we'll fucking find it. Delay cam and mic by 1 sec. No, that's not it. It's like hardware acceleration or some shit. I think that's what it was. It's not me. My audio and my video are not delayed. But when I watch videos, it like there is a little bit of an audio delay. Let me see.
The prices aren't terrible, but overall taste-wise, I'm going like a 3 out of 10. Donald, please make your restaurant great again.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, my audio is not delayed on my mouth. What did we do? What did we do last time? Set the desktop audio to 50 milliseconds delay? No, dude, we didn't do that. Shut up. That's not what we did. I checked off on properties on my desktop audio. I checked off use device timestamps. There it is. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Wait, I checked use device timestamps. Should I not have it on? I checked off on properties on my desktop audio. I checked off use device timestamps. I checked them off. It was on. I checked them off. Okay, it's no longer on. Let's see how this works. Is it fixed? We don't know. Pass this on. The vid is unsync. I just watched it. Okay, let's try it again. Might need to restart. No. Try it again with the Indian food.
Today we're
vid.
trying Indian food. We got the buttered chicken, the garlic naan, the onion bhajia, the gulab jamun. I think I got that right. And
The gulab jamun. Yeah, the fix, right? Woo! Woo! Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go. Dude. Oh, this is light work, baby. Light work. Not even a problem, dude. Send me some real fucking issues so I can deal with that shit. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm just kidding. Spectrum, please don't fuck me up. Please stop making that noise. I thought the police were outside of my house again. What do you mean again, bro? What the hell do you mean by again? Anyway, we blasted off, but I don't think people saw it. Go fucking interact with this shit, bro. What are we doing? Go interact with this. Go like it. Go retweet it. Okay. Hi, chat and rest easy. 515 D53. Oh, that was the other. Yeah, that was the color scheme that I used to use, and I no longer use that. Anyway, switch to blue sky. I'm not doing that. Okay. Let's get started. Let's get ready to rumble. We got a lot to talk about. Okay, you already know. We got a lot to talk about. There's a lot going on in the world. Okay, there's a lot happening. Did you show Chad the bodyhead video? Oh yeah, me and Austin sat the fuck down. We sat our white asses down and we watched Bodyhead, and it was awesome. It was incredible. I'm a hardcore Republican. You are my favorite streamer. I hope this is okay with you? ? I love your commentary. Hell yeah, brother. I'm a goddamn hardcore Republican myself. Okay, an Irish Republican. Did you see Emma Vigeland and her team defending you yesterday on the Majority Report? Yes, I did. I did see that. Shouts out. I also reached out to Uncle Sam and I was like, bro, can you please talk to Ethan? I'm like legit worried on his trajectory, and he said he would do it. So I might set that up. You got to cut the Greek slander. No, the Greeks are the goats. I love them. Okay. Not gonna lie, it looks like you're drinking poison from the 1800s. I am drinking poison. It's called cold brew. All right. So Sam needs to talk to him offline. Yes. No, that's the point. I don't care if it's like content or not. I want that to happen offline. Yes. I want that to happen. Online, offline doesn't matter for me. Donat or gulab jamun, gun to your head. Donat. Very, very few foods that I would substitute donat for. Maybe some other Turkish food, but maybe manta. What the fuck is cold brew? Is beer? Yeah. I'm getting hammered every goddamn morning when I start my broadcast. I'm getting freaking hammered. I'm getting sauced up. Does Timasius have a playlist for today? That's the question. Or did he not make a playlist for today? I'm sure he has one. We got CIA Johnny back at it. We'll talk about the strongest militia in the Middle East. He's talking about Hezbollah. We'll watch it, of course. Oh, here it is. He linked it twice. All right. So we will, I think, let me hit up Ested, make sure that he's still good to go for later. Wait, holy shit. He did. Wait, I'm going to start the conversation with Ested actually today. Okay. I forgot that I had him on for 1 p.m. and then I was wrong. I didn't end up doing that. Hold on. I got to fix my audio video. Okay. Input device. Voice settings. Rodecaster Pro. Microphone. Okay. check. Okay. That's working. Output device. That's good. Okay. La. Video settings. OBS virtual camera, start the virtual cam, test that video. That's also working. Great. Okay, I can do it. All right. Today, we're going to start the conversation with Ested. Okay. Meanwhile, Tadic is here as well. He just walked in. That's crazy. Okay. But I'm going to call Ested right now. Hello, I am calling. Kaya, stop growling. I might need to open the... All right, let's see if he turns on. Let's see if I hope I didn't mute. Calling now. Okay. I gotta open my door real quick because Tadic's here. Let's see. Tadic, what's good, King? I'm doing an interview and stuff, so I can't. Yeah. Oh, hello. You guys can come say what's up to Kaya if you want. I'm about to conduct an interview. If I can actually make it work. I don't know. I can't hear him or see him. But yeah, it's in the other monitors in the other room. What's up? God damn, bro, you came in with the whole squad. Yeah, that's how bad the monitor is, huh? That's how bad Myung's monitors are? That's crazy. I can't hear you. Let's see. Let's call him again. Let's do a voice call this time. Maybe it'll work. Show Tadic? No. He is Tadic is right now picking up his monitor that he bought and placed in my house last time he was here, but because he no longer is my input settings on Discord. No. I already fixed my input output. He's not picking up. I'm calling him, but he's not picking up, but that's because I'm late. Okay. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Ested?
What's up? How are you?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I'm in the
yes,
suburban North Carolina.
Hell yeah. Okay. I'm going to pop out right here. I might actually have to change my my virtual camera settings real quick. Program default, scene source 4K cam. Okay, that should be better. All right. Okay, doing a couple tweaks. My computer fried yesterday while I was talking to Dave Weigel.
Oh no.
Semaphore, and that is the reason why I've been, I had to reboot everything in its entirety, and that's what I'm working on.
Dave's a good dude. His piece about Democrats moving right was really good.
Yeah, well, that's actually interesting enough, that's probably what we will be talking about quite a bit today, I suspect. Let me do a video. Let me do a window capture here. And let's see. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Boom. Okay. I got you right here. Okay. Here we are. Thank you so much for coming on. That's what I actually wanted to talk to you about. What are you doing right now? You're in North Carolina?
Yeah, I'm in North Carolina for an episode of the Run Up, our podcast. We are following a bunch of the storm recovery efforts and seeing how it affected early voting. And so today we were with Democrats and the North Carolina governor. Tomorrow we're out in the storm affected areas in the western part with the Republicans, because there's actually a lot of Republican areas who have been most severely damaged.
Yeah,
and so we're seeing how it impacts.
Yeah, because of the lasers,
here.
right? Because of the weather machine.
Yeah, because of the scientifically controlled storms. I mean, that's part of what we're talking about here too. Like, there's been so much misinformation and disinformation on that front too. It's been a huge story.
Yeah, it's really interesting to think about how we have arrived at the idea that climate change is man-made, but like in the worst possible way for the at least 30% of the American population that was like, nah, climate change is made up, it's a Chinese conspiracy. And now they're like, oh, anthropogenic climate change is real. It's just that, it's the weather machine that's doing it.
It is like one of those. I do think that we've always talked about climate impacts as like theoretical and coming in the future, when this has totally been, Florida, North Carolina have been totally upended, Georgia, parts of it too. So a bunch of the organizing efforts we're hearing now from Democrat and Republican are about making sure people are still all right, even though Republicans, as to your point, are like not acknowledging the source or obviously have made climate a big part of any policy.
Yeah. I do find it interesting because like I think the lack, like the refusal overall to acknowledge climate change, I think has caused a lot of these localities to not harden their infrastructure adequately as well. That partnered up with like austerity, like permanent austerity from especially the Republican side, I think has created this very unique circumstance where like they almost refuse to even do like the bare minimum that they have to protect their own citizens.
I think that's fair. And I think we're in North Carolina, the only southern state that has a Democratic governor. And one of the things he said was like, for a lot of those states, they're the ones experiencing the obviously frontline impacts of climate change. But most of them are run by a Republican Party or Republican governors who are not even interested in the federal money on that front. And so, like, it's taken this massive disaster for even Republicans to like even acknowledge in the slightest even some of the funds that were available to them to do something up. And so, like, it has taken the kind of lowest common denominator for there to be any type of shift, particularly in the South.
Yeah. So last time you and I had a conversation on this broadcast, we talked about Kamala Harris's chances or what it would look like. I think it was before Kamala Harris became the candidate, or was it right after?
It was right after, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And some of the things that I was like very worried about on the messaging front was that, I was fearful that the Democrats might pull the old tricks that the Democrats always engage with, which is to like moderate their views and try to like hammer on this like moderate Republican framing on a lot of issues, adopt Republican framing on a lot of issues, which I thought would potentially be a dangerous gamble in the electoral calculus for the likes of Kamala Harris. And I was wondering, since you've been all right, bye guys. Sorry, I just have my buddy who's picking up his monitor. But the question I have for you is, since that conversation, do you feel like the Democrats have? I do genuinely think the Democrats have changed their messaging or rather, moved to the middle as best as possible, sometimes directly to the right. And do you feel like that has been successful?
Well, I think it's definitely the strategy. I think you correctly identified what ended up being true. Like, at the time in which we were talking, there was that kind of burst of energy. There was the party reuniting around her. And I think there was an open opportunity of interest for people to say, okay, let me take another look at this person who I may not know a lot about. As they've started to add meat to the bones on that front, they've almost exclusively done that from a Republican or more centrist lens, whether that is basically conceding Donald Trump's crisis or its described crisis on immigration, whether that is a policy front where she's talked about a bipartisan council of advisors or the need to have a Republican in the cabinet, whether that's campaigning with Liz and Dick Cheney. It's basically been the only place she's been willing to show any type of break from Biden on is saying, I'm Biden, except more open to kind of Republican and centrist ideas. We had Mark Cuban on our podcast, and one of the things he's saying, he was like, I did not like Biden because I felt that he was anti-business and anti-billionaire in some senses. And he has felt, yeah, this is just me saying what he said.
Yeah.
And he said that one of the biggest differences he's seen is that Harris calls him up and that Harris has tried to have an openness on that front. And so when I asked Cuban, I was like, well, isn't she trying to be everything to everyone? Shouldn't, I talked to Bernie Sanders, who said that she could be open to progressives. He's like, I think progressives are kidding themselves. And this is a centrist president who's making that clear. And I kind of think he's right. Like, I kind of think that Harris has now positioned herself not just as someone who is more, quote unquote, moderate, but is preparing for, I think, maybe a Republican Senate or a divided Washington. And I do think the Democrats have basically tried to course correct from 2019, where they think they were too progressive. And they've done this in the last month or so. And so it's come off, I think, as if she is rejecting the last primary and the position she used to have. But I really think it's a kind of party apparatus that's trying to recalibrate itself and is frankly conceding that that has to come from the center, at least in their view. Now, if that's successful, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I agree with that analysis, but I agree that's their thinking.
Yeah. So there's two different questions I have, I guess. I'm of two different minds here. On the one hand, I like to say I put my, Harris Waltz analyst hat on, right? And think about it as like, is this an effective way to run a campaign for the general election? Like, will this be a winning strategy? And then I also have this pesky little, like, my own personal opinion on the matter. And then I think even if it is successful in terms of winning the election, what does that say about the future of not only the Democratic Party, but just like the future of American governance in general? And I don't think that it is as profoundly and as overtly successful in the way that like the Democratic analysts think. And I wanted to show you this Blueprint 2024 public opinion research that came out on messaging and the preference effects it has. And I wanted to hear your perspective on that. Hold on, I'm going to share my screen with you real quick. Let's see if that works. Last time I did this, my computer basically broke, but hopefully it'll, because I was showing this to Dave Weigel and my computer basically broke. And I also just spilled some coffee in front of me. I'm all over the place. So, have you seen this already?
I don't think so.
So yeah, it shows the hypothetical answers. What, if anything, would have done differently than President Biden over the past 4 years? And it shows the preference effect overall and the preference effect from independents. Yeah. And some of her most progressive policies that I've definitely been on board with, that I definitely appreciate, such as at-home. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Okay, such as at-home medical care, at-home Medicare, the expansion of Medicare to also cover home assistance, to cover at-home health care. Plus 10 for Harris. Preference effect for independents, also plus 10 for Harris. Framing it as like greedy corporations. I'm not happy with what greedy corporate giants got away with over the past year, last few years, since the pandemic. Price gouging, which has been an incredibly resilient policy point from the Harris camp, regardless of the attacks, including but not limited to even the New York Times, like doing the classic, like, we brought forward our economists and they thought this is not even possible to do. This is, regardless of that, it seems like the American public is very receptive to this idea, although it is a profoundly, dare I say, radical policy, if we're being real. I mean, I think it's very effectively messaged, because you're not saying we're going to institute price caps, but it's been very popular. Whereas in terms of the actual answers, like the further down you go, the more she talks about like small businesses or the opportunity economy, or what is my only difference from Joe Biden? Oh, I'll have a Republican in my cabinet. The preference effect is underwater, minus 21 when she says not an actual thing.
I mean, I think that tracks with some of my reporting and experience. And I mostly think that because the desire for change and the dissatisfaction with the status quo has always been more evident in the electorate than I've seen the Democratic Party acknowledge in this cycle. You know, for the first 2 years, they were holding on to Biden. And I don't think that was just a problem because of his age. I think that was also a problem because it kind of tied them in to a status quo that for a lot of people, they're not really working from the premise of that being what they want. And so, like, and then, so I think that they were just late to arriving, that even in just switching candidates, there was another barrier that she had to clear is what is the difference between you and the previous candidate? And they just arrived just to kind of articulating any of those differences. But let me explain to you what I think is, or what my kind of reporting tells me is the campaign's thinking on this front. Like, it's not just that centrist policies have often been where the Democratic Party reflexively goes in the general. It is their lessons from the last midterm election and the presidential election before that. They basically have gotten away from the idea that they can change the electorate by bringing in a whole bunch of new people and bringing in some progressives or young people or the like. And they've pretty much embraced the idea that they should win over those people who are most consistently going to vote. And as much as the electorate looks like that, that's better for Harris because that's the kind of anti-Trump coalition. And so I think it's an effort for them not to really just target the folks they know are most likely going to show up to the polls and try to get the gang back together that caused them to do better than expected in the midterms. It's a very like battleground specific strategy, but I also think it's a strategy that kind of concedes the issues to Trump
Yeah.
and concedes him as the main character of the race. And so why we could have had a race that was kind of two competing visions or two directions of the country. I think it's directions. I think there's a competence difference. I'm not saying they're the same. I guess I'm saying they are not playing, they're not starting from a different premise. And
Yeah.
partially that's because they don't really think they need to win. They think the type of people who come out and they know are going to come out, they're willing to take a Trump referendum because they think basically 55-45 chance anti-Trump beats Trump. I
Yeah.
just think that's a little risky. And so, like, the risk of that has been something I have just been shocked about their unwillingness to price in. But that's the thinking when you see the kind of messaging shifts that you're, I think, right in identifying over the last couple months.
Especially risky for Kamala Harris, because when I look at the polls that say, regardless of her like very clear communication, especially since the swap out, that she is going to be a a conservative. She wants a muscular military, a lethal military, right? Like all
Yeah.
this stuff. How she owns a Glock and she's not afraid to use it if you come to her house, and that she's gonna follow the law on all this stuff. You're all right there, is that?
Yeah, my phone keeps falling from my makeshift stand.
Yeah. No, it's all good. So regardless of all of that stuff, Americans still view Kamala Harris by 46% as too liberal. And I think you and I both know what the real reason for that is, right? It's not her messaging, it's not her communication, and it's not because the broader electorate is like much more conservative, or I guess they are a little conservative in their broad reception of Kamala Harris, but it's not actually about policies. It's because she's a black woman. I think that is the real reason why they view her as liberal, too liberal, quote unquote.
Yeah, I think that is 90% of the reason. I think that and even in my own experience, like you'll go places and the assumptions that black folks are inherently this like progressive, even if he doesn't even fit with sometimes the facts of black electorate and communities. The only thing I would add to that though, is I think it's also tied for me to how she introduced herself to the country in 2019.
Yeah.
She and I think this is still the kind of core problem with people's understanding of her ideology. She was have a progressive messenger back then. And so I think because the last primary, there was such an incentive for everybody who wasn't Joe Biden to basically flirt with this kind of progressive aesthetic.
Yeah.
I think it fueled the idea that she was a San Francisco liberal.
Yeah.
And if she would have come out in that race and been, I think, the moderate she mostly is, I think we could have had a different reality. But I think the assumptions based on identity plus what we saw in 2019 adds up to something where I think the campaign has a challenge of authenticity that they have to clear. Like, you have to tell policy is mostly a proxy for people. Most people understand, who I talk to at least, that when politicians promise something on the trail, it won't often happen because of the realities of governance and Congress and stuff.
Yeah.
You're mostly signaling to people who you are, what you believe in, and what the story you're telling of yourself and your beliefs are. And I just think her story has been inconsistent. And so I thought they would come into this race after the candidate switch and understand that and kind of more frontally own the pivot. Say, hey, 2019 was a little crazy. Maybe Democrats did that. Maybe Democratic Party was someplace I wasn't. I've been in the White House for 4 years and I've learned how governing works. Now I'm this person, whatever, sure. But they've kind of tried to do that without saying it most explicitly. And I think that's helping fuel some of the kind of thirst for more answers and tougher questions and things like that, is because I don't think you can say a new way. I think when you say a new way forward and you were the vice president and also you haven't had a primary to explain any differences from you and the rest of your party,
Yeah.
I think it's fair for people to say, what does that mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's a question they haven't really answered. And the biggest thing I would say is, if you don't answer that, then you're kind of a status quo candidate. You're kind of representing now in a time when people want change. And so you can bring change through identity or representation or the like, but at some point, I think the best version of a Democratic candidate is one that actually lays a vision forward. And I still think we're asking, what is the Kamala Harris vision?
Yeah, and with 17 days out from the election, I think it's like I think that is I mean, it's a difficult endeavor. It's definitely very difficult to have this truncated campaign and launch it with like a couple months out from the actual deadline. Having said that, I do think that the policy prescriptions that they had, some good and some I think falling significantly short of what is necessary, have caused this issue for people, especially when you're conceding to right-wing framing on a lot of these issues. Now, the reason why I brought up the fact that people perceive her as too liberal, San Francisco black woman, regardless of the fact that she's literally, called herself a top cop, right?
Mm-hmm.
And had some relatively progressive initiatives at the time, but also communicated a very even, dare I say, reactionary point of view on in other moments throughout her prosecutor tenure.
Mm-hmm.
I think that given that, when I saw this battleground, I thought, especially paired up with the reality that like 70% of Americans want a different way forward, like they want to change from Joseph Robinette Biden. I thought that she would run a 2008 Obama style campaign that was like more progressive, or rather like communicated, actively targeted the harm and communicated the desires of the broader populace. And I don't think that she did that I don't think she did that, especially when it comes to like her economic policies. Like, there's the good, you got the price gouging, right? Mm-hmm. We're going to lower these costs. You're hurting when you go and you purchase groceries. I see that. I see you. I hear you. I'm going to fix that. Americans don't care if someone goes and says, that's Venezuela, that's communism. That much is clear to me. This policy, when she unfolded it, price gouging, was polling around 73%. After she unveiled it, And then Republicans launched attacks against it, calling it like, this is Venezuela, this is price caps, you don't want this, this is devastating, this is going to be horrible, you know, Commie Harris, whatever, Comrade Harris, Comrade Kamala. It pulled at 83%, like a month later. Americans don't care. They don't. And that's why I was a little bit more hopeful, although cautiously optimistic, I guess, when I saw Tim Walz, because I thought they are going to have to lock in and communicate to everyone that these policies that are called radical by everyone, whether it's the media or whether it's the Republicans, are actually very helpful. Like feeding children is not a radical prospect, right? Paid family leave is not a radical prospect. Tim Walz actually did a really good job communicating that with both Ezra Klein and on numerous occasions before he was actually selected as the vice president, where he would frame it as like, this is how you help small businesses, right? Paid medical and family leave, allow small businesses to be more competitive with giants, like with massive chain retail stores, for example. Mom and pop shops can now be more competitive. Sure, you'll pay a little bit more in taxes, but at the end of the day, you don't have to pay for all of that. And now you can be competitive against like a Walmart, right? A big chain. Because those guys can potentially do, paid family leave if necessary, because they have a lot more leeway.
The only thing I'd say, and it's kind of a bleak response though, is you're working from the premise of public opinion being the most important thing. And that's not always true for them, right? So things can poll well. They could even be popular among a broader voting base. But things like price gouging were specifically targeted by a kind of elite centrist class, right? They don't, and I think those folks have an outsized amount of power because we know kind of how donors get direct lines to candidates and campaigns. Even when we have talked to the kind of money side of the Democratic Party, it's oftentimes a focus on things like price gouging. They don't, or even the FTC coordinator, Lena Khan, has been a focus for them, and some of the specific kind of progressive pieces of Biden. And so sometimes the reason a candidate backs off from those policies isn't even because it's not polling well or it's not popular, but it's unpopular with the wrong people, frankly. And the other thing I would kind of add to this is, Biden had such a long history of being the bipartisan, moderate white guy that his general election challenge was the other side. And he was actually fine with that. He was doing a lot of overt plays for progressives, a lot of overt messaging on policy. And I think even policy-wise, he was willing to kind of embrace more progressive domestic ideas specifically, because there was no fear that anyone's going to think Joe Biden is a radical. There's a different level of cautiousness coming from them because she doesn't have that sort of ideological root or story with the public. And so I think they could have taken different strategies on how to actually, deal with that electorally. But it's very clear that the one they've landed on is one that is a moderate centrist signal. And to say, hey, I can't be too crazy. Look at me with Liz Cheney. Look at me with, I'm tough on immigration. I'll shoot you if you come to my house, whatever. That's clearly the route they've taken. I think they had other options, though.
Yeah. So let's talk about like the, I guess, successes potentially, or maybe the failures of this this strategy. So in terms of the overall momentum, because it's very hard to look at polls, like they're very inconsistent for the most part. You have a lot of junk polling from the right that try to sway the Real Clear Politics average like firmly on the Republican side. And I think that is a deliberate attempt to, because people want to vote for the party that's winning. Like you want to vote for the winning team anyway, if you're like in the middle still, or you don't really care about Trump all that much. I think that there is a lot of that going on, but beyond that, it's like, I think Trump has always notoriously been a turnout guy with low propensity and mid propensity voters. So those are like hard to track in general because they're not consistent nor reliable voters. And given all of that, in a post Roe v. Wade overturned world, I think that it's really difficult to just simply look at polls and make an assumption of what's going to happen. So you kind of have to look at the momentum a little bit, and the momentum certainly favored Kamala Harris early on because I think, sure, once in a blue moon, the donor pressure and the public pressure actually aligned because they didn't want to dump millions of dollars to a race that was going to a candidate that was definitely going to lose, right? Nobody wants, people want a return on that investment. So the public responded very positively to having their demands be met and heard. And they rewarded the Kamala Harris campaign with $1 billion, right? They have a massive war chest. So having said all of that, the vibes overall were favoring Kamala Harris. The momentum had swung generally in her direction, and yet they cut into that, in my opinion, especially over the last month or so. They cut into that in a spectacular fashion with this moderate messaging. So overall, I guess my question is, like, you talk to people all the time for the run-up. You talk to some very unique, very interesting voters, right? And what is your overall vibe on the ground? Like, are these people responding positively to it? Like, does it seem? Do you talk? I guess the question is, do you talk to the podcast voters at all? Because I want to know what those guys are thinking.
Yeah, I think we do. I mean, I think about someone we talked to for last week's episode who was a 27-year-old who he said he got his news exclusively through Instagram, and he was outside of this Trump event. He had never voted before, and he said that he was going to vote this year. And I was asking him why this year and not previous years. And there was the kind of same, and honestly, it was a very unintentionally rattling off of Trump talking points. He was saying things just feel a little pricier and things feel a little more unsafe. And that was enough for him to kind of feel like he should take a different type of action. I guess to your larger question about momentum, I think about it in a broad way. Like, before the switch, and you've kind of said this, Democrats weren't even in the game. Like, there was no doubt in my mind that Donald Trump was going to win. After there had been, and I think there has been, a kind of reorganization of the party, the only thing I would say is the big difference between 2008 and now is I do think Democrats were more concerned about bringing new people into the process, expanding their coalition, kind of reaching a different type of voter, making it feel more like a movement. I think Donald Trump is the movement candidate of this race. And I think Kamala Harris is the Democratic Party. And I think those are an important distinction to really understand. Because Donald Trump's task in this election, I think, is actually a little harder. He has to get all of those Calebs of the world, the 27-year-olds who are pretty inconsistent, to actually come out and change the scope of the electorate. And that's not an easy thing, even if they're telling pollsters they're interested in you, even if they're telling their friends they're interested in you. Like, those people famously don't always follow through when it comes to it. And we know the Roe v. Wade voter is showing up. Right?
Yeah.
We know that the anti-Trump voter, the MSNBC person, the angry Republican over the last couple years from those suburbs, they've already come out in special elections and midterms already. And so I think it's kind of the way I would answer your question is, like, you just have to rethink of who the Democratic Party coalition is. If we were still talking about the Obama era, if we were still talking about them needing a movement, I think they would be in big trouble, because I don't think that momentum has continued in the same way. I don't think people see her as the type of movement figure folks saw Obama as. But I don't think that's how they actually win. They win through a more affluent, educated political class. It's less of a movement itself. And so there's this strange thing, I think, where less people voting, or at least a more traditional type of person voting, is better for Democrats. And so at the same time the momentum has blunted, I don't think it changes the overall kind of 51-49-ness of the race. Because frankly, the Democrats weren't banking on that type of person in the first place. They like to say they are, right? They like to pretend kind of that that's still the voter they're most interested in.
Yeah.
But it's not the young person. It's not a mass organization of people of color. It's really a more specific type of person who's actually improved their chances over the last couple of elections. And that's the new Democratic Party.
Yeah.
So they have a better shot at winning, but it's less of the type of coalition that I think Democrats like to tell themselves is their coalition.
It's the Chuck Schumer equation. For every 2 blue collar vote
sure.
we lose in the across the board, we win 2 in the suburbs. Like we win 1 in the suburbs, or we win 2 in the suburbs. It's like
that's totally what they're thinking. I mean, here in North Carolina, we're about to go out canvassing with people. We're in this suburban area, fast growing. That is their focus, is in converting the kind of diverse suburbs into Democratic voters. And they're actually, if you talk to the Detroits and Philadelphia organizers, they feel like the campaign isn't as focused on them as previous Democratic campaigns are. But that's partly a tell on the way that the lens of the party has kind of shifted.
Yeah, I really do think that this is a dangerous gambit. Like I think it's a very dangerous gamble. I think that like we'll see. I know that the educated college educated whites in the suburbs are like a resilient voting bloc that consistently votes, but I don't know if enough of them are going to make up for just simply like the larger number of people that are out there, especially if there is some kind of like hemorrhaging from the base that we have seen, right? Especially with like the coalitions that existed within the Democratic Party. I think that they're definitely taking that for granted, and we'll see how it works out. I want to switch gears for a second.
You don't have to look further than 2016, right? A drop off in Milwaukee or Philadelphia, a drop off in Dearborn or Michigan with Arab and Muslim voters. Like there's a lot of ways that this could go wrong, and they basically have hemmed themselves in a kind of 270 to 268 type of strategy.
Yeah,
they are very tied to that Midwestern blue wall. They are very, and so that has to hold. And those type of things, I think, coming out of the candidate switch, I think we thought of Harris as having a broad new landscape with the Georgias and Arizonas and all these places on the table. But that requires a real multiracial, multi-class movement. And if you limit yourself to really that kind of more traditional voter, you're not going to win the Arizonas and Georgias, but you might win the Wisconsins and Pennsylvanias.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you something. I want to hear your perspective on this. There has been some stuff in the last month or so that, like, in terms of messaging, that I feel like is harkening back to a very dark era of the 2016 campaign. I'm specifically referring to Barack Obama talking about black men and how, I guess you guys just don't want to vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman. And I feel like this scoldy tone, I mean, this is like perhaps a private conversation that people might have behind closed doors, but like when you're Barack Obama and you're openly stating that as a message, like, that is going to get a lot of play in the media. And I think that there's two things there that I am, I guess, a little bit frustrated with. One, the potential 20% swing for non-college educated male voters, especially under the age of 50, has been consistent for every demographic group.
For sure.
And black men comprise the smallest percentage of that. So hyper focusing on black men in that regard, I think, opens up the door for a lot of conversations that you will hear sometimes even from like white women on CNN, who will then turn around and be like, yeah, why aren't they voting for women? And it's like, it's a very weird, it's a very weird conversation to have, especially when like black people across the board are still overwhelmingly, including black men, are still overwhelmingly voting for the Democratic Party. And I don't think that the Democrats understand this as a warning sign of like the base kind of like falling apart a little bit. And beyond that, I think like the scold attitude is I feel like they did this with Hillary Clinton when they saw some issues, like, and I think this is like the last ditch effort to like try to scold people, and it's a demonstrable failure time and time again.
I mean, I gotta say, I hated it. I mean, when I saw what he said and kind of saw the tone in which they were coming at this, it felt really reminiscent of some of the worst versions of Democratic messaging. And I think Barack Obama's been pretty like egregious in some of the tone he's come at black voters with, even while he was president. I
Oh
remember
yeah.
2016, he talking about, if you don't vote for Clinton, you'll be letting me down personally. I mean, and I think the thing that I often come to is like, there's no way he would come to different type of voting groups and place the blame on them for their own actions. He would hear those interests. He would listen to those frustrations. I was talking to Governor Wes Moore, only black governor in the country, about the question of black men specifically a couple months ago. And he was saying that Democrats have not done the job of acknowledging folks' frustrations with the political system broadly and the role the party has played in it. We know what the research says about what motivates these group of people. And we know that it is part of a larger educational sorting that's not specific to black men. But Barack Obama is missing all of that type of context when he says that. I
Yeah.
also think also think it completely ignores that for the type of black man we're talking about who's dropped off from Democrats, Obama is an avatar of the party's failures on that issue. Like they are not ready for a lecture from him. They think that he was part of the problem. And so his inability to kind of see himself in his own kind of time in office as the reason people have shifted on ideas of representation, shifted on the ways that Democrats relate to black communities, is itself kind of a self-fulfilling thing. But to your point about the ways that kind of there's been a larger shift among non-college men, I think Democrats could be honest with themselves. They talk more in the cultural language of Twitter and academia. They talk more about their biggest pitch often in black communities is about representation or getting elite black folks into elite spaces.
Yeah.
All of those are things that are way more motivating for a college educated, affluent class of people of color than they are for working class people of color. And so it's no surprise to me that that is reflected in some of the drop off here. And I just think they have to ask themselves, do they want to reorient issues to actually speak to these folks? Or is their only message to them one of shame and blame? And I think like in this election so far, we've really seen them hit the shame and blame button more than anything else. And I do think that's a big warning sign because if they're repivoting to really focus on this type of coalition, a more college educated one, a more affluent one, I think they're only a Nikki Haley nomination away from getting wiped off the map, you
Yes.
know? So like they are being helped right now because the person on the other side is Donald Trump.
And he's so
And it
bad.
has
It's
it,
not
and it
just
has
Donald
not
Trump, but a bad version of him too.
a bad version of Donald Trump, yes. And so I'm saying they have not had the inner party discussions and growing pains to really acknowledge what I think has been a big shift from them in terms of the types of issues they talk about and the folks leading that sort of messaging. And so if there's a gut check for Democrats, even if they win this election, I think it's how do we talk to folks who did not go to college? How do we talk to folks who are, and there was such an assumption, again, this is the same point. They did not think they would have to do this because they assumed that people of color would move in their direction to a kind of demographic destiny sense. That undergirds so much of the overconfidence that Democrats have had over the last 6 to 8 years is because they have felt that inevitably Latino voters would reject Donald Trump, or inevitably black people would reject Donald Trump. And I think the thing that I hope, or maybe hope isn't the right word, but the thing that I think they have to have understood by now is that that type of assumption is not true. And
Yeah.
there is no guarantee that the more diverse version of America is a more inevitably liberal democracy.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee of that. And so I think they have to wrestle with that. And it's the big difference between saying the words that black people aren't a monolith or that Latinos aren't a monolith or whatever, and actually believing and moving like that. Because they know to say it now. But in the end, when you hear Barack's tone, when you hear Obama's tone, he's basically saying that black men have to do this one thing because they're this one way.
Yeah.
And that's not a winning message. So
It also
I think
ironically
they have to get to that eventually. I just don't think they have the capacity, frankly, or the voices in the room to do that right now.
like scolding of that sort, even if it's correct to a certain degree, should never be deployed as a front-facing message.
Politics.
That's not, you can't do that.
Yeah.
And I don't know how the Democratic Party has like never really reckoned with that. And I think it's, I don't know if it's like the DC media bubble that they're completely captured by, but like that kind of messaging is not going to shake people into going, oh yeah, I just came to my senses. Like this guy is racist, right?
Yeah.
And
I think
oh, go
Can
ahead.
I say also, like, it's a consistent problem for them, even in this own election cycle. Part of the reason there was a big underrating of Biden's age as a political problem, or a lack of understanding that most people in the country were seeking change rather than the status quo, is because there has been a consistent distance from leaders of the party, from the type of like working class, non-college folks who are driving a lot of these changes. There was an assumption, I think, from party leaders that Donald Trump will be inherently unacceptable because of things like January 6th or things like his legal problems. That was a bad assumption, too. And so I think if we add up all that we've learned since 2020, you have a consistent story about a Democratic Party whose distance from these type of voters is putting them in pretty bad electoral situations, you know? Now, they might have a little get out of jail free card because people's distaste for Donald Trump is so high that it could lead them to a slight electoral college victory or even a bigger one. But that's not about them, you know?
Yeah.
And I still think that eventually these distinctions that they have not wrestled with are going to become very important. And I don't have the evidence over the last couple years, or frankly, the confidence knowing some of the folks who run these campaigns, to believe that they even know enough of these type of people, you know, or like care enough, frankly, about these type of people to really do the type of recalibration I imagine will be necessary.
Yeah, I hear a lot of I hear a lot of feedback from people that like are in the campaigns, and they're mostly just like celebrating the massive war chest that they have, and they see that as like, you know, Brad Summering your way into the November deadline. And I think that's a truly terrifying prospect that I personally saw when I went to the DNC. I was like, what the fuck? Like, these guys are...
I mean, it's very conventional people for very unconventional times. Like, and so the playbooks they are using are ones that are not necessarily even in the same language. And so, yeah, they can update it with a meme or with TikTok or whatever. And I think they have been trying to do some of that stuff. But I think you gotta, both parties, like the Republicans have already had their big sea change with Trump.
Yeah.
You know, their big rupture came after 2016 when he broke the party. I think Democrats haven't had their moment of reckoning, but the signs are there that the fault lines are real enough that it might come.
I think the difference between the Republican shift from in the post-Trump world, however, is that he leaned into the base further than previous Republicans had. Whereas I feel like the Democratic Party is constantly moderating against their base, like against the broader population, that time and time again, especially when it's like associated not with a Democrat, but like a faceless ballot initiative, like a ballot measure, will vote for the most progressive possible thing, including but not limited to, you know, the expansion of Medicaid, for example.
Yeah.
Like, these are the things that people want. They have the capacity, no matter what their like weird, dare I say, kind of silly, inconsistent political worldview might look like, when they are staring at something that is going to help them materially, they want it. That's an understandable desire that people have. And it is very frustrating if you have this charisma gap, for example. I think with Kamala Harris, like, she's appealing to suburban voters for sure to a certain degree. But I think like for the broader electorate, I don't think she is like uniquely charismatic at all. And I think that like if you have that issue, right? Like even Joe Biden, when his brain was working, was like a relatively solid retail politician. Like he was great at kissing babies and shaking hands. Like that was something that he did quite well. Not to say that he couldn't do that in 2020 regardless, because of both COVID and because his brain wasn't functioning too well. But the way to make up for that charisma gap, in my opinion, is by having solid policies like the price gouging thing, like finding the best possible way to communicate how you are going to fix people's issues directly, and then putting that at the forefront of your campaign rather than like vague generalizations about the opportunity economy and how you're going to give small business owners $50,000 in tax cuts. And I haven't seen that at all from the Democratic Party, and it is certainly frustrating. There are obviously a lot of gimmies here too. Like one of the biggest ones, of course, is the ongoing atrocities in both Gaza and Lebanon. Something that is profoundly popular across the board. Even majority Republicans want a ceasefire, and the only mechanism to enact that ceasefire is fairly simple. It's just one phone call from Biden saying, we're no longer giving you any weapons if you keep this up, which Biden, weirdly enough, presented as an opportunity now in the last iteration, as they are, as Israel has shut off humanitarian aid into North Gaza, as they're pummeling North Gaza. And I found it shocking. I found it, dare I say, spiteful that Biden was pushing the deadline for a potential embargo, if humanitarian aid is still restricted to North Gaza, to after the election.
Yeah.
Like,
unfortunately, I have to go, so this might have to be my last answer. But I want to say something to that point. The biggest thing that Democrats can do is respond in policy. Is to tell a story that actually motivates folks and combines messenger with message. Now, we've talked a lot about the message front, but I also think there's a big piece here about Harris not going through the primary and not getting those type of reps to be able to communicate the differences within the party, how they've changed over the years, and kind of get Democrats on the same front headed into the general election. No matter what happens between now and the next 3 weeks from now, I still think Joe Biden is the secret, main, most important person of this race, because his inability to step aside, stop the party from being able to have an open conversation with itself about what it believes. And I think that type of conversation could have been a motivating or jolting thing in an election where apathy is just as big of a deal as the choices in front of them. And so sometimes it feels as if they run from having these conversations in an attempt to be everything to everyone, rather than actually answer people's concerns on that front. And we should say Republicans have an easier job on this front. They have a more monochromatic base. They have a base that believes more of the same thing, that is more alike than the Democratic one, right?
Yeah.
Diversity is actually a challenge for Democrats because not everyone believes the same thing on a lot of stuff. But one of the things I do think is true is that hiding from it is not going to be the most helpful. And I also think that they have been avoiding, ever since 2016, they have been a reactive party to Donald Trump rather than an affirmative party laying out a kind of vision. I think the last time Democrats had that sort of conversation was in an Obama era, where there was like a vision that was being laid out.
Yeah.
And Biden won, frankly, by saying this primary should not really be about vision. It should be about who can beat Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That has just delayed this inevitable conversation within the party further and further and further. And so even if Kamala Harris wins, I still don't think that solves that front, because she's more of a weather vane for where the party exists than she is setting an agenda going forward. And so I just think that eventually these chickens will come home to roost. And whether it's this election that kind of hurts them on that front, or if it's a kind of open party question or where they go on issues like immigration or the like going forward, they're going to have to wrestle with this stuff. And even things like foreign policy cannot be things that they put aside any longer. They have an increasingly diverse electorate, increasingly first generation. Black and Latinos are coming from different parts of the country. They don't look the same as they looked 50 years ago. And so they're going to have to actually, I think, spend time on issues that they have not considered and frankly have benefited from not considering. Even if you take foreign policy, my last point, back in 2020, there were so many differences between all those candidates. But basically, bar Bernie Sanders, most of them believed exactly the same thing when it came to Israel.
Yeah.
Most of them believed exactly the same thing when it came to a lot of foreign policy questions. I think that's changed among Democrats. And so where they fall now is going to be a bigger, more open question. And we just we frankly won't know until after this election because they're going to punt that as far as they can.
Yeah. All right. Instead, thank you so much for coming on. It
Yeah,
was
thank
wonderful
you. I
having
always
you.
appreciate it.
You're brilliant as always, and I hope to have you on again.
Yeah, for sure. Thank y'all for checking us out and check out the run up too. And we're gonna have some fun before the election comes. But thank you for having me.
All right, bye. All right, that was Seth Herndon of the Run Up podcast on the New York Times. He's a brilliant reporter. Fantastic conversation as always. You know, it's great to see, you know, people that are very prominent members of mainstream media that are, especially by design, because he has to have his eyes on the road directly. Like he is directly talking to voters on a regular basis. Like I love talking to people like that in particular, just like Dave, because they get to see so many broad perspectives. So great interview overall. Was he driving? No, he wasn't driving. You're crazy. No, he was parked. Anyway, so yeah, I hope that was at least a little bit more instructive or a little bit more informative for you guys. You said he had to keep his eyes on the road? No, I meant like on the campaign trail, chat. Yeah. Also, he's in North Carolina. He has to avoid the anti-FEMA militias. Okay. Oh man. So yeah, that is interesting to hear from. What do you think about making the left more masculine? That's a funny question. Do you think if the Dems lose is squarely Biden's fault? No, I think it's the conversation we just had is the entirety of the Democratic Party has like refused to reckon with the reality of what the American electorate wants and desires. This is something that I consistently point to with the 2016 election, 2016 primaries in particular. Hillary Clinton was a representation of like elite Democratic Party machine, right? And a lot of voters despised that, so much so that they voted for an old Jewish socialist, right? In overwhelming numbers, as a matter of fact. And obviously at the end of the day, with superdelegates and the media support, that campaign got packed up, especially because Bernie was never able to make it past the finish line and get to the general and see if that would help with the broader turnout strategy. But having said that, I think that the reason why the Democrats lost in 2016 beyond the Bernie stuff is because they were not responsive to the anger and resentment that a lot of people feel about the way things are going after 8 years of Barack Obama, right? This is the reason why I always point to that is because a lot of people have short-term memory and they look at the differences in the economy between 2020 and now, right? And they say, well, the economy is rebounding. I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't people actually refuse to reckon with that? And what a lot of people don't, what a lot gets lost in that conversation is that regardless of the economy rebounding or regardless of the soft landing or whatever, these like vague concepts that people cannot comprehend because they know that inflation hit them already, is that in spite of all of that, people were already angry before COVID, right? That's the reason why I point to 2016. Like there was already an anger and resentment that was brewing within the base that existed before COVID, before Donald Trump. That anger and resentment and a lack of interest in dealing with that is what got us Donald Trump. And I think continuing with this strategy of hyper focusing on people that are better off, people that have higher education, and going after the low propensity voters, I think is going to, especially when you are using all of the opportunity you have on the communications front to normalize right-wing sentiment, to normalize right-wing framing on every single issue, you are creating an environment that is never going to be hostile to Republican ideas at all. And the moment that you have a competent Republican is going to be a moment where they run the table, Reagan style. Yeah. I think he was 100% right when he said that this new Dem coalition is collapsing as soon as the GOP nominates a Haley-like candidate. This is the decency coalition, and I doubt it'll survive a post-Trump election. Exactly. Now, this isn't to say that the Republicans don't have like larger, more holistic problems within their own campaigning as well. The Republicans have designed the situation that will cook them inevitably, that like nobody that can make it out nobody that is like a Haley style candidate is making it out the primary, unless I guess all the options are Haley style candidates. Okay. But overall, I think there is a real problem there's a real problem in the, what is this? Hamas is bad. Hassan sucks. On God, Sinwar deserved it. Thanks for your valuable feedback and input, chatter. Is there a competent Republican currently? Someone may be green now, but it could be more dangerous for Dems later. I mean, even a fucking JD Vance, dude. Yeah. I mean, the JD Vance that I saw on that VP debate and the JD Vance that I've seen thus far on the New York Times interview, for example, is a scary JD Vance. A scarier JD Vance than the JD Vance that you saw on the podcast that is gross and frustrates people, right? He is a chameleon. He's very good. He's like a Pete Buttigieg. He's very good at adopting different shapes and presenting himself depending on which audience he's talking to. He's getting better at pretending to be human. And he is very comfortable in those liberal spaces because he is a liberal. So in terms of like the liberal intelligentsia stuff, like he has an easier shot winning back those Kamala Harris coalition voters and bringing them firmly back to the Republican Party where they already were and where they belong than Donald Trump is. He is probably worse off at captivating the fucking hogs, you know? So he needs to get better with the donut shop worker demographic. Yeah. Felix says Trump's biggest asset in 2016 was independents seeing him as more the moderate of the two choices. That's not value judgment. That's an objective fact about voter perceptions. Why in the fuck world would your message be he's actually more moderate than he claims? Yeah, I know. The hypocrisy baiting stuff is really stupid. Although I will say something that may be considered controversial in this community. I do think that the way that Kamala Harris handled the trans question on the Fox News broadcast with Brett Baer was not as hypocrisy focused, but actually was relatively solid. Not just for the Fox audience in general, but I think it was a solid way to talk about it, as in like, who cares? It was fine when he did it. It's fine when we did it. Like, shut the fuck up about this. Okay. Let's get back to the kitchen table issues. I think that is the expert way of just neutralizing the anti-trans narratives that Republicans desperately want to put at the forefront. She pivoted away from the transphobia issue, closed that door fast, and made Brett back down. Yeah, exactly. Lawless on, respectfully, you're dumb on the trans question. What do you mean? I don't think a normal Republican can turn out rule of voters in the same way Trump can. No, but they still have their base. Like, evangelicals are always going to vote, and they're a resilient voting bloc for the Republicans. Waltz had an even greater answer to it. It was fantastic. Waltz pulled no punches, calling out the anti-trans attack ads for fomenting hate and demonizing a minority to maintain political power. Here's the quote that was really good. I think this is the one, right? The line of questioning came midway through the interview where Waltz was asked about what the administration would do for queer kids. You can see the Waltz full response here. Tim Waltz, yeah, well, there's certainly things we can codify into law. We know the hate crimes that come against this, making sure the education is out there. It starts with making sure that those kids are safe in the schools. They're safe in their persons. I think the platform of being able to talk about this makes a big difference. But I also think, Abby, your point is on this. I was just mentioning we need to appoint judges who uphold the right to marriage, uphold the right to be who you are. I'm proud to be on making sure that that's the case. Uphold the right to get medical care you need. We should not be naive. Those appointments are really, really important. I think that's what the vice president is committed to. No, I think not the judges. There was another thing that here, this is the one. Yeah. We're out here trying to make the case that access to healthcare and a clean environment. This is the banger message. Sorry. This is like, it's not just buzzwords, chatters. This is, I think, the best possible angle of attack here. We're out here trying to make the case that access to healthcare and a clean environment and manufacturing jobs and keeping your local hospital open, those are the things that people are really concerned about. They're running millions of dollars of ads demonizing folks that are just trying to live their lives. That is perhaps the best mathematically calculated response to all of the trans-panic shit that you can arrive at. That is Tim Walz doing Tim Walz shit. The problem, however, is that this is relegated to the, to the random podcasts of the world and is not the primary communication strategy of the party itself. And that is very frustrating. And for the record, a version of this also exists for anti-immigrant sentiment, right? Like, it is damn near identical. Hassan, you talk way too much about the trans stuff. Are you by chance a trans? Dog, this is such a funny thing to say because this question in and of itself, and I know you're like trolling or whatever, but this question in and of itself basically destroys the conception that like gender norms are binary and rigid. Okay? You know what I mean? Do you understand that? You understand that you're like openly recognizing the reality? I think it's not as effective for immigrant stuff because people don't interact with that many trans people on a daily, but they do interact with immigrants and form a bigoted relationship and view them. Wrong. 100% wrong. On the immigrant stuff, it's actually even more successful because of the lack of access to like a random normal trans person that people might have, right? Everybody is around immigrants, both undocumented and documented, all the fucking time. And that's precisely the reason why in the polling data, if you dive a little bit deeper into polls on the way that the American population views immigration in this country, 60% say they want mass deportations and 60+% still say they want mass amnesty, a pathway to citizenship. It's the idea that the immigrant that you don't know is actually responsible for all of these crimes, but the immigrant that you do know is good, is a hard worker. Okay? And the Democrats, it's same poll. Is that from the same poll? Yes, same fucking poll. It is so shocking if you're oblivious to how Americans believe contradictory things, but it is expected if you are familiar. That sounds like racism with extra steps. Yeah, no shit. All the immigration conversation revolves around white nativist ideals. Yes, that is racist. Inherent permissible white supremacist talking points. That's what it is. So the median voter undefeated, it's not necessarily just a median voter. It's just like every American voter is like this. When we're talking about percentages like 60+%, that's like damn near the entirety. But yeah, he then turned the role that coming out plays in advancing, advancing acceptance, making a plea to parents to accept their kids and explaining how we can move people to a place of acceptance. You're reaching a lot of folks in hearing this. And for some people, it's not even out of malice. It's not a pejorative. It's out of ignorance. They maybe have not been around people. You've all seen this, however it takes you to get there. But I know it's a little frustrating when you see folks have an epiphany when their child comes out to them. That's good. We're glad they got there. You'd like to think that empathy would be there. But I think especially for older folks, they want to do right, but they don't really understand. And when they see these guys trying to demonize and make things scary, that's where I think family members can just come out and say, look, here's what you should understand about this community. Here's what you should know. It feels to me like that goes a long ways. We're winning public opinion and we need to continue to do that. But I don't want us to get too far away from, we need to also make sure that the power that protects these rights is in place too. So I think that Tim Walz is this is another one of those instances where he's just like, when you let his freak flag fly, he just pops off pretty hardcore. I just wish he wasn't in the cuck corner all the time. You know what I mean? And shackled and muzzled by the establishment Democratic Party that sees him as like a weird radical that's going to be off-putting to the fucking broader base of support. While they simultaneously trot him out as like a coach that shoots guns. Come on, go shoot your guns and be a coach. Shut the fuck up about like your actual worldview. And that's what's like really frustrating about this kind of thing. Like you have a golden boy and you've muzzled him. I don't like that. I think it's really, really, really stupid. Did you talk about the 30-day deadline that Biden did? Yes, I did. You are 100% spot on with the Nikki Haley comment. She's Mr. Zogby's frustration reflects that and an acknowledgement among some Harris campaign operatives that the damage with a small but potentially crucial subset of voters has been done, especially in Michigan. The battleground state has one of the largest Arab and Muslim populations in the country, and those voters signaled long ago that they were angry with Biden administration over the war. The path to victory in a state like Michigan, Harris campaign officials are betting, is through suburban counties that are home to many college-educated and white voters. That includes a slice of more than 296,000 voters who supported Nikki Haley in the state's Republican presidential primary race. Ms. Harris's visits to suburban areas of Michigan and Wisconsin this week underscored where she and her advisors believe she can win. Paul Bless says she's not going to for the same reason she's given nothing to the anti-war movement so far. She wants to be seen as more pro-Israel candidate. The Harris campaign is forfeiting Arab American voters in Michigan and hoping to offset the loss through white suburbanites. The only Democrats who are honest about this are the ones who say there aren't enough Arab Americans in Michigan to tip the scale against her. I don't know if it's accurate, but it's better than pretending she's going to suddenly run an anti-Netanyahu ad 18 days before the election. Yeah. She wants votes from the anti-Zionist protesters now? No, she does not. She does not. I don't think you guys understand. She does not. She has openly communicated that if you care about this sort of thing and you want to vote on that basis, you are not a part of the party. I mean, that's it.
Go ahead. I think it makes it easier.
You going to talk to Prime Minister Netanyahu about it?
He's called me, yes.
What was that conversation?
He's called me. I have not spoken. I'm going to speak to him probably now.
What are you going to tell him?
Well, look, he's doing a good job. Biden is trying to hold him back. Just so you understand, Biden is far superior to the VP. He's trying to hold him back, and he probably should be doing the opposite, actually. I'm glad that VP decided to do what he had to do, but it's moving along pretty good. Everything's moving along. Yes, you have a fairly good.
Obvious you are a Jewish supporter, anti-Zionist as I am. Please stop anti-Semitism in chat. What? Are you okay, chatter? What is happening? Yeah, so people are looking at this and going, oh, you should just use this. You should run this ad targeting Arab American voters in Michigan. It's like, I don't think they care. You know, I don't think they care enough. I think that they have made this electoral calculation. I don't know if it will get them across the finish line, but it certainly will not in the next election cycle. Does that make sense? That's the... Like, even if they are to win, and their chances are looking worse and worse every single day, there's still a likelihood that they will win, right? But the problem here is that coalition that they're trying to laser in on will inevitably go back to the Republican Party, no matter how aggressive or right-wing the Republicans are, as long as the Republican Party maintains messaging discipline and doesn't go as hard as Trump does. That's it. Down to the wire. Every single person that you meet, most likely at a certain point, has heard something that Trump has said that they do not like. And this absolutely includes Trump voters. If you ask Trump voters, like, what do you think about Trump? They'll be like, I don't really like some of the things he says, but he's my guy. Right? Like, that's such a commonly held perspective amongst Trump supporters. Okay? That to me means that if it's not Donald Trump, someone who might be as charismatic as Donald Trump, that's really, really difficult to find. But if it's someone who doesn't go as far and as beyond as Donald Trump, like, you know, and running around and being like, yeah, immigrants are, you know, poisoning the blood of the nation and that they're going to fucking eat your pets or whatever, like, you're going to have a really hard time beating a person like that. Even into recent days, people have spoken with close Biden advisors. They have heard complaints that the president would be in the same spot or better right now had he stayed in the race. One Dem veteran consultant, that's literally insane. Yeah, that's not correct, for the record. That's really stupid. They should have literally... No, they would not be in the same place. What the fuck are these guys talking about? What are they smoking on? No, he would be like on the national polls would be fucking minimum 5 points underwater. perhaps maybe even a larger percentage. It is crazy. Okay, you are out of your fucking mind. Like, the only reason why you think that is because you haven't heard his brain. You haven't heard his brain leaking out of his ears on national television in quite some time, and that's why you're like, oh well, you know, people like him. His approval ratings went up when he dropped out of the race, dog. Like, they hated him so much that they were like, oh, thank God he fucking left. Okay, give me a fucking break. You're so stupid. Anyway, in mid-September, the Democratic and Research Polling Initiative Blueprint conducted a national poll testing a long series of potential statements Harris could make about herself and Biden. Those that performed best, the polling found, were those that displayed a clear break between her and Biden, while those that performed worse were those that portrayed a future Harris administration as building on the accomplishments of the Biden era. Any mention of Biden, the polling found, led to less support, even if the position it had Harris taking was the same. Even if you're going to lean on the Biden administration's accomplishments, it is best to not admit that it is Joseph Robinette Brandon's accomplishments, because people don't like him. Very, very dumb that the Democratic Party is like, nah, we are Biden. Mike from PA, Harris is completely fumbled by turning to the right and has totally cratered her support among young people and black people. Pathetic and deserved. Please tell me how interested you are in this election in November using a scale from 1 to 10. Share of registered voters responding 9 or 10. Okay? We are at 64%. It's lower than Hillary Clinton for black voters, and 18 to 34-year-old voters, 54% to 49%. That is fucked up. Her early surge was entirely with young people and people of color in hopes that she would represent progressive change. Her entire campaign since then has been spitting in the progressive faces, and thus she will lose. This data from the right after the dropout proving it. I think overall, I am not as assured as Michael from Pennsylvania is in terms of like Kamala Harris's like definite electoral defeat. Although I am certainly worried about it. I do think that there is every day that goes by, I think the likelihood that she will lose gets higher. And that is not good when you have 17 days until the election. Okay. Are people less enthused? Yeah. They will vote for Trump or not vote. I doubt it. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah. But this poll doesn't mean crap. I mean, the trend of younger person not being as active in election has been a trend in almost all countries. No, I think that there's a lot of fucking people under the age of 35 that if you activated, you could actually swing like a shit ton of districts. The problem is we just never try. We don't ever fucking actively try that shit. Like, here's what doesn't work for under 35-year-olds, okay? Telling them to shut the fuck up and vote. You can have a million Harry Sassans vote scolding people over and over again. People just don't give a shit. They're like, I don't care. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. Like, and you also cannot find a better strategy of communicating the campaign policies if the campaign policies are kind of shitty. Like, I don't know how else to describe this, right? Like, you cannot find a good way to massage right-wing framing on these issues. And that's why Tim Walz fails spectacularly when talking about like nuking Iran or fucking talking about immigrants and how we're going to pack them up ourselves. We're the anti-immigrant party. Like, that's dumb. You can't do that. You're just not going to fucking win on that front. So what remains in that situation? Trump did January 6th, which, you know, obviously a lot of older voters or, election lovers such as yourself care about that. But I don't think the broader population gives a shit about that. Right? Like, it doesn't matter. I think about what? This guy literally said something so anti-Semitic in defense of Asmongold. That's so funny. This guy said Asmongold said nothing wrong, which, by the way, you should check in with Asmongold because he thinks he said something wrong. And then he turned around and said, you've said worse about tiny hat people, as in he's saying, like, he's using an anti-Semitic way of referring to Jews. Like, how am I supposed to assume that you are not a Nazi here and assume that you're like actually someone who cares about anti-Semitism as you refer to Jewish people as tiny hat people? The fuck is wrong with you, dude? That's insane. Like, he couldn't even hide his like perspective. He couldn't even like find a better way to communicate that to like virtue signal as though he does care about Jewish people by literally being anti-Semitic. It's fucking hilarious. He right? Okay. I'm voting for Kanye. Fuck it. Okay, chatter. There's nothing funnier than there's nothing funnier than being anti-Semitic while simultaneously being like, I really care about anti-Semitism and you're presenting it. You're being very anti-Semitic right now. Nick had a great statement for the Asmongold people, even attacking Asmongold for his willingness to
Defenders,
change.
y'all are so fucking cringe. Listen, he is our friend. He's not yours. You don't need to go harass everything OTK related for him. Okay? You guys look like fucking losers. Stop it. Like, holy shit, I cannot. He don't know you, little bro. Stop. He's our friend. We talk to him daily. We know him more than you do. Grow up. Go focus on yourselves. Get a job. Go to the gym. It is pathetic. Like, after every single OTK tweet just getting harassed, it's insane. Stop. Stop. Like, stop. Like, it's crazy. It is crazy. I've never seen this before. Like, stop. Y'all are making his community...
He's throwing them in the grinder,
look
I
horrible.
think.
Like, horrible. Please stop. For love of God. Like, we know him. You do not. Just because you watch him all day. Holy moly.
I haven't been getting a lot of like Asmongold supporters in here that's like that chirp at me though, to be honest.
It's crazy.
Like I haven't really seen that much.
I never even say shit.
Yeah. Like I think they just don't even come around these parts, or we probably banned them a long time ago. They're just like mostly on Reddit.
Like this. But like, fuck off.
On the mod side, it's not even that bad. We had a handful, but even some of them were immediately apologetic. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's weird to get mad at everybody, including like yelling at Asmongold as a fan of Asmongold because he said that he recognizes that he did something wrong. Like it's a wild situation. Let people grow. Anyway, Peter Alexander, what is one policy you would have done differently over the last 3 years and a half as than President Biden?
Week that every president has to cut their own path. What is one policy that you would have done differently over these last 3.5 years than President Biden?
I mean, to be very candid with you, even including Mike Pence, vice presidents are not critical of their presidents. I think that really actually, in terms of the tradition of it and also just going forward, it does not make for a productive and important relationship.
I don't think that's a good message. You got to be like, I'm expanding on I'm building a new pathway for the future or something. You know what I mean? There's a lot I can do, and there's a lot of limitations to the position itself. Like, I think given the constraints of the job is one thing that speaks to why I can't make these changes right now. But the American people will vote for the change that they want to see in me. Like just simply saying that like I'm a VP to Biden and I ride or die with him is so dumb, especially when as Biden's vice president, you were chosen to replace him because he was objectively unpopular.
I've given you that green light with his comments that you can carve your own path. So now that you have this ability to say that to be on your own?
Well, no, going forward, there is no question that I bring my own experiences and my own life experiences.
Is there a policy that stands out to you in particular either?
Sure. I mean, my approach to what we need to do around Medicare covering home health care, born out of my experience.
Oh my gosh, she's trying to do patchwork on the blueprint messaging front. She's trying to hit those hit the positive policies that she saw play well. No, she has said something about Medicare. It's correct. This is a actual policy that is overtly popular. When I first heard it on The View, I said as such. I told you guys the moment that she unveiled that she was going to expand Medicare to at-home care, I was like, that's great. I call balls and strikes, chat. I call motherfucking balls and strikes. The reason why I keep going back to this blueprint thing is because this verbatim is like straight up everything that I have said for the past couple of months. Okay? When she talks about good policies that are progressive, that help people's like material problems, it plays well for the broader electorate. They like it. They're like, I'm hurting here. I'm glad that she's going to address that. That is normal. Okay? That's normal. Of course people are going to be like, yeah, man, why the fuck would I vote for you? Oh, you're going to do something for me? I like that. Okay? Now, this isn't even to say that she's going to do any of this. I'm just, at this point, we are so captive to reactionary framing on issues that I'm just like she won't even lie to people, you know? I'm like, lie to the American public, please. Oh, it's very, very, very stupid to not do this. And the things that I hate, small business stuff, like the hyper focus on giving tax cuts to a person that wants to launch a small business, plays very poorly. Who would have thought? And the worst of it all being that she would put an actual Republican in the cabinet. It's like, you're not a Republican. This is not the Republican primary that's happening on November 5th. Okay, Barry Balls, thank you for the 100 community gifted subs during this freaking hype train. That's crazy. Allowing 100 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. That's wild. What a time to be alive, Harry Balls. Barry Balls, sorry, not Harry Balls. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, chat.
Experience of taking care of my mother. My priority on housing, one, because I know what it means.
Like all of the personal anecdotes that she tries to tack on to the policy. I'm sorry. People might get mad at me about this, but like, I think when she talks about the personal anecdotes, it comes across as robotic and insincere. It comes across as inauthentic. Please don't yell at me and tell me that I am like anti-black or anti-woman or whatever. I'm just telling you how I read it. And if I read it and I am susceptible to her framing on the issue because I like the policies that she's talking about, then I suspect that a lot of people that have way more hangups than I do, okay, because I have none. I don't give a fuck what someone's background is. I only care about what they're saying and what they're going to do. I don't know. I think that is an overt problem with the way that Democrats are perceived. And I think that is that's another part of the messaging gap, another part of the messaging issue. Bro, she's committing genocide, but you like her policies? My friend, that's neither here nor there. Should I put the hat on? I have a hat for this. I have two different hats. When I'm talking about Kamala Harris's policies and talking about the electoral calculation here, doing the rat race, I'm putting my fucking DC wonk analyst hat on. When I'm talking about the Republican Party, for example, and how far they go, okay, in terms of like messaging a radical agenda that comes across as overtly gross and racist, okay, I'm talking about it from the perspective, not because I agree with the Republican Party at all, nor the Democratic Party as, for that matter, but from the perspective of, will this help them win the election? Do you understand? Do you get it? I don't think you get it, but it's okay. Serial wanker. This guy. What the fuck? Dude, why are you making it like America Kaka wants a ceasefire? There's literally nothing isn't real does that without America Kakan approval. Do you think Kamala is Hillary 2.0 or is she doing something better or worse? I think that Kamala Harris is Hillary 2.0 for sure, but she doesn't have the baggage that Hillary has. So she is, her favorables are better than Hillary Clinton. That much is a certainty, you know? Anyway, do you have a hat that you put on when you are talking about an organized militia movement in the third world? Yes, I do. I wear many hats.
Affordable housing and the ability to buy a home. Again, my own experience. My mother saved up, and not until I was a teenager was she able to do it. But also, I know that for so many young people who I speak with around our country, the American dream is just really out of reach. So my policy about $25,000 down payment assistance to help them get their foot in the door. The work that I have been doing and will bring to the presidency around emphasizing small businesses as being part of the real.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Never talk about small businesses ever again. Shut up.
America's economy. Those are the experiences and the ideas that I have that are about moving forward and really in being a part of the next generation of leadership in America.
Last one, I know I got.
Ugh. I hate the small business shit, dude. It's so bad. It is so fucking bad. All right. Let's get to... I already served the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. I don't know why people are fucking still trying to debate me or whatever. Let's talk about Yahya Sinwar. Okay? Yahya Sinwar became the Politburo chief of Hamas, was already the leader of the military wing of Hamas, and is seen as the person who was most responsible for... I don't want to use the term masterminding because I feel like a lot of people are going to say, oh, you're being fucking anti-Semitic or whatever the fuck. What's a better word than that? Coordinating the October 7 attacks on Israel, and yeah, the planner, the designer, the architect, yes, orchestrating. So there's the raw footage of Yahya Sinwar's last moments. This doesn't actually show any blood or anything, but Israel, weirdly enough, presented this, I think, because they thought, like, look how sick this is. Like, we killed him. He died. He's a loser. But the reality of the matter is that I think this will probably, I think this is like something that will backfire, considering that it shows, it completely contradicts a lot of the messaging surrounding Yahya Sinwar and the way that he was presented to be like surrounded by 20 hostages that he's handcuffed to, and that he was in a tunnel structure always, like consistently hiding. And that's not the case at all. His arm is severed in the video. Yeah, his arm was shot off, I believe, by like the first artillery shell. I will give you the details of what happened, what took place 2 days ago, yesterday. But basically, there's constant 24/7 surveillance, and in that 24/7 surveillance within the Gaza Strip, they saw like a bunch of militants. The Israeli army saw a bunch of militants that they suspected, or maybe Palestinians, I don't know, being suspicious. That's enough to fucking attack them. But what is this?
Important word to understand the Israeli psyche is fire. I'm Elon Gilad. I write about Hebrew and Jewish history. Let's take a look at the central concept of Israeliness, starting with its etymology. The word comes from the criminal jargon of Russia in the early 20th century, where it was used to mean non-criminal, and by extension, someone who may easily be exploited, a mark. The word comes from the Yiddish word fire, meaning a customer of a prostitute, a John, which itself probably comes from a German word meaning suitor. Now, this word arrived in Israel with Russian immigrants in the 1950s, where it took on a life of its own in Hebrew. The closest word in English to fire is sucker, but it's so much more. It's a cultural touchstone that reveals the heart of Israeli society. You see, in Israel, being a fire doesn't just mean you're easily fooled. It's more about missing the chance to cut corners, dodge rules, or get ahead by any means necessary. In a society where bending the rules is often seen as savvy, being a fire means you're the one who plays it straight. And that's not a compliment. In fact, being called a fire is one of the worst insults out there. Sociologists have noted that the concept of fire is closely linked to the Israeli national identity. To be Israeli in many ways is to be aware of the constant risk of being a fire, and to navigate life with the sharpness and savvy needed to avoid that fate. This mentality is seen as a defining feature of what it means to be Israeli, shaping everything from personal interactions to national policies. Now, you know?
What? It's not passing the smell test? What are you talking about? This guy is not like a random dude. This is a Jewish guy who writes about Hebrew and Jewish history. The fuck? Like, talking about culture in Israel. Where's time without an ovo when you need him? God damn. Talking about cultural undertones in Israeli society, I think is important to understand. I didn't know about this to begin with, but like something that we talked about before is like the way that the Holocaust is viewed, the way that the Holocaust is viewed in Israeli society, and like what role it plays in understanding contemporary Israeli mindset. He's paraphrasing an article from '99 about this concept. Yeah, he's not like a fucking random person. Anyway, he's an editor and writer at Haaretz, who also, I didn't even know about this concept, but I kind of understand what he's saying. That like, but as far as like the militancy, for example, like the militant attitudes baked into the way that never again is perceived by broader Israeli society. When you're building a nation, when you're creating a nationalist mythos, there are a lot of things that there are a lot of cultural perspectives that you point to, that you create. BM on Twitter retweeted this article. Yeah. Anyway, Colonizers think that dying is the worst fate and that dying fighting is dumb. If you can live as a slave, they have to believe that otherwise they can't rationalize themselves. So, Israel's release of Yahya Sinwar's final moments serves as propaganda to showcase strength and humiliate Palestinians, reflecting Israeli narcissism. While Israelis interpret his death as a victory, others see it as a symbol of resistance and martyrdom, highlighting different perspectives on life, sacrifice, and struggle. That's a pretty solid way to look at it. I think that a lot of people that watched the footage, the raw footage of this drone footage, like when I saw it, I could not comprehend why they had released this, especially considering that overall the way that this played out is that they didn't even know that they actually ended up targeting and killing Yahya Sinwar. They thought that they were just targeting and killing random Palestinians. Basically, they see 3 people that they think are suspicious. Those 3 people scatter. There's like a firefight. One of them runs into this building. The building is shelled. Okay. Originally, I believe that the early reporting from Israeli media was that whoever it was in that building lobbed grenades, but then that could have been a mistranslation. I know that the grenades were involved, but I don't know if it was actually the person that was in the building, Yahya Sinwar, which we know now, or rather the people that were following him. Tank, not artillery. Yes, a tank shelled the building. They run away. Like the Israeli soldiers run away. Then they send in a drone. This is the drone footage. The suspicious figure, the bloodstain, and the shell to Building 42. New details about Sinwar's assassination. Israel confirms the IDF didn't find Sinwar. Sinwar found them. He emerged suddenly in plain view, shot through grenades. IDF troops got wounded and took cover in a building where he continued to throw sticks, rocks, and grenades while the IDF shelled the place from a distance. This is the article. Basically, what ends up happening in this process is... this is the drone footage, and you'll see he's right there sitting with a keffiyeh over his head in military fatigues with a vest on, and you can kind of tell even in this grainy footage that his arm is gone. Like his one arm is just blasted off. They didn't know at the time that this was Yahya Sinwar. So they turn around once they identify that there's a militant in the room, okay, with the drone. They send the tank back, and the tank basically shells this area once again. And the next day, they're doing a sweep to see what they conducted, what the operation they conducted ended up looking like, and that's where they find the body of Yahya Sinwar. He recognizes the drone is there. He picks up a wooden stick and tosses in the direction of the drone. And then, here is the details. Then a tank and other troops arrived at the scene. At this point, Sinwar went up the second floor of the building where he was hiding, and a tank fired a shell at him. Sinwar was apparently wounded by the tank fire and lost his hand. After soldiers entered the building, he threw 2 grenades at them, and they rolled down the staircase. Soldiers retreated and used the drone to scan the building. Then the drone spotted a masked man with an injured hand. Sinwar saw the drone and threw a piece of wood at it. At this point, the tank fired another shell at him. Okay? Which... I think that it is interesting that they presented this, like, it didn't make any sense to me that they like openly presented this, and I like in terms of this being like a massive W for the Israeli military. Of course, this is a very high profile target for them. This is the architect of October 7. This is the person that is the leader of the Al-Qassam brigades. A lot of people actually were very upset about the Gilad Shalit hostage negotiation and the hostage swap, where 1,000 Palestinians that were imprisoned by the Israeli state were allowed to be released for the return of one singular Gilad Shalit. One of those people was Yahya Sinwar. I've actually listened to, I believe his name is David Remnick, who even read his book and has talked about his background quite a bit. He had a conversation with Ezra Klein a while ago, but I guess I'll give you more details on his background after we talk about
long before the attacks of October the 7th last year.
After we talk about like
Sinwar
the details surrounding the death of Yahya Sinwar.
The top of any notional Israeli target list, a former internal enforcer, a former prisoner in Israel, since 2017, the head of Hamas in Gaza.
Why would he be in the front lines, though? Does Hamas lack men now? I think that is one way to interpret the situation. And yes, Hamas's ranks have obviously been diminished in the last fucking 12 months of a genocide. But I think the other reason is that the other reason why he was in the front lines is because, one, all of Gaza is a front line, and two, at least in terms of like how he has always operated, he is not exactly a shy person. There are a lot of instances, I think, like where he's openly called for Israel to try and drone strike him as he like walked freely in the streets. But this is before October 7. I'm talking about. So it's not like he was he wasn't similar to the usual Politburo chiefs and the way that they are presented to mainstream media, like other Palestinian leadership that was oftentimes maybe even seen at odds with the immediate interests of Palestinians, that they are like wealthy, they live in Doha, they're far removed from the consequences of like Israel's violent actions, even though they are making these decisions, right? He, on the other hand, was always amongst the population. I will, of course, bring up Hind Hassan's interview with him, which I have literally watched before. Hind Hassan says, "This was my interview with Lama Al-Arian, documentary filmmaker, war reporter, Vice News, and NPR. It's his last ever on-camera interview. Everyone told us he was hiding, as it was just days after an assassination attempt during 11 days of Israeli bombardment in 2021. We found him walking down the street, so we stopped him and asked for an interview. We found him walking in Jabalia. After we introduced ourselves and asked for an interview, he said he would consider it and that he would be in touch. Later, Hamas contact got in touch with the team and arranged a time and location. The interview was for Vice News." So he was not the leader of the Al-Qassam brigades, for your information. That is Mohammed Daif. He was the political leader who wanted to be more involved militarily. Sorry. It is interesting, though, once again, we'll dive further into the background and into the mentality of Yahya Sinwar. I've read primarily Israeli reporting on him. Like, that's the most access that I have, because he wrote a book. He spent a big chunk of his life, 2 decades in Israeli prison. His primary responsibility for Hamas was to seek out collaborators. So like most of the people that he actually punished or killed were Palestinian before he went to Israeli prison. And so in Israeli prison, he basically learned a lot about Israel. One thing that you hear about him, one thing that you hear about him quite a lot from at least like Israeli people that are knowledgeable on these matters is that one thing that I've heard so consistently, both from David Remnick and many other people in Israel, is that they always say Yahya Sinwar understood us, as in Israeli society, better than we could ever understand Palestinians. Like, that is, and these are not people who like him, okay? These are not like people who are pro Yahya Sinwar. They're saying that as someone who learned Hebrew in Israeli prison, as someone who translated many Hebrew works into Arabic, and even wrote his own book as well, if someone who was friends with an Israeli dentist during his time in Israeli prison, like, there are a lot of people. He was more accessible to the average Palestinian than many other people in the Hamas leadership structure, and he was also more accessible to even Israeli people as well.
Born in southern Khan Yunis to Palestinian refugee parents, he was 25 at the time of the first Intifada, or uprising, in 1987.
Yeah, he was born in 1962 to a refugee camp, by the way, a refugee camp that still very much exists, by the way, even though Israel basically destroyed it. So, like, that gives you a little bit of a better understanding of, like, the terms and conditions into what the world that Yahya Sinwar came into.
Recruited to the newly formed Hamas, quickly becoming its chief enforcer, punishing, killing Palestinians suspected of collaborating with Israel. In 1989, he was convicted by Israel for the abduction and killing of 2 Israeli soldiers and the murder of 4 Palestinians. He spent 22 years as an Israeli prisoner, even giving interviews in fluent Hebrew. Studying Israeli society, media, politics, the better he had it to attack and undermine them. His then interrogator telling us today that he was never in doubt about the threat he posed.
I'm really glad that he's dead.
Yeah, his interrogators thought he was a highly dangerous person when he was in prison. He tells interrogators he's going to remember all their faces. He also learned Hebrew while in prison, yes.
Because it's very important, and believe me, I know him, to the whole world, not only to the Israel state, to the whole world, because his dream was to kill Israeli Jews and infidels. That was his big dream.
I think that's a bastardization. I don't think that second part is correct.
In 2011, he was one of more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners released in exchange for the captured Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit. Doctrinaire.
It's interesting because while he was in Israeli prison, he was scheming, right? While he was in Israeli prison, he was scheming to figure out a way to do like a hostage negotiation already. Like to potentially like do a prison break, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And he was one of the primary parties in the negotiations process. He was he was a principal negotiator. Like he played a role in this hostage swap that occurred with Gilad Shalit.
Long opposed to the Oslo peace process, with the aim of eradicating Israel and reclaiming all of Palestine, he established himself as a chief strategist, boosting ties with Iran. In 2015, he was defined by the US government as a specially designated global terrorist. His seniority within Hamas was cemented in 2017 when he became its Gaza chief, changing the power balance in favor of its military wing. The same year, Hamas issued an updated charter suggesting it would accept an interim Palestinian state alongside Israel. Sinwar entering into what some saw as an unspoken arrangement with Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel allowing Qatari funding for Gaza in the hope of containing Hamas and maintaining the division between it and the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. But as October the 7th proved, and his speech nearly a year before it suggested, Sinwar was still planning a major attack.
We will come to you, God willing, in a roaring flood. We will come to you with an endless number of rockets.
When did he say this? 2017?
We will come to you with an endless number of rockets. We will come to you in a flood of soldiers without limit. We will come to you with millions of our nation, tide after tide.
With the Al-Aqsa flood, as he called last year's attack, killing 1,200 Israelis and capturing 200...
2022. It was 2 years ago.
50.
Okay.
Sinwar dealt Israel a military
year
humiliation
before.
and a deep psychological wound. But it also brought an unprecedented Israeli response, laying waste to Gaza, killing thousands of civilians and destroying much of Hamas's military capacity and now all of its top-level leadership.
This, according to the IDF, is the moment a tank fired on the building Sinwar was holed up in.
Hassan, looking back now, don't you think that it was Gazans' misfortune that Sinwar got released, considering the state of Gaza now under his leadership? Well, considering prior to his release that Gaza wasn't exactly looking too great, and even after his release, Gaza isn't looking too great, and that the responsible party for Gaza's demise is always going to be the occupying state, the sovereign state of Israel. No, I don't think that his release, because I don't think that his release plays a role in what Gaza looks like, considering that, you know, Israel has historically almost always occupied it and has controlled everyday existence in Gaza. I'm not a believer that, I am not a personal believer that like October 7 is when this history unfolded or history happened, and that there was nothing prior to that. And that's precisely the reason why many people will say that you cannot kill an idea. The people will always yearn for emancipation. That's a totally normal, totally understandable, totally human position to have. And that's precisely the reason why, for example, Hassan Nasrallah's assassination by Israel has not changed the dynamic with Hezbollah still very much fighting against the Israeli incursion into Lebanon, because it has nothing to do with the leadership unless you personally think that like these guys have the capacity to brainwash, you know, millions of people and are just like mind controlling them somehow into resisting against the state of Israel, and that it's not coming out of a normal, very human place of wanting to not live under the ruthless, cruel, brutal military occupation of a settler colony historically that has dominated them, humiliated them, pushed them into a corner with no other way out. That's the reason why I wanted to look at this Vice coverage from 2021, which is, of course, prescient, considering the way that, once again, Gaza looks in 2021, far before October 7. And this is one of the last Western interviews that Yahya Sinwar ever gave. I've watched this video on stream before. I think I might have watched it multiple times. But having said that, I think it'll help you develop a deeper understanding of the experiences that Palestinians go through and where it stems from.
And this is the Bizlash brigade of soldiers who killed him, operating in that area on the day.
Like, this place is nothing. This changes like not a lot in terms of the way that Israel is behaving either. I disagree with this perspective because October 7th happened, the death toll accelerated. Saying that Sinwar's release was not unfortunate for them seems divided from the reality. Even though it's Israel's doing the atrocities of October 7th, form of resistance could have been viewed as an unfortunate miscalculation. This way out that's being played out now seems worse, especially if things go back to apartheid anyway. I'm not Palestinian. I don't live in Gaza. I don't, I can't speak on, I guess, like the broader analysis beyond the fact that I don't feel comfortable placing the blame of a violent settler colony that has killed and displaced tens of millions of Palestinians. I don't feel like it's appropriate to lay the blame in the hands of anyone that is resisting against their own brutal occupation. Like, you can't. It's like saying the Warsaw ghetto uprising is responsible for the Holocaust. That's a ridiculous argument to make. It's not a correct argument to make. It is completely, it's antithetical to everything I believe. This is such a bad take. I can't. Yeah. Especially because you're hyper focusing, chatter. You're hyper focusing on a singular person and not the broader concept of humiliating and destroying the lives of millions of people. And I think that you can't have that opinion unless you legitimately think it was this singular person that like mind controlled people into acting this way. You know what I mean? Like, no, I think that it is a understandable position that people will have when their lives have been ruthlessly dominated by this settler colony. That's it, right? Earlier this month, I read Ezra Klein's interview with Franklin Ford, the author of the recent sweeping article in The Atlantic, looking back at the Biden administration's Gaza policy, in which Ford made an interesting claim about Biden's red line on Rafah in March. Okay, we'll look at this later. So, like, every kind of conversation that we have about Yahya Sinwar or any kind of resistance against Israel has to be within the framework of like how we got here, because I think many people personally think like, oh no, these guys are just like ruthless barbarians and they just want to kill Jews and that's why they are in this position, and that's why they did what they did, and that's just objectively incorrect. I think I've done enough commentary on that front. I mean, it's pretty illogical and mostly Islamophobia that is the missing puzzle piece for you to make to this leap, especially when you think about like fundamentalists and how they came to power within Palestinian governance. Those guys are seen as like the less corruptible forces, but ultimately they were the only game in town for quite a while. And that was a miscalculation, I think, from the Israeli government as well, because they definitely played a significant role both in the occupation, obviously, that created this hostility towards them, but beyond that, saying that, like, well, it's better if they're not the secular Western focused types, but instead the more fundamentalist types that are easily cast aside as like terrorist barbarians. We can do a very good job of like presenting them as an inherently hostile force that needs to be wiped out with force. So time and time again, Benjamin Netanyahu and many others in Israeli society in positions of power have openly stated that that was the goal. So that is how you arrive at a Yahya Sinwar type of person. That is how you arrive at like a more fundamentalist group of resistance forces that are not comprised of fundamentalists themselves for the most part. But let's continue.
The Tel Satan neighborhood, Rafah, southern Gaza. Israeli soldiers have stumbled on the country's most wanted man. A gunfight had ensued. A tank shelled the building. Then a drone is sent in. It picks up Sinwar sitting in an armchair still alive. Looks like a hand is missing. Eyes on the approaching machine. The last act of armchair aggression from the man who planned the death of so many, throwing a stick at a UAV.
But yeah, this completely cuts against like all of the Israeli propaganda that was conducted on this matter, presenting Yahya Sinwar as like an out of touch with the devastation that he was responsible for post October 7, a careless, bloodthirsty monster that doesn't care about however many Palestinians die in the process, because it directly cuts against that when he, died fighting all the way till his last breath. So that is the reason why I didn't fully understand why they showed this drone footage. Maybe they were like really excited. Maybe they were just like really fucking excited about the prospect of like showcasing Yahya Sinwar as like dead.
The Israelis released pictures of items they say were found with the body, from suitably sinister to mawkish and mundane. Cash, bullets, ID papers, Mentos. Also a map of what's reported to be a tunnel network. Along with Sinwar's brother Mohammed, Khalil al-Hayya is a candidate for the next leader of Hamas. Today, thought to be in Qatar, eulogized Sinwar and ruled out an imminent release of hostages in Gaza.
Those prisoners will not return to you until the aggression on our people in Gaza is stopped and full withdrawal from it, and release our heroes, the prisoners, from the occupation jails. And we continue with the Hamas.
Oh no, Sinwar was an everyday carry Reddit guy. Yeah, his everyday carry always featured Mentos. That is real, by the way. Like I think he really liked Mentos. That was the thing.
101 hostages are still being held in Gaza, at least half of them thought to be still alive. Their friends and family took to the streets of Tel Aviv again today.
Here in Israel, we don't celebrate the elimination of our enemies. We celebrate when our loved ones come back home.
At Hostages Square, we met the cousin of Carmel Gat. The occupational therapist was one of a group of 6.
By the way, this video bites the entire Israeli project in Gaza in the ass. They can use a drone to go into a building and easily find one quote-unquote terrorist. And why the fuck are they dropping 2,000 bombs all over the place? Well, the thing is, they literally lucked into finding him, too. They didn't even kill him as, like, the high-profile target. Like, I think it also further demonstrates the incompetence, even with the motherfucking American military's surveillance tools at their disposal. It was never about Hamas, and this video very inadvertently shows that Israel's admitting to this. Yeah, it's not like they droned that area. That drone, most likely, is not even fucking fashioned by the IDF. A lot of those soldiers go and buy their own personal drones. They do GoFundMes and shit because they don't want to get into like direct conflict. They don't want to get into direct combat. So they like oftentimes use drones to surveil it beforehand. Those are not like standard. Those drones are not even like standard operation drones. They usually literally go and get those drones on their own. Yeah. You're lying? Yes. 100%. The thing is, Israel does have incredible precision striking capabilities, of course. But overall, the German progressives' view on this is so skewed. At a talk in my uni, they disavowed BDS, showed the Grand Mufti, and you know who, and said that it showed all Palestinians are anti-Semitic, saying never again applies to Gaza because of Holocaust is a Holocaust denial. Okay, yeah, I don't want to hear from Germans. Thinking about the words of Che, I know you've come to kill me. Shoot, coward. You are only going to kill a man. Yeah.
6 hostages murdered in Gaza's tunnels back in August. DNA found at the scene indicated that Sinwar had also been in the area, possibly using Carmel and the others as human shields.
Some people...
Oh my God, come on, dog. Like, bro, they killed him alone. Like, they killed him alone, and they're like, but he might have actually had hostages with him. It's like, dude, you can't fucking package this up as a human shield narrative when, like, the fucking drone footage contradicts that. What the fuck do you mean? That's crazy. Okay, there were no human shields. There were no human shields there, but I'm going to imagine them being there anyway is a wild fucking assessment to make. But I think it goes to show, like, the attitude that a lot of people have about this stuff. They're just like, they would rather hallucinate a different reality than the one that they are even presenting to you immediately, right? Like, that argument in and of itself is also stupid. It's like, yeah, he had a bunch of hostages with him, which is why we shot him with a tank. Because that's the level of care we have for our own hostages that we want to return.
And the government in Israel wants to go on fighting forever. And to keep on fighting, even though we eliminated Sinwar, even though we have a chance to get the hostages back. We need to focus on what's important, and most of the Israelis think exactly what I think. They think that the most important thing is the hostages. And if we miss this chance,
I don't fully agree with that. I don't think most of the Israelis... I mean, a lot of Israelis do want the hostages back, but I wouldn't say that most of the Israelis are not celebrating Yahya Sinwar's death. Like, I don't agree with that. Most of Israeli society was, like, basically packed up when Netanyahu threw a bone to the Lebanon invasion camp. Like, they literally fucking stopped the hostage conversations that were getting really heated inside of Israel. If you remember, like, I don't think this person is a bad person, for the record. Like, especially in comparison to, like, to you know, how some in the Israeli society view this entire situation. I think it's a little bit naive on the other hand, especially when you see this kind of shit all the time. While celebrating the death of Yahya Sinwar, Israelis at Mahana Yehuda market in Jerusalem sing the new unofficial Israeli anthem, May Your Village Burn. And meanwhile, it's not, for those, I guess, maybe not, he might be naive, but let me tell you something, okay? There are plenty of fucking overtly idiotic people, especially in American media, that immediately went, oh, well, Yahya Sinwar is dead. Now, I guess, like, Israel can finally do a ceasefire. And it's like, no, dog, they fucking have been bombing today. They haven't stopped bombing Gaza. So what happened? Surely they'll stop any moment now. Is only a position you can arrive at if you are the dumbest fucking rube of all time.
Golden hour to get the hostages back. We can only blame ourselves.
Benjamin Netanyahu has said that Sinwar's death doesn't mean the end of the war in Gaza.
Never mind. Okay, well, there you have it. Oops. I guess not. Yeah. Let's pack this up, guys. Never mind.
Now, of course, other fronts have opened. The funeral today of one of 5 Israeli soldiers killed in southern Lebanon on Wednesday fighting Hezbollah. Some of those injured were first brought to this hospital in Haifa, northern Israel. What happened in southern Lebanon on Wednesday has somewhat got lost with the news of Sinwar's death yesterday, but it's significant. 5 Israeli soldiers killed, many injured. They were from the Golani unit, and what's important about that is that colleagues of theirs also from that brigade were killed in a drone strike by Hezbollah earlier in the week. Also today, 2 gunmen dressed in military uniform cut through a border fence and entered Israel from Jordan. They were killed by Israeli soldiers. The IDF are searching the area around the Dead Sea for a possible 3rd gunman who got away. A reminder that even with the death of the man who let this conflict's genie out of the bottle, the possibility of escalatory action can come in forms and from places no one is ready for.
There's also little hope in Lebanon that Sinwar's death will mean the end of the conflict there. Hezbollah says it is escalating its war against Israel. There's been no let-up in the IDF's airstrikes across South Lebanon, and the UN says its peacekeeping mission has suffered several deliberate attacks by Israel in recent days. Our international editor, Lindsay Hilsum, is live in Beirut.
Al
Alex, all day long, the Americans and the Israelis have been talking about the death of this one man, Yahya Sinwar. But you know, it looks a little different here because everybody remembers that all of his predecessors as leaders of Hamas were also killed by the Israelis. It's almost in the job description. And it didn't destroy Hamas. So people here don't think it's really going to make that much difference. It also doesn't address the fundamental problem, which is that there is no peace process to deal with the fact that Israel is occupying Palestinian land. Similarly here, they killed Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah. Of course that weakens the organization, but it hasn't stopped Hezbollah from fighting.
She's awesome. This is my favorite fucking... She's my favorite, dude. Hezbollah! I love this lady. Hezbollah! Yahya Sinwar! And Hezbollah, Lebanon. Hezbollah is still very much in operation in Lebanon. The CC gave up. Look at the closed captioning. They say Hizbah. She's breaking the fucking closed captioning, dog.
And we understand that the fighting is quite fierce down on the border. Nor does it address the fundamental problem of the enmity between Hezbollah's patrons, Iran, and Israel. So that's why very few people here think that what the Americans want will happen. Very few people think that this is going to be a turning point in this conflict. So much for Western leaders' dreams of peace. Today, the Israeli military released footage of their troops operating in southern Lebanon and claimed victories.
There is great damage. An entire chain of command is being wiped out. Hezbollah is hiding its fatalities. It is hiding dead commanders.
But Hezbollah is still firing rockets and announced today a new and escalating phase in the confrontation with the Israeli enemy. Those fighting Israel do not believe the Jewish state's ambitions will be satisfied by the killing of the Hamas leader.
They have this bigger plan for the Middle East, the whole Middle East. And that's what Netanyahu said bluntly when he said that we need to establish a new Middle East order. So the Hezbollah will keep fighting, and that's why I believe that this battle would be longer than we expect. It wouldn't stop at with the killing of Sinwar, nor with a ceasefire in southern Lebanon.
3,000 kilometers and a world away, President Biden was meeting European leaders. Cue optimism, some might say wishful thinking, about Israel turning from war to diplomacy and the Jewish state's weakened enemies realizing that their time is up.
The death of the leader of Hamas represents a moment of justice. He had the blood of Americans and Israelis, Palestinians and Germans and so many others on his hands. I told the Prime Minister of Israel yesterday, let's also make this moment an opportunity to seek a path to peace, a better future in Gaza without Hamas.
Back in southern Lebanon, UN peacekeepers can do little but distribute aid to villagers who have defied Israeli orders to leave their homes.
Thank God we're alive. There's a lot of bombing and we keep running from place to hide.
Israeli troops have damaged UNIFIL's base in an attempt to drive them away from the border. The Italian Prime Minister...
An insane statement. That right there, directly a war crime. Not just any kind of war crime. The one that counts, right? Because it's done against white people. The entire purpose of that base sitting there is to put white bodies in the direct line of fire of Israel to be like, yeah, we're not. We can't, they won't go this far. Nope.
Visiting Lebanon today says the UN peacekeeping force, which includes Italians, should stand their ground.
This is why I repeat that I consider targeting UNIFIL unacceptable, and I ask once again that all parties strive to ensure that all times the safety of each of these soldiers is guaranteed.
This was weird.
Today, they buried 13 people killed in Israeli strikes on the southern Lebanese town of Nabatea. The death of the Hamas leader is cause for neither joy nor despair here. They are engulfed by their own grief.
Lindsay Hilsum in Beirut. Now, Alan Pincus was Israel's consul general in New York and is now a columnist for the Haaretz newspaper. I spoke to him earlier and began by asking if this should be a moment for peace.
Israel should announce a unilateral ceasefire, demand a hostage exchange in order to maintain that ceasefire, see how the reaction is, but for all intents and purposes, declare that the war is over. But that won't happen.
What will happen?
The IDF will not retreat, will not withdraw. Mr. Netanyahu, the prime minister, does not see this as an isolated arena, but rather part of a major, bigger war that extends now into Lebanon with Hezbollah and also directly with Iran. So in his mind, a ceasefire in Gaza would not achieve anything.
But it's playing well for him at home, isn't it?
He is doing better, Alex, than you would have expected. The pager attack on the military leadership of Hezbollah in Lebanon, the assassination of Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah, the assassination or the killing of Yahya Sinwar in Gaza. So people feel rejuvenated. However,
the hostages, that's the other side of this. The hostages. No progress there.
In fact, there could be regression there. And I know this is a very grave and grievous and hard, difficult thing to say. There is a higher likelihood, Alex, of hostages being executed rather than being released right now. Because
like, not all of them, but he's not even wrong about that. Like, he's imagining it. They haven't said that they would do so, especially because it's their only form of leverage. No, not by the IDF, dude. No, not by the IDF. The wild part about it is that it's not even fucking leverage. It's just not leverage. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. Israel does not see it as leverage. In the eyes of the Israeli state, it's just not. They don't give a fuck. And there's not really much you can do in that situation. 12 months. They don't care. The Israeli government openly sees the hostages as a burden.
Hamas essentially splinters now into gangs of terrorists with no chain of command and no accountability.
We don't know who to talk to if we wanted to talk peace.
We do have someone to talk to. You don't need to talk to Hamas. You don't need to talk to the Palestinians in Gaza. There was a plan made by President Biden. It is being rekindled as we speak. I don't know that Israel will agree to it, to an inter-Arab force under the auspices of the U.S., perhaps.
Oh, God. I fucking hate this so much. Like, that part is so fucking gross, dude. Yeah, let those fucking Arabs deal with these other fucking Arabs, you know? How is this anything but settler colonialism revisited, you know? Or not even settler colonialism, direct colonialism. Yeah, get the colonial subjects to be fucking dealt with by the appropriate vizier that we appoint to the position of power. That's just crazy. That's crazy. That's what we used to do that. The last time we were doing that was in fucking history books, man. That's wild. Here, we will appoint, like, we will designate and appoint a higher version of fucking Arab to deal with the lower version of Arab in Palestine, and it'll be fine.
Maybe the UN that would enter Gaza, provided that Israel withdraws. So there is a way to fill that vacuum. I just don't see it happening.
How do we even begin now to get this going when neither side will entertain a two-state solution?
There is this conventional wisdom or prevailing thinking that it is null, void, unviable, unfeasible, what have you. The thing is that the people who keep on saying that the two-state solution is no longer viable should owe us intellectually and politically an explanation on what do they think is possible.
Endless war.
Asal Rod says, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is considering a post-war plan for Ukraine based on ideas developed by Russia. See how ridiculous it sounds? The future of Gaza should not be decided by Palestinians. The future of Gaza should be decided by Palestinians, not the state that occupies them or the one that arms and funds their occupation. Yeah. Because a two-state facilitates hegemony by Israel over the Palestinians, right? Dude, we are living in a two-state solution. That's it. It's not a real state. Like, what you're exhibiting, what Israel's exhibiting is a two-state solution. It's just a singular state. It's just one that Israel dominates. That's it. With brutal military occupation, an apartheid state.
And
some have said so.
Politically, yeah, endless war, obviously, but politically, it's not sustainable that Israel hold 5 million Palestinians from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, meaning including the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, under this occupation. If you fail to accept the two-state solution, which I understand people find hard to achieve, hard to attain, you need to come to terms with the concept of a one-state solution, which I think is internecine suicide. And I'll tell you one thing. None of this could happen as long as Mr. Netanyahu is the prime minister.
Most reasonable pro-Israeli guy. A one-state solution is suicide. Yeah. How could we ever live with these monstrous Arab barbarians? Well, you are doing that already. The difference is you're just dominating them. The only way that we can live near these barbaric Arab monsters is if we just continuously occupy them militarily. Notice how when this guy says that, there is no reaction to it. It's just like that's the normal acceptable position. There is not really any other group of people that you can speak like this on, like openly in your policies and not be met with like at least some level of criticism by polite society. Do you understand? Like there is no world. Like you can't say that about black people now, at least. You know what I mean? You can try to cling on to the remnants of that white supremacist policy that is baked into our institutions, but you can't openly say it like that. You know, Mudahar mad at you in a new clip. Bitch, I don't give a fuck, dude. Come on, dog. Oh no, another fucking drama baiting YouTuber who is desperate to fucking continue maintaining this like centrist posture, which has like overt racist in it, is upset at me. Let me guess. It's another fucking right-wing framed clip that he watched. Like, it could be anything. It could be the victim of a genocide in Yemen. The survivor of a genocide in Yemen is just like the victim of the Holocaust, Anne Frank. It could be probably that. I assume it's that. He's like, oh, I can't believe he said that. He's so stupid. He should get banned. Something along those lines, right? Mr. Free Speech. That man went to he went to Mecca, dude. Like, that's so crazy. How the fuck do you live like that? Like, it's so wild that like the audiences that you're desperately trying to fucking cultivate despise you. You know what I mean? They despise you. They don't see you as fucking human. And you know that already because you know how fucking Twitter is whenever they start talking about Indians. And I see his fucking chirping about that sort of thing. And I totally understand where he's coming from. But it's just like, I don't know. It's always strange when I hear this kind of stuff from a dude who is like visibly Muslim. Like that's even wilder because like a lot of the attitude is directly stemming from people being like, nah, if you're fucking Muslim, you're a terrorist automatically. They are farming you. He didn't say shit.
Prime Minister.
Alan, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you, Alex.
What is next for Hamas and Israel after the killing of Hamas chief Yahya Sinwar in Gaza? The IDF video shows the building where Sinwar was targeted. Israel says its forces
visibly lol. Yes, you know what I mean, brother. His name is Mudahar and he's brown. What the fuck are you talking about? My name is Hassan, and I already get enough fucking shit for that from Islamophobes in general. Despite the fact that I'm fucking white, you know? Anyway, the point is this, dude. Do you believe that do you agree with every fucking international human rights organization that Yemen withstood a genocide or not? Are you going to be a genocide denialist for the genocide in Yemen or not? If you agree, then you understand my point. If you disagree, then, you know, I get why you would feel that way. You're white depending on what's most rhetorically convenient. What? They do say it about black people. They just say the word illegal immigrants. Nobody asked, shut up. You're white depending on what's most rhetorically convenient. Like you're saying like whoever is perceiving me, right? Anyway, let's continue.
Targeting a house in Gaza. Hamas now confirms that their chief is dead. But a top negotiator for the group says hostages won't be returned until the war ends, Israel withdraws, and the Palestinian prisoners are released. Israel also warns that the war is not over.
Today, evil has suffered a heavy blow, but the task before us is not yet complete. Hamas will no longer rule Gaza. This is the beginning of the day after Hamas.
A lot to get to. Matthew Chance will be joining us again this hour from Tel Aviv. That is in just a moment. First, Salma Abdelaziz following developments for us today from London. I think we should start inside Gaza this hour. What's been the reaction there to the official confirmation by Hamas that Yahya Sinwar, the political and military head of that group, has been killed?
Let me begin with a little bit of context, Becky. It's important to remember that Hamas is not an elected government. There have been no elections in Gaza since 2006. That means Palestinians simply do not get a say in who rules them, including, of course, Yahya Sinwar, a very controversial figure, one who really struck fear in the hearts of many Gazans because of his reputation of taking out any potential enemies. Of course, he has supporters, but at a time like this, even critics of Yahya Sinwar are focused on the one major enemy, as Gazans see it, and that is Israel. You are now more than a year into this conflict. At least 42,000 people killed, nearly every single person displaced by this near constant bombardment, and a ground incursion that continues, famine spreading, illness spreading, disease spreading throughout the Gaza Strip. So absolutely for Gazans, their focus is the conflict with the Israeli military, and for them the priority is not what are the political happenings within Hamas or who Israel kills, but quite simply just surviving, Becky, day by day. That is.
Yeah, y'all are so primed to fucking yell at everybody on CNN that you're not hearing what she's saying. She's not wrong. She's 100% correct. She's like, nobody gives a fuck about Yahya Sinwar. Even the people that would not exactly be big fans of him are like, yeah, you know who the greater enemy is? The people that have blown up my fucking house and told me to relocate 8 times and killed half of my goddamn family.
Is absolutely the priority. That is absolutely the focus in their minds, and it is unlikely that this will change matters on the ground. Yahya Sinwar could easily be replaced, and he could be replaced by an even more hardline figure. So for everyday...
Time without an OO speaks. Ow. To be honest, it makes little difference to me if Sinwar is dead or alive. It makes no difference militarily, and Israel wasn't doing a hostage deal anyway. Decades and decades of occupiers gall, thinking that the roots of the conflict are personal or ideological. It's the same logic behind Israel's support of the Islamic Charity to weaken the PLO in the 80s. The same logic behind killing Yassin, Musawi, Shakaki, Muknieh, Al-Mabnu, Jabari, Haniyeh. Different leaders, different ideologies, same politics. Yes, their politics and their ideology is totally different from one another, but ultimately one thing that Israel actually wants to stamp out, and ironically will never be able to stamp out physically, is their yearning for freedom, okay? Like, it is the most understandable position that a fucking human being can have when you're like, hey, I want to stop this military, fuck is happening with this goddamn mic? I want to stop this fucking military from executing my family. I hate that. I really don't like being bombed. That's it. You can't stomp it out unless you fully conduct a genocide. That's it.
Gazans, Becky, this only continues that cycle of violence that claims more lives.
Thank you very much indeed. I want to move on to Gideon Levy now, who joins us. He's a columnist with Haaretz newspaper and served as advisor.
What is going on CNN, man? Goddamn. In the wake of Yahya Sinwar's death, they got Gideon on? That's wild. That is wild. I would have thought it would be like fucking some absolute dipshit like Kunkunkris being like, oh, Yahya Sinwar is the arch-terrorist. This is a major W for Israel. Meanwhile, they got my goat on. That's crazy. The Hague called. Yeah, the Hague made a boss call, said, hey, remember in the Nuremberg trials, we actually jailed and executed journalists? something to consider. Just kidding. That would never happen. Yeah. Remember when journals were found guilty of packaging the Holocaust? Yeah.
To the former Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres. It's good to have you, sir. I've just been discussing with Salma what happens, what's been the response in Gaza to the news, some 24 hours ago, that Sinwar indeed had been killed by the IDF, and indeed what happens next. What's your assessment, sir?
So first of all, I'm under the impression, if I can be emotional for a moment, I just spoke now with a friend in Gaza that I didn't speak the whole year, and I was sure he was dead, and he's alive. And he told me that there was...
Yeah, he's bringing that up because he's saying Yahya is not the guy. He's like, make no mistake, my friend that I'm talking about in Gaza wasn't Yahya Sinwar. I know that you might have thought that that's what I was mentioning, but it's not him.
There was quite a sense of happiness last night. He's in one of those rescue places in the Moassi, in those tents facilities. And he says there was quite a sense of happiness last night, hearing that Sinwar was assassinated, which doesn't mean that all the Palestinians share the same, but there are people in Gaza who were happy last night. In Israel, it's different. If you ask me about Israel, I'll tell you.
So the reason why people are celebrating, or at least his assessment is that people are celebrating, is not because they think Yahya Sinwar is a bad guy that they hate. It's because they also, in many instances, perhaps with a little bit of naivete, think that Israel is going to stop.
Yeah, and that sentiment we have heard reflected from those that are Gazan freelancers and staff.
That's why he said it's not that these guys all hate him. It's that they think it's going to end the suffering.
Have been able to collect. On the one hand, a lot of relief, perhaps, is the term that many have used, but also a sense of what happens to us next. Others are very much mourning Sinwar's death. You then went on to say that is very different, of course, from the sentiment in Israel. Can you just describe what that sentiment is?
So while the Palestinians, for them, I mean, those who suffered this year, and most of us cannot imagine ourselves their suffer, in Israel, it's a different picture, obviously, and many Israelis saw it as a great achievement, and there was even a sense of joy last night in Israel. I can understand this sentiment. It's very human. I mean, Sinwar, for most of the Israelis, for all the Israelis, was the face of evil, and now he was killed. The main newspaper of Israel gave this morning the headline, "The Death of the Satan," no less than this. Other compared him to Adolf Hitler. This is all understandable and legitimate. The only question is, after this joy, what comes next? I mean, are we in a better place today? And I'm not sure so.
Well, that better place would be a route through, a fork in the road, an opportunity, as Joe Biden has said, for the prospect or the path towards peace. We've heard from the Prime Minister himself, Benjamin Netanyahu, who has said that the war is not over. He has talked about an opportunity to go going forward, but he also and has also said that we are in the day after Hamas at this point. What do you make of what you've heard from the Prime Minister at this point? How do you read his intentions about what happens next?
I can only guess, but my assessment is that Benjamin Netanyahu, and we have to realize it, never believed in any kind of settlements with the Palestinians. Never. He always believed and still believes, and now after the last so-called military achievements or successes, he believes in it even more, only in living on our sword, only in living on our military force. That's the only guarantee, and that's the only solution. That's a very dangerous ideology, obviously, but it is an ideology that we have to realize that leads him, because people tend to think that he does everything only for his personal survival. I'm not sure. I think that he really believes that there is no room for any kind of settlement with the Palestinians, which means that Israel will live from war to war, because they will never give up, and the resistance will never stop, because that's the nature of people. If they are oppressed, they are resisting. And this means that we are doomed to live like this for decades. I hope that this ideology will be proven as wrong, and we will replace it with a new ideology. But right now, I don't see anyone in Israel who calls for a different ideology.
Gideon Levy's perspective as we continue to question what happens next. Let me just bring in Matthew Chance, my colleague. Israel today, Matthew, as I understand it, calling up.
Let's see how hard Matthew will outflank fucking Gideon Levy, who still had like a relatively, dare I say, liberal approach on the matter. Oftentimes they're like, here's our Western correspondent who's going to be like way more fucking crazy, you know? Baby Kaya sleeping well, bro. Baby Kaya is straight up fucking snoring. Not a care in the world. Doesn't give a shit that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break and like 16 minutes have passed and the ad still hasn't come, but it's definitely coming, you know? None of that. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, though. It is coming for you.
Up additional reserve brigades to northern Israel, pressing on with its war on a number of fronts. Of course, it talks about being at war on 7 fronts at the moment. We're talking very specifically about the front in and with Lebanon. What do we understand to be the detail, and what is the intention there at this point? Is the end game any clearer?
Well, clearly the intention is to show that at this stage Israel is not letting up any pressure on Lebanon or indeed on Iran. There have been meetings, very high-level meetings over the course of the day with the Israeli Prime Minister and his top security officials, including the Defense Minister of Israel, to talk about the extent to which the killing of Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader in Gaza on Wednesday, may have an impact on the timing of any further military operations in Lebanon and in Iran. They haven't released any details about any concrete measures or any steps they're going to be taking, but they have said in a joint statement that a window of opportunity has been opened with the killing of Sinwar. Again, sort of reiterating this idea that...
My least favorite version of saying his name is when Israelis often go, Yahya Sinwar. Like this guy said, Yahya. That's the funniest, like, most annoying way when people say it.
Because of the death of this key figure in the Palestinian militant group Hamas, it may be...
How's the correct way? I mean, I don't know how you say it in Arabic, but in Turkish, Yahya is a Turkish name as well. You say Yahya.
A time for renewed negotiations, and indeed my sources inside the Israeli government tell me they're trying to create pressure quickly with surviving Hamas officials on the ground who may be holding hostages to get them to set those hostages free in exchange.
Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ. Yair Golan wrote a column for Haaretz saying we can't have peace with the Palestinians, so we have to have civil separation as much as we can and manage the occupation better. He was also one of the most vocal proponents for a Lebanon invasion. His party, the Democrats, is the most left-wing Zionist party in the Knesset. Yo, you mean, wait, Yair Golan? Isn't it Yair Lapid? You mean Yair Lapid, right? Or there's a Knesset member called Yair Golan. No, there is Yair Golan and Yair Lapid, because Yair Lapid, Yesh Atid, you're right. To the right of Yair Golan's the Democrats. Yair Lapid is supposed to be like the centrist opposition to fucking Benjamin Netanyahu, like the one that has like any kind of significant constituency, which is nothing regardless. But he also wrote a fucking article. Yair Lapid called for ending the war for like a week, interestingly. Yeah, but he also wrote a fucking article, left that position and then wrote an article about striking, I think, was it Yair Lapid that actually wrote the article about striking Iranian nuclear facilities, or I think it was like, or advocating to invade Lebanon. Could have been both. What? Israel banned Western journalists from reporting inside Gaza. They've killed more than 175 Palestinian journalists. So a group of American doctors reported what's happening from inside of Gaza. Now Israel is banning those medical workers. That is insane. I don't like to tweet about the news, but this one is too much. I'm the doctor who wrote the recent New York Times piece about what American healthcare workers saw in Gaza. The World Health Organization reports today that Israel has banned 5 American aid agencies from working in Gaza. Israel gave no reason, but are all organizations with Arab leaderships. This is the easiest way to win important votes at a close presidential election in history. Yeah, they're not going to do that. They are banning the organizations that fucking send, like, doctors. They're banning the organizations that send doctors into Gaza, bro. That is crazy.
exchange for some kind of clemency. Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, has made a specific offer to members of Hamas, saying that he will let them live if they wave the white flag and they surrender the hostages they may be holding at this stage. Again, the problem, or part of the problem, is that so far Hamas are not giving any indication that they're willing to sort of play along. There's been a statement from a...
Yeah, who? There's like one guy left, and he's in fucking Doha. What do you mean? And the other guy that was also in Doha was assassinated in Tehran by Israel. Dude, one of the most dangerous jobs in the world is not being American president, is being the principal negotiator with Israel on the Palestinian side in a hostage negotiation, even if you've never held up a fucking gun ever in your life.
Senior political figure at Hamas acknowledging the death of Yahya Sinwar at the hands of Israeli troops. They waited a couple of days before they did that. There's been a further statement, also very defiant, basically saying that Israeli hostages will not be released until such times as Israel's aggression, in their words, against the people of Gaza has come to an end. So, yes, it's a hopeful moment. It's potentially a window of opportunity and a pivotal moment, but it's not a certainty that anything concrete will come out of this except for more fighting. And so that's the...
I think Khalid Mashal is in Turkey, Qatar. Qatar is basically Turkey too. No disrespect to the fucking Qatari chatters that gift a fuck ton of subs in here, but it's like, that's like the no PvP zone. Literally, it's the no PvP zone where everyone could just like get together. It's an extension of America and also Turkey, which is an extension of America to begin with.
The grim reality, I think, of the situation now as we monitor what will happen over the coming days and weeks.
Is it also secular? Qatar? No. What? No, it is not. No. Yair Galad is a general, former deputy chief of staff, and was a massive proponent of ending the war in Gaza to start a new one in Lebanon and a former occupied security belt in the south. How original. I know. I haven't read the op-ed referenced by Lapid, but he's called for striking oil fields. Yeah. Watch yourself. We only have like 3 Turkish bases. Yeah. There you go. Here's what Kamala Harris had to say about Yahya Sinwar.
Today, Israel confirmed that Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, is dead, and justice has been served.
As the California Attorney General of a border state, I prosecuted transnational gangs, and Hamas is perhaps the biggest transnational gang of all, shipping fentanyl over the U.S. border. Fuck! Just like, oh no, I fucked up my talking points. I meant something different. I love my small businesses. My mother was a small business. And Yahya Sinwar is a small business owner. What the fuck? Hello?
Your front door.
Wait, what the fuck?
Please.
What? Okay. What the fuck is going on? What? What the fuck is happening, dude? Cutie Cinderella is outside and is demanding I open the door. What the fuck is happening? What? Are you guys like streaming or what's going on? Maya and Cutie are here because apparently they needed to pee. UNAT can cover the death of Palestine resistance leader Yahya Sinwar. Yahya Sinwar is problematic? What are you saying? Oh, you mean you and Maya? Yeah, we're not going to do that. But I will be making some content with Maya. We just haven't been able to figure out exactly what we're going to do. Yahya Sinwar wants to support Maya.
And the United States, Israel, and the entire world are better off as a result. Sinwar was responsible for the killing of thousands of innocent people, including the victims of October 7 and hostages killed in Gaza. He had American blood on his hands. Today, I can only...
Yeah, we hate it when a foreign leader is responsible for American blood. Unless it's Israel, in which case we will say that they were right and good and they should kill more Americans, actually. We'll even go so far to send American troops.
Only hope that the families of the victims of Hamas feel a sense and measure of relief.
This is like the worst time to be on stream.
Sinwar was the mastermind of October 7, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. A terrorist attack that killed 1,200 innocent people and included horrific sexual violence and more than 250 hostages taken into Gaza, including 7 Americans, living and deceased, who remain in captivity. A terrorist attack that triggered a devastating war in Gaza, a war that has led to unconscionable suffering of many innocent.
Yeah. He's the reason why Israel did a genocide, which we will not call a genocide. Just like, he was the reason. Hamas is the reason why Israel in 1948 did the Nakba, because they knew that Hamas was coming. They're time travelers.
Palestinians, and greater instability throughout the Middle East.
Any day now, they're just going to stop doing a genocide on the Palestinians now that Yahya Sinwar is dead.
In the past year, American special operations and intelligence personnel have worked closely with their Israeli counterparts to locate and track Sinwar and other Hamas leaders. And I commend their work. And I will say, to any terrorist who kills Americans, threatens the American people, or threatens our troops or our interests, know this: we will always bring you to justice. Israel has a right to defend itself, and the threat Hamas poses to Israel must be eliminated. Today, there is clear progress toward that goal. Hamas is decimated, and its leadership is eliminated. This moment gives us an opportunity to finally end the war in Gaza. And it must end.
Damn, she says she's going to personally kill Bibi. She's really looking for that Michigan vote. Her numbers must be looking really bad in Michigan. Trump up 30 in Michigan. Kamala Harris is like, we're doing it. We're doing the thing. Guys, I'm here to report that Maya said she had a great piss, first of all. Thumbs up. And secondly, we have to figure out what we're going to do in terms of like what the collaboration is going to look like. Ultrasound of Jason's baby. Eat more weird foods like you did with Savi. Yeah.
Such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. And it is time for the day after to begin without Hamas in power. We will not give...
Like anyone that acts like this is about Hamas, and Hamas is not simply used as a justification for whatever actions Israel wants to take, death and destruction in Gaza, is the funniest simpleton of all time. Okay? Every single Palestinian is quote unquote Hamas, both literally and figuratively. Every single Palestinian that doesn't want to fucking exist under a brutal Israeli apartheid occupation that is currently conducting genocide is technically Hamas in the sense that they are, exhibiting the worst qualities of Hamas, which is not wanting to live under Israeli sovereignty. That's the part that actually is frustrating to Israel. I'll give you an example. Okay? I'll give you an example. Saudi Arabia. It's not the Islamist fundamentalism that is a problem for Israel. Israel loves Saudi Arabia. So anyone that acts like this is an issue that revolves around like culture or anything like that is a fucking idiot. The reason why Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated by the state of Israel was not because he was a homophobe. It was not because of the militant actions in Syria, like Hezbollah's military operations in Syria at the behest of Iran or whatever, right? It was none of those things. It was because he was the primary figure in Lebanon leading Hezbollah as a force of resistance against Israeli violence. That's why they killed him. Okay? And the reason why a lot of these big bearded dudes are the only game left in town is because Israel killed all of the secular, all of the Marxists, all of the Western focused guys anyway, and still continues to do so. On the night of the Hassan Nasrallah assassination in Lebanon, Israel simultaneously assassinated leaders of the DFLP and PFLP, two groups that had nothing to do with Hezbollah. This is in Lebanon. Okay, these are Palestinians living in Lebanon that are a part of the Marxist groups, the Marxist parties in Palestine. They executed them in that same operation. Why? They weren't in charge of the Hezbollah missile strikes. I thought the operation was supposed to be limited to stopping Hezbollah's command structure to allow Israelis to go back to northern Israel. Why did they kill the fucking PFLP and DFLP guys? Why did they kill Ghassan Kanafini years ago? Why have they so consistently destroyed every single Palestinian leadership? No matter whichever ideology they espouse, no matter whichever religious background that they come from. Why? It's because it has nothing to do with your worldview. It has nothing to do with your worldview or anything at all. It's just as long as you are someone who is existing under the brutal military occupation of Israel, as long as you are someone who wants to resist against Israeli violence, Israeli bloodshed, you are an enemy. As long as you don't sit back and die fucking quietly. That's it. Kanafani, sorry.
Give up on these goals, and I will always work to create a future of peace, dignity, and security for all. I thank you all.
Is the U.S. asking Israel to end the war now, Madam Vice President? Will you be asking Israel to end the war?
Yeah, right. Fuck no. What is Trump's reaction?
What's your reaction to Sinwar's death? What's your reaction to Sinwar's death? Sinwar's death, the leader of Hamas, Sinwar.
My reaction is he's not a good person. That's my reaction. That's sometimes what happens.
You know what's really funny about this? Like, he doesn't even want to give this W to like the Biden or Kamala administration. That's why it's like one of those moments where he's like, it's great that it happened, but also he can't like lean into it too much because then that's like giving credit to his opponent.
What's your reaction?
Eugene, baby, playing in the background. Oh, I'm just now finding out about this. You're now telling me this for the first time. Does she think this was her Bin Laden moment? No. I'm a McDonald's chef. Trump has no idea how difficult it is to be a French fry cook. Is this because he said he's going to work at a McDonald's and do the French fry? What can you say about Yahya Sinwar? He lived an amazing life. You're just now telling me I've just found out.
Let's understand how we got.
Analysts debate whether Harris's rhetoric around Israel-Hamas war should change. Okay. Let's watch life inside of Gaza after nearly 2 weeks of bombing. This is Hind Hassan of Vice News. Hind Hassan went to fucking Gaza in 2021. We've watched this video multiple times at this point, but I think it's important to watch it again, especially because there is an interview. There is an interview in here that happens to be the last time Yahya Sinwar ever gave an interview to the Western world.
Wahda Street, which is a residential area that was repeatedly bombed. 48 people lost their lives just on this street, including...
I will repeat, when this video was shot, I need you to understand, this might come as a surprise to some, but this video was not shot on October 8 or 9 or 10. This was not shot in October in a post October 7 universe. As a matter of fact, this video is from June 4th, 2021. For those of you who maybe just found out about how things work, and maybe you just figured out, you just now figured out like what Israel was up to. This is what they were doing. Okay. It did not start on October 7th. This is part of the reason.
22 members of the Al-Qawlaq family. Abu Salim is one of only 6 who survived.
Serious question. How has the continued existence of Hamas and other Iranian proxies served the benefit of Palestinian people, if at all? Dude, if you're saying that Hamas is an Iranian proxy, I can't even have a conversation with you about this. Do they get logistical help from Iran? Absolutely. But if you think that they are operating at the behest of Iran, you are fucking insane. Like, what do you mean? Did you do a problematic interview? I feel like I heard something where you fucked up. Please comment if you want. This is my favorite guy. This is the lazy fucking address the allegations guy. I love you, chatter. You didn't even like read into it. You didn't even like learn about what the fucking talking point is. I love you. You're fucking goated for that. Like, I heard people are yelling at you. Can you can you explain to me what the fuck's going on? Like, tell me why you fucked up. I don't even know if you fucked up or not, but tell me, people make it seem like you did. Tried to Google and wanted it from the horse's mouth. Yeah. I have so many haters, but you have lazy haters. Yeah, that's why I love him. I would much rather have a fucking lazy hater than designated or dedicated haters.
قطعت الكهرباء ضرب الجامدة قطعت الكهرباء حاجة فجت جيت بدي اتناول انا حافظ كنت حاطط ايدي على ايش على كشاف اللي هو الضوء اللي على عشان الضوء فالاولاد بيصرخوا البنات بيصرخوا قاعدين شيء خبطني ورماني على اخر البيت تبعي ارتميت يعني كنت انا تقول عندي اليمين ارتميت على اقصى الشمال وجيت اقوم ثاني ما قدرتش الهوايه الثانيه جبتني.
وانت وين كنت؟
انا لما هذا بس هم قلبوا القلبه انا كنت هناك في النتفه هذيك شايف هذيك الباطون الظاهره ذاك في النتفه هذيك
انت هنا
الضربه شايفه كوم الرمل ما بين الرمل والش اسمه
هناك؟
هناك انا بعد ما طلعوني وودوني على المستشفى بقول لجارنا بقول له الحج والحجه شو اخبارهم اهم حاجه عندي لان هذول ابويا وامي يعني اغلى شيء.
Vice got canceled because they interviewed Sinwar in this video. Careful or you might end up like them. Yeah. What's interesting about this, of course, is that for all of the people that say, like, Hassan, you fucking platformed a terrorist because you platformed a guy that I'm going to assume is a Houthi because he's a fucking Yemeni teenager with a weapon in his hand that was pictured with a weapon in his hand that went and visited the fucking tourist destination of the Galaxy ship, which, by the way, I am not. If I had an opportunity to interview someone who is a prominent member of the Ansar Allah regime, I would interview them as well, for the record. There is a journalistic value to that, just as well as there is a journalistic value to interviewing someone who I originally thought could be a Houthi rebel, as a matter of fact, who I found out through that interview is not a Houthi rebel, which many fucking Western media that have also interviewed him since then have also reiterated this position. So I don't really give a fuck about whatever the fuck other dumbasses are saying online. Excuse me. But even then, it does not matter. Just like I did that, and I've said that I would also, if given an opportunity, if given a chance to interview, yes, of course I would fucking interview someone who is a part of the Ansar Allah administration, someone who is a Houthi. The interview, of course, would be very different if it was an actual fucking Houthi administrator, as opposed to a random fucking 19-year-old. If that random 19-year-old had said he is a Houthi rebel, the interview would be different. If he had said that he hates Jews, that would change the dynamic of that conversation. Having said that, however, the Houthis were only designated as a terrorist group a month after you interviewed him, so it really doesn't matter in the first place. Technically, no rules were violated. Thank you. Ding, ding, ding. Joe Biden had actually dropped the terrorism designation of the Houthi, the Ansar Allah movement, and then only brought it back up after launching Operation Prosperity Guardian. The thing is, journalists, and I myself am not a journalist, but sometimes I do actually engage in some level of original reporting. Journalists interview controversial figures and terrorists, like officially sanctioned, designated terrorists, all the fucking time. Important to understand that. Okay? Important to understand that. This is what Hind Hassan did in Gaza. She interviewed Yahya Sinwar. We're going to watch that interview. Okay?
ومرضى كانوا هاي عكاز الحج هاي عصايته الله يرحمه
الله يرحمه
هذا عصايته عن ماخذها من سيدي الحمد لله رب العالمين.
ما قاعد أصدق أنت موجود هنا هسه يعني ورا شقد كم أيام.
To be fair, we did go into a situation thinking he was a part of Ansar Allah. It wasn't until you talked to him that he pointed out that he wasn't a part of the Houthis, which was news to everyone. I know it's probably easy to misremember, but it's worth noting so people can't catch lying. No, I did. I mentioned that. I thought that there is a chance that he might be a Houthi himself, a Houthi rebel himself, as a matter of fact. I still think that even if he was, which he said he wasn't, I have no reason not to believe him, but even if he was, I think that that interview would have still been valuable to conduct. At the time of the interview, the Houthi movement was not considered a terrorist designation regardless. If given the opportunity to talk to someone of that background, I probably would not conduct the interview now on Twitch, but I would still conduct an interview for sure. Abso-fucking-lutely. Jeremy Scahill regularly conducts interviews with Hamas militants to the best of his ability that he can throughout this entire process. Of course, you have to do this. This is ridiculous. Anyone that tries to tell you that that's not acceptable, appropriate, is so fucking lost in the post 9/11 hysteria. Okay? Post 9/11 hysteria that they are fucking delusional. Now, people might criticize me for the way I conducted that interview. The way I conducted that interview was with the express purpose, especially after finding out that he was not a Houthi rebel, was to humanize this person, because Houthi rebel or not Houthi rebel, he is still a victim and a survivor of the Yemeni, the genocide in Yemen. Okay? That's it. It is very important to understand where people are coming from, why they behave the way that they do. Okay? I'm talking to a fucking kid in that situation, and people that are trying to like act like he's some dude who was on 4chan and is like a Nicholas Fuentes supporter when he's a fucking 19-year-old in Yemen who only knew genocide his entire life is crazy. Okay? And no, I will not back away from the fact that I conducted this interview. I think that there was a valuable interview to conduct, okay? At a time when people consider anyone and everyone in that area to be a fucking arch terrorist, ready to fucking destroy the United States of America. I'm sorry. You can fucking hate on it all you want. You can suck my entire cock and the entire process too. That's it. To be clear, not saying that you shouldn't have interviewed him. I think it's great that you interviewed him. I critically support Houthis even as a Jewish person. I was just pointing out that some people are trying to misconstrue the context would have changed comment as a malicious retcon rather than something you misremembered. Yeah, no, that is not a retcon at all. There is a reason why I conducted the interview the way that I did. My primary purpose, besides humanizing a genocide survivor that you normally would never be able to have access to, and not only was there journalistic value to having access to this person and hearing what they had to say, I am once again reaffirmed by the fact that BBC also, the BBC also saw that. Okay? The thing that people don't understand is if he was, and I am not saying I would not stop myself from interviewing. I would not stop myself from interviewing a person who was a prominent member of the Ansar Allah administration as well. Okay? You liken yourself to a journalist when it's convenient, but don't recognize that you're a hyper-reactionary fan base that the typical journalist does not. What? You think my fan base is more reactionary? Are you going to talk about the reacting to the top of the hour ad break? Dog, do you know the average Fox News watcher? Fuck it, the average CNN watcher and their opinion is about nuking Iran? The fuck are you talking about? How about you react to the 3-minute ad break that's coming to you right now, Schlib Bibbler? The fuck are you saying? These Raiders have such a man-child view of a way of viewing the world. Like, I don't care if you interviewed an Israeli soldier or a Taliban member. Like, these people have such an unserious view of the world. I know. As a professional historian, I would kill, but CNN viewers won't call someone a terrorist or do some mega online shit at the same rate your viewers will? Wait, oh, this guy wasn't joking to serve it. This is just another guy who we lost in the fucking sauce. I say that as a fan that hates the fandom. What are you saying? Dude, I'm genuinely confused. Motherfuckers have interviewed Osama bin Laden. Like, what are you talking about? He's mad that you do ban people for calling the loser who was with Kanye a Nazi like someone else, and you're probably being brigaded right now. I'm saying that the fan base goes after small bullshit that you put out really hard to type while on a treadmill. What the fuck does this have to do with? I'm genuinely confused with what this has to do with me interviewing a teenager in Yemen. What? Like, every fucking prominent news outlet has interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu. Dr. Phil has interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm confused as to what you are trying to say. I feel like you slowly blacked away from the Yemeni dude. It seems like you started to get bad vibes when you said the dude was very media trained. No, the dude doesn't even fucking speak English. At the time, I was trying to make an assessment over what was going on. Okay? What are you saying? This has nothing to do with what you were talking about earlier, which is that apparently I have a fan base that goes after small bullshit. These are just divorce silly talking points. Ban this chatter, please. Dude, What I want to understand is how 43-month subscriber will watch one fucking one YouTube video and be like, actually, everything that I've supported for the past 43 fucking months, I'm actually gonna go back on because I watched one fucking YouTube video and it literally changed my mind entirely. Like, what is going on here? Explain what you're saying. I feel like you slowly backed away from the Yemeni dude. Seems like you started. No, I haven't. I haven't backed away from it. I haven't backed away from the interview in and of itself. Okay? It's fucking ridiculous to still bring this up. This is simply a talking point. I really should stop covering it. I've been to Israel twice and I'm not Jewish, you stupid chatters. Why do you think anybody thinks you're Jewish? I haven't even seen that in the fucking chat. What are you talking about? What? No one is even... Yeah, why do you hate the Jews, bro? Am I being brigaded? What's happening right now? There's not a single fucking chatter that said you're Jewish, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? You just invented that in the fucking chat. What is happening? Are you here to just like respond to something that you didn't actually fucking engage with? What is going on? Yes, you are being brigaded. What is happening? I'm monitoring the chat too. I haven't seen... They're trying to gaslight people outside this drama into thinking you're anti-Semitic. He's taking these moments to clip you and point to say, this is how Hassan chatters are. Yeah, what is happening at this point? No, man, I think you have the power to see what communities I'm in and it's yours and Will's. What? Okay, I'm not even saying that you're coming from a particular community. I'm simply stating that you saw one fucking YouTube video and it primed your worldview. Like it altered your trajectory dramatically. I don't care about brigading. I asked, am I being brigaded? What the fuck's going on? Because the other guy was like, why do you hate Jews, bro? Another person in the chat, not you. Okay? Okay. As a 43-month subscriber, I was trying to understand, give you the charitability, and try to understand what you were talking about. But I'm still very much confused. You jumped from point to point, which is odd. I don't know why you did. Debate pervert. As someone who saw this live, I tried to watch it again and it absolutely infuriates me. I've been a subscriber to Hassan for 3 years, and the time of me posting this and this conversation was the biggest letdown I've experienced from him. As this conversation progressed, it turned more and more into Hassan gish galloping whatever Ethan brought up because Hassan clearly couldn't answer. Someone asking him to define what socialism would ideally look like if it was implemented. Oh, goddamn, son. Oh. So in the beginning, it seemed like you were a bit insensitive with your opinion on October 7. There it is. Get it out. Get it all out, Schlip Bibbler. You know what? I want to invite you to the broadcast if you want to make your case. I'm about to ban him in Will's chat too. So in the beginning, it seemed like you were a bit insensitive about your opinion on October 7. I can do that. I do agree with how you're covering it now. I can do that, but give me a sec. Oh, thanks, man. Perhaps the reason why you thought I was being a bit insensitive with my coverage over October 7 in the beginning is because maybe you weren't as knowledgeable, despite the fact that you literally went to Israel twice, as you said. I don't know. Maybe. You did mention, I know I said I thought he might be media trained, but you said it was while pondering his tone of response due to the translation barrier. It was the horse fucker that fixated on that to frame it as you realizing he was a terrorist. Yeah, no, there was no point. I need people to understand something. If given the opportunity, I would interview someone who is a direct Houthi, okay? I would. Abso-fucking-lutely. Probably not on Twitch as the medium, but I 100% would. I think it's odd that people think that that is not a thing that I would do. I've said I would fucking interview Barack Obama. I would interview people who have caused untold carnage. How I conduct that interview dramatically changes if I know what their background is ahead of time. This guy wants to get a star, folks. This dude, I said I would. I said I would invite him. I want to examine his brain. He went through his point by point using clips to show how you knew he was a Houthi and that you're intentionally lying about it. That's why these people are mad, law. No, I thought he was a Houthi. I don't have a problem interviewing a Houthi rebel directly. Okay? I don't even think that at the time it was a designated terror group. Regardless, that doesn't really matter. People are just fucking jumping on that. Would you interview someone in the IDF? Yes, of course. I have. What the fuck? I have. I've interviewed conscientious objectors and people who have served in the IDF. What are you talking about? Hello? Yes. What are you talking about? I said it, but I also asked him, if he was a Houthi in the interview. There's a... Guys, here. Where is it? No one served in the IDF. What are you talking about? I have been more charitable and more friendly to people who have served in the IDF. I have used the writings of people who have served in the IDF. Breaking the Silence is quite literally an entire organization of people who've served in the IDF. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Tal was an objector. I know. I'm saying, oh my God. Guys, I had to re-download Discord because my driver's fucked up. What do I need to guest star? You don't need Discord to guest star. You just do it through fucking this. You do it through Twitch. I just gave you a call. You just have to pick up. Hello.
Sorry, hold on. One second. 1 second. I'm getting double audio.
Okay, you're getting double audio because my stream is on. And secondly, you do not sound like you just got off of a motherfucking treadmill. Okay, Schlib-Bibbler. Turn on your camera right now.
I guess I could. I would have to bring it over. I'm on my PC desktop. I'm not.
You went from the treadmill to your fucking now he's breathing. Now he's breathing heavily. It's like when I called Cutie Cinderella.
I sat down for like 30 seconds. What do you want out of me, man?
I'm tired.
I have a standing. I'm not walking 4 miles an hour. It's like a 1.8.
I'm so tired.
I'm walking a 1.8 for about like 3-4 hours. Okay.
Hold on. Let me see if I can lower your volume. It's really loud. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I can move my mic away too.
No. It's fine. You can speak in the same volume. It's fine. I can lower it here.
Right,
All right.
I'll leave my mic at the same distance. Is this okay?
Didn't you interview this guy last year? No, this is not the same guy. This is a different guy.
I have never talked to you in my life.
Yeah. Okay. All right. 43 most subscriber. Make your case. Yeah. Ofer Kasif served in the IDF. That's what I was talking about.
It's so okay. Look, man. I'm not coming at you from like a weird Klimchimp ass perspective, so I don't have like hard evidence of like the exact streams that you covered and what you said during them, like on October 7th a year ago. Here's what I will say though. I just feel that like when October 7th happened, during the first I'd say 6 months, I feel like you didn't really recognize that like a lot of the people that were there didn't choose to be there, and
what do you mean?
It seemed in a lot of your. Sorry, what?
What do you mean by that? A lot of people that were where didn't choose to be there.
In Israel. Sorry, in Israel, it seemed like it seemed like you kind of lumped Israelis into one bucket rather than seeing that they didn't. A lot of them didn't choose to be there. It's a multi-generational.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question really quickly?
Yeah.
Was it when I had Jewish anti-Zionist historian Zach Foster on, or was it when I had Israeli Knesset member Ofer Kasif on, or numerous other, or even conscientious objector to the IDF, Jewish Israeli Talmidnik on, where you got the idea that I was never taught, that I was not exhibiting the diversity of thought within Israel, something that many people even made jokes about and still do to this day, about how I have captured the attention of all 8 of the Israeli left, the anti-Zionist left.
Does that not kind of seem like a gish gallop to you?
A gish gallop? I just gave you 3 examples. Well, 2 that are directly relevant that address your point of view. I talked to Dr. Ofer Kasif literally I think 4 or 5 days after October 7. He was one of the first interviews that I conducted to showcase to my audience that Israel was not of one mind. This is not a gish gallop. This is just giving you direct evidence that contradicts your main thesis.
Okay. Maybe I don't get how that relates to my thesis. Could you walk me through that?
Yes. Easily. You made the claim that in the first 6 months during in the aftermath of October 7, that I was creating this understanding that Israel was a monolithic force and everyone in Israeli society was of one mind. And I'm showing you direct evidence to the contrary. One of the first things that I did post October 7 was to interview a member of the actual Knesset, like the Israeli Knesset, who is an anti-Zionist. Don't you think that that directly contradicts your main thesis that I was personally invested in presenting a false narrative that all Israelis, I made it seem like all Israelis are of one mind?
So I would say that, let's say I throw one white bean in an entire bin of black beans. Does that make it a white bean salad?
What? I mean,
I don't mean.
wait.
Sorry. Let me change the colors there. Red versus green. Whatever. It doesn't matter. But
Okay. Okay. I don't think you understand. Me interviewing a member of the Israeli Knesset is not just like a random instance. It's one of the examples that disproves your point. I gave you multiple examples. I do not know how we can set the boundaries of how I could have massaged this in a direction that you're more understanding of, considering that throughout that same time frame, I covered Israeli protests. I covered the attitude that Israelis had towards Benjamin Netanyahu within the same framework of still wanting to maintain a war in Gaza, because I was not going to lie. There was direct evidence in the form of polling that was being conducted in Israel at the time that showcased the Israeli attitude towards the bombing campaigns in Gaza.
can you do me a favor and talk about maybe the opposite, right? Because I think that you are fairly centrist on this matter now, which I do appreciate.
No, I'm
but,
not. My position on this has not changed at all. I think that genocide and apartheid is completely unconscionable. It is completely immoral, and it can only be packaged to a broad audience that is receptive to such violence by consistent and steady social conditioning in the form of dehumanizing propaganda. I have never been a centrist on this matter, and I have not been a centrist since October 7. I have not been a centrist since far before October 7. My opinion on this matter didn't shift. I think your understanding of Israel's actions might have changed a little bit. Your perception of my coverage changed. You became more receptive to my my coverage of it. If you would like to find out more, I don't know if you were here at the time, but you can go back to this interview that I conducted on October 21st. I believe we uploaded on October 22nd to develop a better understanding of the framework that I was operating on, which is no different than the framework that I'm operating on currently. It's an hour long. It's a little bit more condensed, but this could perhaps help you fully comprehend where I was coming from back then.
Can I rephrase what I said maybe?
Okay. If you go back to legumes, though, we're not going to be able to have a productive conversation.
Well, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that obtuse of a rephrasing. I just think that you have a more humanist perspective on the Israelis now, because I felt like in the beginning, you painted with more of a broad brush, in that they were all bad.
Why do you think that I wasn't having? Can you give me examples? I've given you examples to disprove your point. Can you give me examples to prove your point, so we're not just operating off of your feelings? Because I can't disprove your feelings. It's just your feelings.
I can. Okay. The only hardcore example. Sorry, hold on one second. Sorry, give me one quick second. I have to read something. Sorry, my fiance wanted to ask about something. But
flex. Weird flex, but okay. I'm fucking with you, dude. Come on, give me an example.
What do you want me to say about it? I don't fucking know.
I'm messing with you. I'm trying to, this is not like a hostile conversation. So can you give me an example of what led you to believe that I had a monolithic approach to Israeli society in the first 6 months?
So, okay. Unfortunately, it's something that was kind of validated through the Ethan stream, but it is something that I felt, and I don't know. I have said, if
why
you look
unfortunately?
through my chat logs,
No, stand by your convictions. It's not unfortunate. If you feel that way, then you feel that way. But you can at least use some of the examples if that's your feeling, right? Can you give me an example?
Yeah. Well, yeah. So if you'd let me finish my point, what I'm saying is, I think that the Timothée Chalamet thing, that left a really bad taste in my mouth, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It just felt.
Can you tell me why?
Because even during the interview, I don't know if you're gonna acknowledge it, but you even felt fucking weird, man. That shit seemed very odd. I don't know. The whole thing just felt really off. It was because
No. I asked you.
even said
I didn't ask you for vibes. Come on, we can be serious.
Oh.
I didn't ask you for vibes. You said that I gave you examples of my coverage on both sides of this otherwise one-sided genocide, right?
It is a one-sided genocide. I want to agree with you there. Sorry to interrupt.
I didn't even assume that you didn't agree with me. You agree with me that it's a genocide. You agree with me that Israel's an apartheid state, right? Like, I don't even think that's a question. Yeah, great.
And I have friends there, for the record. Like, I've been to weddings in Israel. Like, I love people in Israel.
Okay,
like, they're very close.
So the original point that you made, was that in the first 6 months of my coverage, you felt like I was being insensitive. That you felt like I was basically saying that Israel is a monolith. And I asked you for examples, and instead of examples, you moved on to the interview that I conducted with Rashid, the teenager from Yemen. So, question for you.
I want to highlight that. Sorry, I have something I can say. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, go ahead. No,
I want to highlight something that I didn't hear from you, rather than something that I did. I know that's a little obtuse. I apologize. Sorry, but I didn't hear that the Israelis may not all accept the government that they are under. You know, that's not really something that you started addressing until much later in the conflict.
Yeah, you're wrong.
That really.
No, you're wrong.
Please tell me why and when.
Because on numerous occasions, including the one that is not, including the example that I gave you, which is the interview I conducted on October 22nd, which I think fits that time frame, and numerous instances before and numerous instances after, I talked about the diversity of opinion within Israel regularly. The reason why I'm pointing to this interview in particular is because it's one of the first interviews I conducted, and it happened to be someone who is directly in the Israeli Knesset. Not only that, but immediately on October 8 or 9, one of the first instances of my coverage featured victims on October 7 from the kibbutz Be'eri. Okay? They had been transported to a hotel in the Red Sea. And I still remember it vividly. One of the victims, I believe she was a young woman who had more sympathy for the Palestinians even then, even after being a victim of this Palestinian resistance militia, like watching people get killed, still showed so much sympathy, so much empathy for the Palestinians on the other side of the Gaza boundary. That was, I think, literally the first day. I think it was on October 8th. And there has never been a moment where I have not shown that there are absolutely people of different mind in Israel, including, but not limited to, like I said, conscientious objectors, famous, notable Israeli scholars and historians. But beyond that, Haaretz writers, 972 magazine and Local Call magazine investigative reporters, people who are even liberal Zionists, the group called Standing Together, Omdim Be'achad. There are numerous examples that I have used to showcase the diversity of Israeli thought surrounding this issue. Some of the people that I've brought forward, I did not agree with. Some of the people that I brought forward, I did agree with. But it doesn't matter. This directly contradicts the statement that you're making.
I would like to make a little counterpoint. And like, if you don't agree, then like, I'm sorry, man. I didn't come here with like timestamps and shit like that, but just hear me out, all right?
Oh, no, I am hearing you out. Here's a tweet also from May 21st, 2021. Stop conflating Jews all around the world with the horrific, violent Israeli occupation. You are being anti-Semitic when you claim that all Jews are a monolith in their unconditional support for a far-right, ultranationalist, ethno-state government engaging in war crimes. There has never been a moment in my commentary which is informed by Jewish Israeli scholars that where I have made.
There's no way I can open your stream and see your stream. So.
No, it's fine. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you that there has never been a moment The reason why it's very easy for me to point to this stuff is not because like chat is also chat was also here and heard me say these things, but the reason why I can directly contradict the things that you were saying is because that is not my worldview. And because it's not my worldview, that is the reason why I can very easily recall events from back then.
Sorry.
Here's my tweet from October 14th. I hope that those in the Western world can demonstrate a moment of self-reflection and have an ounce of the moral clarity of this 19-year-old victim who experienced the massacre in Kibbutz Be'eri. The person that originally posted this interview is Benzion Sanders. He is a part of the IDF, or was a part of the IDF, and was one of, I believe, the founding members of the veterans group that is against the Israeli occupation. I'm forgetting the name of it now. But go on. What were you going to say? Sorry.
Sorry. Can I stop you for a sec here? Yeah. Sorry, but you're giving me a lot of examples of specific things that counter my point. To which I would say, yes, those are absolutely valid, right? But what you will not acknowledge and you will not cover are all the times that, this is stupid. I'm sorry. I didn't come here ready to debate you, man. But
no, but you have strong feelings, so I assume that you have something that has primed you into feeling this way.
Yes. And I have strong feeling. Yeah, but you're like, no, don't base it off vibes. But it's like, yeah, man, I didn't fucking type out on a goddamn spreadsheet like all the times you pissed me off, you know?
Okay, but like you can, I hope, at least recall something that primed you into this position.
So here's what I would say is that you're calling out the times where you interviewed specific people. What you're not talking about are all the times maybe like you could empathize with my position to where it's like, you know, maybe I didn't exactly call out the Israeli people as, you know, being completely humanistic from my perspective or something.
Wait,
right?
What? Okay. No. Your argument is that your original argument was that I did not show a diversity of thought within Israel in the first 6 months, and that I only started covering Israel from a more humanistic perspective in the last 6 months.
I wouldn't say last. Well, I don't have an exact date, but like sure,
regardless, and I've given you only examples from early October, right? Early October, showcasing the many instances, and I'm willing to bet that I could go to the VODs.
Wait a minute.
I'm willing to bet. Hold on, that I could go to every single VOD from October 8, because I wasn't live on October 7, October 8, every single day for the 6 months, the first 6 months of the coverage, and find at least one, if not multiple instances where I have talked about the difference in opinion inside of Israel, that not every single Israeli is full tilt, hell-bent on conducting a genocide that their government is conducting. Even in instances where polling data makes it seem like the overwhelming majority of Israeli Jews, a designation not that I have made, because I think it's a gross designation, but a demographic designation that the Israeli government makes as they separate Jew and Arab inside of Israel.
I know it's gross.
Yes.
Sorry.
Regardless, I mean, it's an apartheid. Of course it's gross. So polling is conducted, or was conducted, routinely, virtually every single day, if not weekly, during the month of October and onward, where the Jewish demographic of Israeli citizens, by 60% margins, saw the Israeli military conduct as appropriate or demanded more of it, like more violence, more bloodshed. And even then, I talked specifically about how there were still people who disagreed with that. And I can tell you right now, with a certainty, that I have covered that virtually every single day. I'm willing to bet that I have brought this forward. Anytime I've mentioned Israel, I have talked about this every single day for the first 6 months. So my question for you is this: in spite of all of that, why do you still feel this way? Or will this change your mind?
I mean, first off, like it's really hard to change someone's mind of the past, I suppose, or like their experience of it. So I don't know. I mean, like again, I agree with how you're covering it now. I think it's I'm sorry I said centrist earlier. That was the wrong wording for it. But I feel like that you recognize the Jewish people for, you know, not being happy with their government now. I don't think that you did that.
Okay, but I'm giving you examples.
Again, I don't.
But I am giving you
examples of specific. Hold on. You're giving me examples of like specific interviews you did, but like those are specific days, specific hours, right? But I'm talking about months. I'm not talking about hours.
What do you mean? Okay.
Like I'm talking. So you have pretty. Okay.
I have never. I have not
You pretty much-
changed. I'm going to tell you right now, and I'm. This is not even like me trying to argue against like what your vibes were about my coverage. It's more so me trying to correct the record. My tone and my attitude and my coverage has not been different about Israel since the beginning of October till now. You have the opportunity right now, a unique opportunity that is not presented to anyone else when they make an argument such as this one, to be able to go back to every single VOD and go through them. Or even if you don't want to watch the VODs, you can watch the condensed version. I have probably churned out one video or a couple every single day from my coverage. I think that if you looked at it with a fresher perspective, the perspective that you have now, because you now say that I cover it more humanistically, okay, or more in a more humane fashion, if you were to go back and watch those VODs or watch any of those videos now with today's fresher perspective, I think you would recognize that my tone and my intentionality in the way that I speak and in the way that I've covered this has not changed even a little bit.
Okay. I don't want to drag this out more than it has to. You know what? Yeah, I don't want to drag this out more than it has to. I haven't looked at chat. I'm sure they're very mad.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm the one who's controlling the conversation here. I'm the one who, thought that this would be a potentially valuable conversation to have. So I just want to understand where you develop these vibes from, because clearly you're a long-term community subscriber, and I want to know where you developed this attitude, and it must not have just been like Ethan's video or whatever.
No, it's absolutely not. It was. Well, look, man. I mean, you're asking me to like give you a timeline of vibes, and like I don't fucking know, man. I don't have that on my hand. Like I'm a goddamn human being. I've got my own shit to do. But I didn't actually intend on being called in to guest star. Sorry.
No, it's okay. You don't have to apologize for it. I'm the one who called. I'm the one who brought you in front of the class. All right. So my question to you is, where did you develop this attitude?
What I'm saying is, I know. So when October 7th happened, I immediately like texted my friends and I was like, "Are you guys okay?" Like, because I was at their weddings and like, I have a lot of friends out there. I was worried about like I expected the Israeli government to go like extremely fucking hard right and like automatically like bring everyone back into conscription. So I was very fortunate that didn't happen, because I think that they're fucking insane. Netanyahu's a fucking maniac. But they were telling me it's just hard because they buy into the propaganda because they don't have access to much else, right? And that wasn't something that I heard covered a lot. It wasn't from the perspective of like, look, the Israelis are victims of their own government, as we are in America, right? Like, think of all the fucking.
That's an interesting position that you just brought forward. If only someone, I don't know, maybe his name is Hassan Piker, had made similar statements pretty early on and consistently throughout the first 6 months and the last 6 months as well. I don't know. I'm obviously being sarcastic. Like I said those things, and I do say those things all the time. Actually,
I don't know. I don't.
Does this shock you?
I'm sorry, bro. I'm not going to listen to the last 6 months of your fucking VODs.
No,
man.
you don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to. But it is interesting to me that again you were primed into believing this position, and I'm trying to show you evidence of the contrary, and evidence of the contrary happens to be like my firmly held commitment to a humanitarian approach to this subject. So it's very easy for me to disprove the statements that you're making because it is not my worldview, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
How do you think I fell into the position that I have? As a non-Jew, by the way. Like, I grew up Lutheran. I'm from the fucking Midwest.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what your entire life history looks like. I don't know what's in your head. I don't know why I would there is no way that I could accurately figure out what it is, especially when you've already like asked the question that was already primed with things that I don't believe, like with the suspicion that you think I argue for positions that I don't argue for.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't really have anywhere else.
I mean, I think you told me, if I didn't misunderstand you, I think you said that the bad vibes came from your friends in Israel that thought that I was covering it in a very one-sided manner, right?
Oh, no. Trust me. I'm the furthest left out of all of my friends.
No.
They don't listen to you.
Okay, I don't know. Then I don't know where I guess I misunderstood what you had said previously then. But I guess my question is like, did you watch a lot of my coverage in the early month of October? Maybe it was too traumatic for you. Maybe you felt a closeness to the issue, so you just like might have written me off.
I felt like a bit like jaded after a few months. But no, at the beginning I was here and then I was listening, but then eventually I just felt like an impasse. From what I was experiencing from my friends and what you were covering as a person, which is kind of where I think it stems from.
Okay. You just said you're way more to the left than your friends. I
recognize they're fucking morons sometimes, though. You know, I mean,
everyone. I'm stupid too. Everyone has the capacity to be stupid. You also referred to your friends in Israel as like people who have like completely bought into the propaganda. It could be that was your blind spot. I don't know, maybe, but ultimately, if you want the truth, right? Because it seems like you care about the truth. Like you like debating, I suspect, because you arrive at the truth that way. So the question for you is, you've talked a lot about your feelings in terms of my coverage, like how you feel about my coverage. Do you think it's more productive for you to at least like go back and watch one video, if not 2 videos from early October with a fresh set of eyes after perhaps maybe 12 months of ongoing genocide, where your opinion might have changed on the matter, especially when I tell you that my opinion hasn't? Maybe you can, maybe it could be productive in like you self-examining how your thoughts might have changed over time.
I agree with that, and that's why I'm really grateful for the fan channels, because they upload a lot of older stuff.
Yeah.
And it just kind of it pops up on my feed that way. But what I will say is that you so their perspective was that, like, you know, what do we do? Hamas are bombing hospitals with children in them. What are we supposed to do? And that was like, I'm really being like reductive here, but that was essentially like the perspective that they had. And it's like, well, that's a hard position to be in. You know, I recognize that that's a hard position to be in. I don't agree with the way the government went about it. And I recognize that, like, you know what? Okay, here's something that I wish that would have been covered, is that the average age of both the Palestinian and IDF soldiers are 18 or under. That's fucking crazy, man.
Okay,
I was super reactionary
it's not,
at that age.
The average age of the IDF is not 18 or under.
Or sorry, 18 to 20. Well, I mean, it's 18 to 20 because it's mandatory conscription. But like, they're all young as fuck. Like, let's say 20 to 15. Like, I was reactionary as fuck during those 5 years.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not like I don't know what you're pointing to here in terms of like my assessment of the situation does not change with this is not new information for me. My assessment of the situation is not remotely different.
I heard you. cover a lot of like the Palestinians. The average age of a Palestinian soldier is like 15 to 18 or something like that.
I said that the average age of the Palestinian living in the Gaza Strip is under 18, and that the majority of the population there is under the age of 18. Having said that, however, I do not know what the average age of the like Palestinian resistance fighters age is, but I don't think that someone who is a part of a nuclear militarized state that gets every weapon known to man from the United States of America, that is currently conducting, forced conscription or not, currently conducting an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza to a person who has existed under that ethnic cleansing campaign and permanent occupation and an apartheid regime that was born into that, that wants to resist against said occupation. I think it's not. This is not a like morally neutral boundary here. I think that there is a difference. Here's our Israeli Jewish chatter. He says, "For what it's worth, chatter, I've been watching for a while, and I can say that I've never felt dehumanized by Hassan's rhetoric. Occasionally, when chatters have taken dehumanizing or weird lines towards Israelis generally, or me specifically, he would call them out and remind chat to take a serious systemic analysis of the conflict instead of childish generalizations. And I don't take that for granted during a genocide." And I know that there are plenty of other Israeli Jews in this chat that also feel the same way. I perhaps, as a consequence of being both Turkish and American, understand the position of someone who is anti-imperialist in either of those countries, as I am anti-imperialist across the board. I can use my own lived experience as having an opinion like that in a country that is hyper militant and ultra nationalist like Turkey. Not to say that what Turkey's done to the Kurds is similar to what Israel's doing. I'm not, I'm not casting a broad brush and saying that these are the same. However, I understand the vibes of people that live in Israel, perhaps even better than someone who lives in America. And the reason for that is because Turkey also is a very nationalistic country. And my opinions there would not fly in the same way that Israeli Jews living in Israel who are leftists, their opinions do not fly in normal Israeli society either. But that is part of the reason why I think you are incorrect in your vibes. I can't, stop you from feeling a certain way. I can only tell you where I'm coming from. And if you think that my commentary did not feature the Israeli perspective, you would be wrong.
I would really love to hear more about how being Turkish or if you could relate your experience of being from Turkey relates to being from Israel. Look, I don't know. I'm not saying that it's like I'm not saying that contentiously. I'm honestly saying that I think.
Yeah, I'll give you a really easy answer.
I'm not saying with me.
I'll give you a really easy answer. I can't go back to Turkey.
Okay.
I mean, my family still lives there. I can't go back to Turkey. Perhaps that will help shape your opinion a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I've got some friends that are here in the U.S. that can't go back to Israel. Well, they probably could, but they shouldn't. I don't know if it's the same way.
That's a little different. No, I don't know. I don't know what your friends did in Israel, but my reasoning is that I can't because of the things that I have said about the Turkish government, things I've written about the Turkish government.
I will say when I went to Israel, they were extremely resilient about like what you said, how you feel about Israel, where you're going, the addresses you're going to, like everything. It's kind of nuts. But anyway, I literally do have to go, man. I'm sorry.
Okay. I hope I was able to help guide you through this process a little bit better. I hope you understand that maybe you might have been a little misguided about my coverage.
I'm going to go rewatch some of the fan channels videos because they're great. Like Hasnabi Archive. They're really awesome. Really like them. But
okay.
But yeah, I'm going to go rewatch some. I don't know. Maybe my opinions have changed over the years, but
I think you will find yourself. I think you will find yourself surprised if you go back and watch. Even you said you watched Ethan's coverage, right?
Yeah.
Go back.
I mean, I watch H3 too.
Yeah. So that's a great starting point. In the early, I think it was in October, maybe a little bit after October. if you go back and watch the last conversation that I had with Ethan on my stream, okay, with today's perspective, I think you will develop a very different understanding. Also, I think Hasanabi Archive is literally a bot channel and is oftentimes like puts insanely sometimes racist fucking racist photos in their thumbnail and makes it seem like I believe things.
I don't know about that. I
remember there was one where like he fucking put me making it seem like I believe that Haitians were eating cats and dogs, because I still remember that. But it's a bot channel. I have no control over it. Anyway, but yeah, here the one that you can
reactions, Hasanabi. Sorry, I could. There's a bunch of Hasanabi.
Well, regardless, there's a lot of Hasanabi fan channels. My point is, listen to the conversation that I had with Ofer Kasif early on. You can listen to the conversation that I had with conscientious objectors of the IDF that were arrested and went to prison, got out of prison. And the other one is, I suggest listen to the conversation that I had with Ethan himself and see if your opinion has changed, or see the way I conduct those conversations at that time, and maybe that'll change your mind.
Thanks for the starting point. I'm still gonna rag on you for calling you the CEO of socialism and you fucking up that last debate you had with Ethan.
I'm not the CEO of socialism.
You are the CEO of socialism.
I'm not. I don't think that. Okay. Well, all right.
All right. Thanks, man. I appreciate the time.
All right. No problem. Have a good one. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Your coverage always ages better with time. Like right now, I'm only on board with the Houthis as a resistance group, but I wouldn't say what you did with Nick. Maybe when I read more about it. I think there are Zionists who feel there is a way they can support Israel and Palestinians, or at least they could be in denial about how those may be dialectics, but maybe that is really possible. The one-state solution withholds Israeli leadership accountable for war crimes. I feel like Simply asked this dude a very simple question and wrapped his garbanzo up. Does he think that Israel is committing a genocide in the Gaza Strip? Yes, he does. He does think that. He said so. Anyway, I'm surprised because I feel like you were harsher on Israel now than before, Law. I mean, yeah, I've always been harsh on the Israeli apartheid. Yes. You are so consistent in your coverage that sometimes when I go back and watch old vids, the only way to differentiate is when it happened is your hair. Yes. Bro, serious question. How do you talk to people in the West when their normative position is that brown people aren't human? It feels so draining. Like, to him, brown people are purely evil, but Israeli just innocently tricked into being bad. I don't think that many people in the West recognize that that is their starting point. But I recognize that that is the starting point of many people in the Western world, which is why I have to be as patient as I possibly can be to walk them through the steps, just like I did with Asmongold. Can you touch on the Nick thing? Could give a fuck about the Houthi kid at this point, but the other one is still like grimacing emoji to me. Yes, of course. I have showcased the funniest thing about the Houthi videos that I showed Nick, which is, you know, I used to fucking show the musical workings of the Lion of Syria, Bashar al-Assad as well, including but not limited to thank you USA, you are my best friend. Again, all sides of every conflict in general, in a humorous capacity. But in terms of like, if I'm going to be serious about this for a second, because a lot of people go, you show terrorism propaganda videos. That video from the Houthis is directly a video about them resisting against the Saudi genocide. Like, when you slap that when you slap like terrorism as a sticker onto it, that is what's fucking nutty about it. It's like those people saying, no, keep sending your bombs. It does not matter. We do not care. Okay? Now imagine, why do you not feel this way about the IRA videos? I used to play Black and Tans at the top of every hour. The IRA is a designated terror group. Is it because, one, the IRA is not Muslim, and two, it is a anti-colonial resistance group that saw some success? Is that the reason why there is a different association with that? It could be multiple different things. Now, having said that, as far as like the music video of the Houthis, like, we're like, oh, these guys are fucking terrorists. They're like giant pieces of shit. They're brown. They're terrorists. They're brown. They're terrorists. That's a video that they made, once again, during their resistance to the Saudi occupation and genocide. To me, sure, there's a political designation that comes along with terrorism. Okay. And that designation exists for the IRA as well as every other group, as well as Ho Chi Minh. So what is it? I show you shitty music that the fucking IDF puts, yeah, I mean, if the IDF, if I had access to the IDF musical theater that Benjamin Shapiro was putting together, I would watch that shit on stream too. But the song that I showed was specifically about the Saudi genocide. It mentions Mohammed bin Salman by name, and it is nothing to do with like anti-Semitism or anything that the Houthis may believe. Nick is a normie. He's ignorant about the Middle East. I don't think he has bad intentions. Wait, what? No. Nick's perception of that entire day is not what people online have clipped out of context. What are you guys talking about? Nick is my friend. What the fuck? I've been working in honor on the IT side for years and never had interest about the situation until I saw your video with Nick where you summarized the situation. Just know that they're impartial. And about the false accusations about the relationship with Hamas, can you share your thoughts or link a video where you talk about it? What do you mean? Yeah, Nick didn't give a fuck about any of that. What are you guys talking about? Yes, but if you read Reddit comments, you'd think you tried to recruit Nick to Hamas. Yes, of course. If there is Reddit, I think at this point we know is very susceptible to brigading. That's number one. Number two, most of the people that conduct said brigading are not human beings who have normal friends in the real world. They are on the outside trying to fucking make sense, or sometimes not even make sense, but propagandize things that may or may not have happened. I am one of the parties that they are talking about. Why would you not go to the primary source and instead think about people that are incredibly far removed from the subject matter with a biased perspective and how they perceived two people interacting with one another? I will never understand that. Anyway, now let's get back to Hind Hassan, who interviewed Yahya Sinwar.
وقفت على الشباك على البلكونه بطلع بقول وين الناس اللي كانت هان؟ وين اهلي اللي كانوا هان؟ ايش اللي صار؟ احنا في حلم ولا علم؟ زهقت ما قدرتش صعقت نفسي راح خلص مش قادر اتحمل. بدي افهم انا ايش اللي عملنا.
Abu Salim's brother wasn't so lucky. He was buried under the rubble of their home for 12 hours. He's still in the hospital receiving treatment.
How
are you feeling right now?
والله تعبان جسمي تعبان مرهق صدري في شعر في كسر هنا.
Who did you lose?
أبويا وأمي وأختي.
Hind Hassan and Lama Al Arian.
أخويا الكبير ومرت أخويا ومرتي وابني البكر وابني الثاني 16 سنة وبنتي وابن أخويا وبنت أخويا ومرت ابن أخويا وطفل 3 شهور وولاد عمي 2 وولاد عمي
3 younger cousins, children,
بنات
my cousin's daughters.
جريمة.
This is a crime.
جريمة.
A crime.
جريمة عشان إيش؟ إحنا.
This is a war. This war sucks, but it's like a religious war, so it won't end until one side wipes the other out. Yeah, totally. That's not the case, chatter. I don't know if you're fucking, memeing or not, but do you think that maybe the people who call you anti-Semitic are just receiving a lot of hate from outside of your community, but because you guys advocate for Palestinians, that it all gets wrapped together? I'm sure that's part of it, yes. And there are people in this community that are also sending hate towards both Ethan and everyone else that they perceive as being in support of Israel. The problem is, if you're not in support of Israel, then say so and don't center the conversation around people that are yelling at you because they perceive you as being in support of Israel, because that is a cycle that literally turns around and ends up justifying what those people, not saying that I'm justifying it, but in their minds, it ends up justifying what they were saying to begin with. Like, it should not. This is something that I say all the time from my own personal experience. Naysayers and people who yell at you for being, for not sufficiently being pro-Palestine, okay? People yell at me about that too. People yell at me all the time about that. Has that changed the dynamic? Have I spent a lot of time? When I left the DNC, the day before I got kicked out for being fucking too pro-Palestinian, okay, there was a person outside the DNC who knew who I was and yelled at me. He said, "You're a fucking traitor." I walked up to him in the moment. I got heated. I went straight to his face. And I said, "What the fuck are you talking about? You think I'm your enemy? I'm not your enemy." People in my community wanted to yell at him. I went back and I told them not to do so. Because at the end of the day, while his anger towards me was misguided, his heart was in the right place. Because he was still outside of the DNC protesting against the Democratic Party for funding and facilitating a genocide. Okay? That's it. That is the attitude that I expect from every single person. If I can do it, you can too. Okay? I'm so moved by what you said the other day about Motaz. Could I say this to Motaz's face? Is what I'm doing right? Is what I'm doing right by him? This is the way. Look to our screen. Hear this man's words. How do we do right by this man than those he's lost? Exactly.
لازم هذه المحاكمة تكون أمام العالم كله. يجيبوا واحد في البيت كان حامل مسدس.
Can you think of a future? What do you think of the future right now?
إن شاء الله.
We will rebuild our house and remain in our home. May God grant us patience with the good and the painful memories. I'm going to skip certain parts of this now because, as you might have understood, the situation is identical to what it was pre-October 7 as it is to post-October 7. The only difference, of course, post-October 7 is that the carnage and the destruction and the scale and magnitude has gotten unimaginably worse. So here's the part that I think is important.
We saw the leader of Hamas earlier today, and so again, they want to send a message to the world that Hamas is in control of Gaza and that the leaders are not in hiding.
Yes, so this is, again, from 2021. This is after a 2-week-long bombing campaign that Biden personally ended with a singular phone call to Benjamin Netanyahu. They see Yahya Sinwar walking down the street, as he is known to do. They asked, just days after an assassination attempt on him, he's walking around on the street. They ask, "Can we do an interview with you?" He says, "I'll get back to you." And then he says, "Yes."
In public, Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar is defiant. He spent 22 years in prison for killing 2 Israeli soldiers and has survived multiple assassination attempts. We've just received a phone call from the office of Yahya Sinwar, who's the leader of Hamas. Now, he very rarely gives interviews, especially on camera, so we're headed over there now to see whether he'll talk to us. You had a long list of demands for Israel for you to stop firing rockets. And those lists of demands included for Israeli police and forces to leave Al-Aqsa, for the people in Sheikh Jarrah, for their homes to be protected.
Now, this is important to contextualize because Hamas rockets, if you ask pre-October 7, if you ask mainstream media coverage, if you ask Israeli society, Hamas rockets are unprompted, right? They're just like violent barbarians who are lobbing rockets over the fucking Gaza boundary into Israel, and it is relentless, it's merciless, and there is no reason for it. Now, this, of course, like Hind Hassan's framing of this question, okay, will perhaps help you understand it if you didn't catch it. Most of those rockets are an act of retaliation after the leadership structure of Hamas, for political reasons too, by the way, because they want to present themselves as different from the Palestinian Authority in the eyes of the Palestinian public in the West Bank. Those rockets come after threats made by Hamas to stop Israel, and those are reasonable demands, by the way, to stop Israel from brutalizing Palestinians in either Sheikh Jarrah, which was the neighborhood in contest in 2021 that Israel was like mercilessly conducting occupation campaigns on, or beating the shit out of people who are making the trek to Al-Aqsa Mosque to pray. It's not a mistake that this always happens in the same time every fucking year. In the West Bank and in Jerusalem, Israel brutalizes Palestinians severely. They do this as a way to remind them that Israel occupies this land. This has happened every single year, way before October 7, 2023. Okay? Hamas tells them not to do so. They do it anyway, and then they lob rockets, and then Israel turns around and conducts a campaign that they call mowing the lawn. That's what it's called. Okay? This is important context to understand. Just like the top of the hour comes at the top of every hour, you have to understand that context as well. You no longer want to see those ads. All you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Let's continue.
And also for the blockade of Gaza to be lifted. None of these have actually been guaranteed to you. Are you committed to this ceasefire?
We inform them all that we are willing to cease fire immediately and unconditionally. We just wanted to send a message to the Israelis that we will not allow them to have their way with Al-Aqsa Mosque, Jerusalem, or the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood. They continue to violate international law and resolutions in Jerusalem and the West Bank by establishing settlements, stealing land, and continuing their blockade on Gaza. Never forget that some of the most nefarious things that like pro-Israel people used to say, and they still say it every now and then, is when they hear someone in the West saying exactly those same things that Yahya Sinwar is saying, they are terrified because they're like, what the fuck? How did a guy in the Western world repeat these talking points? They must have heard it from Yahya Sinwar. The problem for them is that they cannot comprehend that these are normal fucking demands to be making, okay? And these are cruel acts of an apartheid regime that virtually every single person can understand is cruel, uniquely cruel, and completely unacceptable. By establishing settlements, stealing land, they are violating international law by establishing settlements, stealing land, and continuing to blockade on Gaza.
So the war isn't completely over.
The battle between us and the occupation, who desecrated our lands, displaced our people, and are still murdering and displacing Palestinians, confiscating lands and attacking sacred places, is an open-ended battle. It is an open-ended battle.
230 people were killed, many children were killed, and there's also investigations into potential war crimes that took place when Gaza was bombarded. But also we know that Hamas fired rockets into civilian areas in Israel and also killed people and children, not on the same scale as Israel, but that did happen. How do you respond to that? They are also allegations.
The dynamic, by the way, might be familiar to you. The dynamic might be familiar to you. One thing that I used to jokingly mention all the time is like, if you want to fucking even out the playing field, give him targeting systems. Give him a fucking Iron Dome. I've been a pro give Hamas an Iron Dome far before October 7. Okay? Far before. They can be precise. I'm sure if given the opportunity, they wouldn't want to fucking shoot civilians. They would want to fucking shoot direct military bases. Those are the guys who are bombing them. This video was, of course, conducted far before October 7. There's no way that any Western journalist could enter Gaza post-October 7. So...
of war crimes.
Also, there's no buildings standing in Gaza, so that could maybe clue you in on this. Iran is precise. Hezbollah is precise. They target military. Yeah. Well, not because of some like moral reason. It's just logical. Hello? It's logical. Random civilians aren't the ones that are directly killing you. It's soldiers that are killing you. So yeah, if given the opportunity, if you were like, oh, would you target a military base or would you target civilians? Yeah, of course they would target the military bases. Israel, which possesses a complete arsenal of weaponry, state-of-the-art equipment, and aircraft, intentionally bombs and kills our children and women. And they do that on purpose. You can't compare that to those who resist and defend themselves with weapons that look primitive in comparison. If we had their capabilities to launch precision missiles that targeted military targets, we wouldn't have used the rockets that we did. Does the world expect us to be well-behaved victims while we are getting killed? For us to be slaughtered without making a noise? That's impossible.
The bombs have stopped falling in Gaza, but for people like Abu Sabhi, the crisis isn't over. His wife's condition is deteriorating, but with time running out, they receive good news. We've just received the news that Diana has been given permission to leave Gaza to go to Ramallah and receive urgent care, and her family are now just running around trying to sort out the last-minute paperwork.
Yeah, also important context to know that Sinwar was born in a refugee camp. He died 60-ish years old. The refugee camp he was born in, Khan Yunis, the very camp that has been attacked in the past year. It's been up for 60 years. Is that normal for a refugee camp? Yeah.
الآن 3 إسعافات بدأ من غزة لإيرز ومن إيرز لهولندا ومن هولندا لمستشفى 3 إسعافات مستشفى الهلال الرحمة هو بياخذها من جنوب
Wait, so Israel is allegedly stopping innocent pilgrims to the Al-Aqsa Mosque even before October 7th? That sounds super illegal, not gonna lie. Oh, man. Yeah. Days after being transported to another hospital outside of Gaza, Diana Ziad Abu Al-Ouf died from her wounds on June 3rd. She was 45 years old. I think this is where he talks about
Israel
George
says
Floyd.
that it weakened Hamas in this war in Gaza and that it reached a lot of its military objectives, which include...
Isn't that interesting? Again, pre-October 7, Israel mows the lawn, kills a fuck ton of civilians, and then says, we weakened Hamas. One phone call from Biden, and they pack it up, and they say, we weakened Hamas. We reached our military objectives.
Included hitting Hamas tunnels, your police headquarters and security posts. What did you gain from this war?
والماكنة الإعلامية للاحتلال
During this conflict, the Israelis' propaganda machine
خلال هذه المعركة كذبت
vigorously spread blatant lies.
ودون حدود. كذب طيلة الوقت على أنه
They were always saying that they have a bank of targets to strike.
وفي النهاية وقت المعركة
But during the 11 or 12 days of fighting,
لم يكن لديه أهداف
they didn't have any worthwhile targets
والمدنيين
except for infrastructure, civilians, towers, and houses.
والشقق السكنية.
The occupation failed tremendously. The damage to our tunnels wasn't above 5%.
There is a new American administration. There is a new American president. Do you think that this is going to make anything any different here in this region?
She's talking about Joe Biden. I felt a tangible change from the new administration in its approach to all issues, specifically Palestinian issues. Bro, Yahya Sinwar was a lesser evil voter, dog. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's talking about Trump to Biden, chat. He was like, yeah, I'm riding with Biden. He seems like more tolerant and not as like crazy and bloodthirsty. In its approach, he's saying the Biden administration is different, especially Palestinian issues. The bias towards Israel is less than what it was in the previous administration. Boy, was he wrong. However, there is still a huge bias in the U.S. administration. Unfortunately, the recent statements from Secretary of State Anthony Blinken over supporting Fatah over Hamas aim to separate us and keep us divided. This is inappropriate behavior. We believe that the required action from the new U.S. administration must be different. All we ask of the U.S., we can read. No, dumbass. There's plenty of people who are listening, or some people can't fucking read because they're watching on mobile. Suck my dick. All we ask of the U.S. administration and the world is to make Israel follow international laws and international resolutions. That's all we want.
When we were in Jerusalem, we were watching.
The fuck is going on? Bro, every goddamn day, every damn day, there's got to be a new goddamn thing, dude. Holy shit. Every day, brother. Every day. Every day. Luckily, it happened at 6 p.m. today. It's not even, this time it's internet related. My internet is cutting in and out, and I don't know why. And it's fine, too, on my end. Like, this time it's not even directly my internet. Like, my internet is fine. I have 36.9 megabits per second upload. Okay? No, it's not even Spectrum. This is a Twitch server side issue. No, this is a Twitch server side issue. This is not my fault. My Spectrum internet is fine. I'm looking at it right now. I'm monitoring my upload speed. I'm looking at my upload speed and it is pretty fucking good. On the other hand, however, I keep dropping frames to 0 for seemingly no reason. It goes down to 0 on my OBS. Is dropping a shit ton of frames. I don't know what to do, but my internet is consistently high. Go into the settings and use a new server. It's been happening to a lot of streamers. I can't change servers midway through the stream, chatter. Yeah, you can't swap servers. Other streamers are fucking up for me too. It's patchy for now. Hold on. 36 upload is pretty low. Dude, what are you talking about? I need 6,000 bit rate. I need 6,000 max. I need 6 megabits, maybe a little bit higher than that. You're wrong. You really should do that Intel CPU BIOS and microcode update, brother. It's not. It might be a Twitch related thing. I have full blown internet, and on my internet, I'm looking at my fucking upload. It is consistent. Man, this shit is so fucking annoying. It's more annoying when my internet doesn't actually go out, so I can see all of the chatters be like, nah, dog, you're wrong. Everything that you're seeing is incorrect. It's like, how are you going to tell me that things that I am literally monitoring on my end that you have no access to, do what you did yesterday and buy a new one? No. Yeah, I think the new Windows update fucked everything. But I don't know if this is the 2H24 or 24H2 update fucked everything up. But I do think this is a Twitch-wide issue and not like, I think this is a Twitch-wide issue and not necessarily an issue on my end. Even though, no, it's not a DDoS. I'm going to continue.
Watching the war happening, we were watching Gaza being bombarded. And then the IDF, they tweeted on the internet, they said, we're attacking Gaza from the ground. And then there were rumors of a briefing that journalists were told that there was a ground invasion. And as a result of that, we heard that Hamas was tricked into going inside tunnels and then they were bombed by Israel and you suffered a lot of losses. Is this true? Did this happen?
The
military operation that Israeli Defense Forces Chief of Staff Aviv Kochavi planned for and was deceptive and blatantly lied about with the Israeli army to the global media. Wait a minute. Israel lied about its military operation? That's crazy. Stop. With these claiming that there was a ground invasion to lure our fighters into the tunnels so they can bomb them from the air to suffocate them within those tunnels. The Izz al-Din al-Qassam Brigade's intelligence department discovered that their deception from the first moment, and all our fighters were stopped from going into the tunnels on the front lines. And all of our troops who already were there were ordered to withdraw. And the occupation's planes, which had concussive bombs designed to destroy tunnels, those bombs fell on empty tunnels and areas, and not a single fighter was killed. This proves the absolute failure of that army and how its efforts are futile. Israel tried to use the media and committed a major moral crime by manipulating and exploiting them during the war instead of mobilizing actual troops. And I want to take this opportunity to remember the racist murder of George Floyd. George Floyd was killed as a result of a racist ideology held by some people. The same type of racism that killed George Floyd is being used by Israel against the Palestinians in Jerusalem, in the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood, and in the West Bank, and by burning our children, and against the Gaza Strip through siege, murder, and starvation. The entire free world must put an end to those crimes. Yeah, that was the famous interview where he talks about George Floyd. and says that it's white supremacy through and through, and it's the same kind of white supremacist attitude. So, still effing, no idea what to do. I don't know why it's still effing for you. It shouldn't. I saw some people on Our World News saying, I can't believe Sinwar wears suits like U.S. businessmen. They wanted to be Westerners so bad. The West is so brainwashed, dude. Like, they can't fathom that these are just people. Yeah, that is like horrifyingly racist. That is straight up so unimaginably racist, dude. I can't believe they wear fucking clothes like Westerners because they want to be just like Westerners. Is an incredibly racist thing to say. And also, identically, it is in line with exactly what Yahya Sinwar was saying in that interview. It is white supremacy through and through. It's white supremacy through and through. Famously, Ronald Reagan, in a conversation with old tricky dick Richard Nixon in wiretapped phone calls, famously once said the same exact thing about African diplomats. This is why I said it's like ridiculous that, it's ridiculous when people are on TikTok were like, Palestinians don't ever, they never cared about like black struggle or whatever the fuck. Not that it's like supposed to be transactional anyway. Anyway, Hamas statement following the killing of Yahya Sinwar from Jeremy Scale. It seems that Israel believes that killing our leaders means the end of our movement and struggle of the Palestinian people. They can believe what they want. And this is not the first time they said that. They repeated the same statements when they killed Sheikh Yassin, Dr. Rantizi, and Commander Shahadeh, the first chief of Al-Qassam brigades. But Hamas each time became stronger and more popular, and these leaders became an icon for future generations to continue the journey towards a free Palestine. Hamas is a liberation movement led by people looking for freedom and dignity. This cannot be eliminated. We believe that our destiny is one of two things, either victory or martyrdom. Yes, it's very painful and distressing to those beloved people, especially extraordinary leaders like ours. But what we are sure of is that we are eventually victorious. This is the outcome for all people who fought for their liberty. Dr. Bassem Naim, Hamas political bureau member in Gaza. Al-Qassam Brigades released a statement as well, saying this criminal enemy is delusional if he thinks that by assassinating great resistance leaders like Sinwar, Hania, Nasrallah, al-Aruri, or others, he can extinguish the flame of resistance or push it to a retreat. Rather, it will continue and escalate until the legitimate goals of our people are achieved. Martyrdom is the highest aspiration of our leaders, and their blood will be a beacon that illuminates the path to liberation and a fire. It burns the aggressors, and our leaders have left behind hundreds of thousands of mujahideen from our people and nation who are determined to fight the Zionist occupation until Palestine and the Al-Aqsa Mosque are cleansed of its defilement and swept away from our land, God willing. If you think that the death of the leadership, the command structure of the militant wing is going to change people's analysis about the country that is like killing their family members, you are wrong. It is understandable that Americans might not comprehend this because we live in the lap of luxury. But of course, the dynamic does not change because ultimately it is their humanity that wishes to be free. And until you eradicate all of the people, you will never be able to remove that need. That's it. It's honestly crazy that they released that video. Now, let me tell you, aren't you glad that they did? Do you feel like that is not instructive or informative? You don't have to agree with Yahya Sinwar. You don't have to agree with Hamas. You don't have to agree with their methods. But it is always very important to understand where everyone is coming from. Okay? That's it. It's a silly notion. The Hydra analogy is bullshit. What do you mean? Oh, like you cut off the head and the body dies type shit? Yeah. I like that analysts are debating whether Harris's rhetoric around Israel-Hamas war should change.
Got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Well, let's start with October 7.
Oh, God.
1,200 people were massacred. A terrorist attack that killed 1,200 innocent people. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. I maintain Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel has a right to defend itself because it is also true far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. A war that has led to unconscionable...
Bad example, Japanese fighters fought for a cause decades after surrender. You can't kill thought or an idea. Wait, what? Don't compare this to fucking Japanese colonial acts, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? That's insane. You just compared people that are victims of a genocide to people who conducted a genocide. Like a really fucking horrifying genocide that doesn't get much coverage in the Western world, nor does it get any coverage at all, as a matter of fact. Genocide that the government, the modern government of Japan, still pretty much doesn't recognize that it even existed.
Suffering of many innocent Palestinians. What we know is that this war must end. This war has to end. This moment gives us an opportunity to finally end.
Yes, I know it's like effing. Just put it in low latency mode and let it fucking ride, chat. You know it, okay? There's not much I can do about it. I don't know what to do. Ugh.
End the war in Gaza.
She would say, and said this week, that is message discipline. But this, for her, is a very important political issue where there is a segment of the Democratic coalition that wants to see actually a change in the rhetoric. They want to see her move in a particular direction. Has she done enough?
I don't think so. And I've been talking to people in the business sector in the Arab American community, and I was really surprised this week to get an earful to hear them say that they would much rather either vote a third party, not vote at all, or vote for Donald Trump. And I'm telling you, it's
How is that surprising to you? How fucking delusional is everyone? You are a foreign affairs analyst. Why is that surprising? Why? How can that be surprising? These people's fucking family members are being slaughtered with their tax dollars. Like, of course they're gonna fucking say that. What are we doing, man? What a weird situation.
not obviously a significant sample size, but I cannot find one Arab American within my social circle in business or personally who have said that they will vote for Kamala Harris. When you look at the polling, it seems sort of neck and neck. What they are saying, and this is not a Donald Trump campaign line.
Please restart. Little bro is unwatchable. Dude, you're so fucking stupid. I'm 6 hours into the stream. If you think I'm going to restart, you're delusional. I'm either going to just end the stream now or I'm going to continue and it's going to F. You have one option. Do you want me to continue coverage, hoping that it goes away, the minor Fs go away, or do you want me to fucking end the broadcast now? Because I can end the broadcast now. Here's what you can do. End the broadcast on your end by fucking clicking escape. You know, clicking the X on the corner of your screen, right?
That Tiffany Trump's father-in-law, who's a Lebanese businessman, has been successful in kind of converting and talking to people to explain why Trump would be better, even with the Muslim ban, even with everything else that has happened. They feel they do not have any political clout. They don't have any political operation. The only political power they have is their vote, even if it means the rise of Donald Trump.
That's extraordinary. That's extraordinary. I mean, and that part, I mean, we were hearing about the inroads that Tiffany Trump's husband was making in the spring when the uncommitted, uninstructed movement in a couple of states in Wisconsin and Michigan were such a big deal. I mean, 48,000 votes for uninstructed in Wisconsin. That's more than twice Joe Biden's margin in 2020. In Michigan, 101,000 uncommitted votes. That's just shy of what Joe Biden won that state by. I mean, this is important and it could be decisive.
And there's 200,000 Muslims in Georgia that no one talks about, too. And in the CARE poll, which came out several months ago, Kamala Harris was in third place among Muslims in several of those states, behind both Donald Trump and Jill Stein. So there is.
You got crazy parent energy right now? Bro, I think a lot of y'all are fucking delayed as shit. And no, I'm not. I'm just being reasonable. Like, why would I fucking restart the stream at this point? What are you talking about? Also, restarting the stream is not going to actually end up guaranteeing that the bandwidth is better. Just go on low latency mode and let it ride. And it's back now. Anyway, it's no longer dropping. I'm not kidding when I say I feel like they're having this conversation because they're saying they're going to vote for Trump. I swear to God, the media is only conditioned into one fucking speed, and that is, how can we talk about Trump supporters and Trump voters? I swear to God, I feel like the only reason why they're talking about this is because, like, now Arab voters are like, oh, I'm going to vote for Trump, actually. That's it, bro. One speed. These guys, both in the Democratic Party and in the media, only care when you're like, I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a lifelong Trump supporter. I love Donald Trump. Here's how you can win my vote. If you package everything with that statement in mind, you're going to get tremendous results.
this position that she's in. But she also said, by the way, in clips that they shouldn't go to Rafah. And she said that she would put something on the table against Bibi Netanyahu's government if they did go into Rafah. And now she's taking a...
Yeah, what did she put on the table? Nothing. This is what she put on the table.
Big credit that they killed the terrorists in Rafah. It is a little bit of a flip-flop moment for her in a very fast time, considering how frequently she flip-flops.
You're talking about also what Joe Biden's position was. He was the one who created that red line about Rafah, which Israel completely ignored. But one interesting thing, I mean, I noted Trump didn't address this today at all.
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
I don't think he needs to, honestly. I mean, I think...
I mean, don't you think it's a huge... I mean, this is a big moment.
It is a big moment, but if I'm looking at it through the political lens, I'm listening to everything you just stated, and if my daughter is sending her father-in-law out to these consequential places and they're talking to that particular community, I'm going to allow that to exist. I'm going to focus on other things. I recognize the liabilities for the vice president. They're the same liabilities for Joe Biden. They may even be potentially worse for the vice president, because I think the expectation was because she's younger and also of color, there would be some sort of shared understanding with the Arab American community, and there isn't. So that's a huge problem for her.
And I think it's the forgotten that you talk about. This is a community that isn't often followed very closely. They've typically in the past 2 decades voted Democratic. And to have these people say this, and keep in mind, when you look at this and people are viewing in the Arab world, 60% of the Arab world is under the age of 30. They are coming of age with this war. It doesn't matter where they're Lebanese or from Saudi Arabia or Jordan. They feel very strongly that this needs to end. And when you talk to them about what direction we should go in with the White House, they don't believe that Kamala Harris is offering a change.
Well, and they also, there's a particular concentration in Michigan that affords its own power of swaying, not quite like Cubans in Florida, but that same point. And that's why it's been a little surprising to me that the Democrats have not approached this much differently, because if you want to try to win this without Michigan, go ahead and do it. I just would not make that my strategy. And it felt like they basically punted on that with their policy.
Well, it's a kind of, I mean, they're in a tough spot because there is U.S. policy, which is staunchly behind Israel. There is also a pretty sizable contingent of Jewish Democrats for whom this is also a huge issue. So she's trying to be right there in the middle, and that's not what Arab American voters and Muslim voters want to hear. They don't want a down the middle response to this.
Yeah, I think it's a tough position to be in, because I think that she's the current VP of a president that has a policy that she needs to be respecting and behind, and she's a current candidate, which rarely happens the way we're doing it like this. And so what, if I may ask you, what does the Arab community want to hear from her? They want to say she's going to do what that she could do without stepping on her boss's toes?
I think it is the loss of life over and over again, the fact that this many people can die and nothing be done about it.
That's so crazy. They're like talking about this. Do they not have any fucking Arabs on this panel? What is going on? Why is there... I just realized, there's not a single fucking Arab on the panel. God damn it, dude. Is there a Muslim on the panel? Is there a Palestinian on the panel? What a weird fucking conversation, dude. Yeah, let's ask a bunch of random fucking people on to just speculate about why these weird Arabs are making such strange decisions.
About it. Right. And they feel that they don't have a voice and ability to advocate for what they believe should be an end to this. And simply calling for an end is not enough for this community.
Madam Vice President, thank you.
Yeah, I wonder why, dude. I wonder why. We didn't even get to do the fucking... Oh, it's official, okay? Trump is literally doing more media shit. Trump is doing media shit at an alarming rate. So much that I don't have time to cover any of it. I don't even have time for Patrick Bet-David. I just don't have time. It fucking sucks, dude. It's crazy. I'm pushing it again. One more day. Show this quick Trump gem from this morning. What is this?
They really don't have to be honest, because they will never be accused of anything. It's interesting. I was so amazed that Harvey Weinstein got schlonged. He got hit as hard as you can get hit, because he was sort of the king of the woke, right? Yeah. And yet he got hit. And I figured that maybe he wouldn't get hit so hard. But boy, did he get... you don't know him well.
I've never heard him use that term. Why did he say that? That's weird. Schlonged? What the fuck? Are you all right, man? What the fuck's going on?
Well, I don't know him well, but I watched that, and it was amazing. Schlonged. So when they do get hit, they get hit. but that's the only one I can think of. Normally, they protect everybody. What they did with Adams, I think, is very suspect.
I heard you bring that up last night.
Well, but Democrats don't have to be on.
My favorite is like Eric Adams is actually the king of anti-woke, and that's why they came after him. Dude, his position is identical to the overarching Democratic Party point of view. What, like on immigrants? He says immigrants constitute a criminal threat. Okay, so do the rest of the Democrats. He's like, oh, I want to do everything I can to stop the terrorism on college campuses that are in the pocket of Hamas. Okay, so does like virtually every other Democrat. Why do they fucking act like Eric Adams being pro-Israel and anti-migrant is the reason why the Democratic Party came after him? I used it before in a tweet. When I said Hillary Clinton got schlonged by Obama, it meant got beaten badly. The media knows this. Often used word in politics. Thank you. I thought I was a Trump. I thought I was a preeminent like Trump stan. Turns out there's still parts of Donald Trump that I haven't learned. Dear Donald Trump, here's the best definition of schlonged we could find. By Matt Miller. Is this the Matt Miller? No, that's a common name. Wait, on Esquire? He wrote about it on Esquire originally. It's not, right? It's just a different Matt Miller in 2015. Oh, this is the guy. Okay. That would have been really funny. They were like, we loved your article about Trump's penis, so we want you to work for the State Department. Careful, your Chatterino showing pics now. I know. I made it. I made it so it shows me thumbos. Trump's next big podcast was with The Undertaker.
Election mania. Choice is yours. You can go with President Trump, Kane, and The Undertaker, or you can take Kamala Harris, Dave Bautista, and Tim Walz. Choose wise.
Wait, why the fuck did Dave Bautista get shit on? Does The Undertaker not like Dave Bautista?
The nation depends on it.
And that should be an easy choice.
All right, everyone. November.
He's woke now? I've said it once. I've said it before. He knows his MAGA base well.
Early voting is underway, so get everyone you know and go out and vote. Go tomorrow. It's just starting. Go and vote. Make sure you vote and bring all our friends that want to vote for us. Tell them, Jill, get your fat husband off the couch. Get that fat pig off the couch. Tell him to go and vote for Trump. He's going to save our country. Get that guy the hell off her. Get him up, Jill. Slap him around. Get him up. Get him.
That's amazing. Dave Bautista did a Jimmy Kimmel skit against Trump. Yeah, I don't care, man. I haven't seen it, and I really don't give a shit. Oh my God, everyone is linking it to me. I don't care. Ugh.
That Donald Trump has ever done has divided this country. America will only be great if you vote for me. And that's bullshit. It's not making America great. It's making Donald Trump great. Vote for me so I can pardon myself, do anything I want, and get away with it. Just a regular guy. But when I look up the definition of narcissist, this is who people...
God, there is like something so fucking lame about these kinds of videos. I don't know. Like, when I look up the definition of narcissist on the dictionary, I see Donald Trump.
Fellas, we gotta talk. A lot of men seem to think that Donald Trump is some kind of tough guy. He's not. I mean, look at him. He wears more makeup than Dolly Parton. He whines like a baby. The guy's afraid of birds. Donald Trump had his daddy pay a doctor to say his Will feet hurt so he could dodge the draft.
Like, you're literally showing his best moments. Like, he had the opportunity to not fucking go and kill a bunch of Vietnamese rice farmers and like nuke them into oblivion with fucking napalm and Agent Orange. Like, I don't care. That was his coolest thing. That's the coolest dang thing he ever did.
Look at that gut. Like a garbage bag full of buttermilk. He sells imaginary baseball cards pretending to be a cowboy fireman. Guy's barely strong enough to hold an umbrella. I mean, look how he drinks water. Like a little pink chickadee. He's got jugs, big ones, like Dolly Parton. He cheats at golf. He creeps around beauty pageant dressing rooms. You know that little dance he does? He looks like he's jacking off a pair of giraffes.
It's not for you. yeah, the problem is like none of this stuff matters. Okay. The reason why I hate Donald Trump is in spite of all this funny shit that he does, except for the creeping on the girls and fucking, beauty pageants or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I like this stuff. I think this stuff's funny. Yeah, the double dick suck dance move is hilarious. It's awesome. I guess this is just for fucking, this is lib reaffirmation. Like, they're not voting for Donald Trump anyway.
He's moody, he pouts, he throws tantrums.
No, get those lights off!
He acts like a 5-year-old behind the wheel of a truck.
Okay, this is, I'm sorry. No, this is a pro-Trump ad, bro. What's next, dude? They're posting his highlights. These are some of his best, dude. I'm not even kidding. I'm not kidding when I tell you this. Like, these are his W's, brother. These are some of the funniest things he did. Talk about all the misinformation. Like, for me, I'm very resilient to the harm reduction argument, right? I've heard it a million times over. I know it's unsuccessful in terms of drawing out people to, in terms of creating support. But there is one thing that I fucking despise in my heart, in all my heart, beyond all the policies that are genuinely destructive for American society, genuinely destructive for the working class in the United States of America, all of the shit that he champions, right? Hating your fucking neighbor, white nativist anti-immigrant sentiment, white supremacist sentiment in general, hyping up all the fucking worst monsters. But the thing that I cannot fucking stand, like, I cannot, oh my God. The thing that I can't stand is that I am reminded, especially recently, because Trump is more prominent now and is like in the media more often, is his goddamn annoying fucking fans, dude. Like, the worst, the absolute dumbest people, the dumbest fucking idiots that you have ever encountered in your entire life, that are just so angry, so entitled, so arrogant in their fucking stupidity, constantly never shutting the fuck up, just yapping in your goddamn fucking face about this shit that they objectively do not understand. Like, yeah, brother, you don't understand, you fucking libtard pussy. Yeah, it's weather machines that Jews control and invented that did the hurricanes. Like, the fuck are you talking about? And it's like, nothing, and I mean nothing, makes me as mad as these fucking dumbass yappers. I swear to God, other Americans must feel like me. Like, there is no way. There is no fucking way. I think that is the best goddamn anti-Trump ad that you can run that is devoid of policy, because the Democrats have been completely captured by right-wing sentiment on all of their policy agenda items already. So if you want to fucking remind people how bad it was when Donald Trump was president, just remind them what Thanksgiving looked like. Remind them what every day looked like. Everywhere you fucking go, someone is yapping in your goddamn fucking ear, just repeating the same donkey dick horse shit that he just fucking made up every fucking day. There is nothing. Like, on the policy agenda, he is so unimaginably destructive for America, okay? From tax cuts to the wealthy to deregulation that is so damaging to the fucking environment. All of this stuff is god awful, okay? But holy fuck, dude, I'm not even kidding. I'm not even fucking kidding. Like, this is honestly what will activate the base, okay? This will, I swear to God. There will be motherfuckers out there who are like, I can't stand this genocide. This is the Kamala cost. I'm not fucking participating in this. Just remind them what the average Trump supporter looked like when this fucking dipshit was the president. Okay? Like, I'm not even, it's a missed opportunity. And I think it was during the Haitians eat cats and dogs saga. Okay? I think it was during the Haitians eat cats and dogs saga that I was like reminded of what that shit fucking looked like, dude. Oh my Lord. It was like, it was a week of people just like straight up looking at like random black people doing barbecues in their backyard and then being like, see, I found this creep shot of or Albanians. That was even funnier. They were like, oh, look at this group of Albanians doing a barbecue in their backyard. That must be black Haitian immigrants who are literally documented migrants, but I'm going to consider them undocumented. They're not even fucking black, but it doesn't matter. I'm stupid. Okay? It's like, that's it. That's it. It's like the QAnon shit. I can't fucking stand it. I can't stand it, dude. I can't fucking stand having all of these goddamn animals in positions of power constantly just straight up fucking lying about like things that you can see with your eyes directly that contradict everything that they're saying. It was Bosnians in the video, I think. Okay, I don't remember. It was some fucking Balkans. But they weren't black, is my point. They're so fucking goddamn annoying. They are so arrogant and they're so stupid. Like most conflict that you have, most disagreements that you have with the average fucking Trump supporter can be solved by teaching them how to read, okay? That is not normal. That is not fucking normal. That is abnormal. That's not good, okay? That's not good. Like, literally, every single fucking issue. I've never encountered something like this in my whole damn life. I deal with liberals on a daily fucking basis. They're entitled, they're arrogant, they're stupid, they're dumb all the time too. But goddamn, like, there is levels to this shit, okay? There's levels to this shit, dude. There is levels to this shit. You cannot have a situation, you cannot have a coherent, consistent, solid political movement that is singularly the dumbest fucking movement of all time. Like a movement that requires everyone to just refuse to know how to read, refuse to figure out what the fuck is actually going on. Just like that diminishes any matter of like intellectual curiosity that a human being will have. A fucking animal will smell food and be like, what's over there? Let me find out. Trump supporters go against that. It's like, it's weird. It's weird. The egregious denial of reality is worse than a goddamn animal. It's crazy. And it's, I don't like, Hassan is so anti-American unsubbing. Yeah, I know. If that's what being an American is, then yeah, I'm fucking anti that for sure. I absolutely despise what the Democratic Party is doing. And part of that is because they're letting these fucking dipshits win. Okay? They're trying to win over these dipshits. They're trying to fucking hug and kiss these dipshits. They're trying to be like, well, you know, how many of those fucking dickheads can we bring to our side? Okay? How many of these fucking brain-broken, delusional, monstrous pieces of shit can we actually pick away from the fucking Trump base? Like, dude, they're gone, man. They're gone, okay? Defeat them. Defeat them. Don't be like them. And in that defeat, if you find yourself turning into them, then that is not a victory at all. That is a defeat of a different kind. Okay? A far more damaging defeat, as a matter of fact. I think it was it Kat Kruger on Chapo that said something so brilliant. Like, she said, win or lose, or it might have been Will Menaker, but I think it was her, that she said, win or lose, Trump has won. Okay, he has changed, he has rewritten American politics in his vision. We are now living, or it was Chris Wade. Okay, I named everyone but the person who said it. Win or lose, post 2016, Donald Trump has rewritten America in his vision. We are now trying to make up our version of Trumpian politics on the Democratic Party side. And the Republicans are just Trumpian because Trump is there. Oh, imagine if someone says what you says about the left, Many far left sound as silly as far right. Great. Dude, tell me what you mean. We found one. We got him. Okay, we got one. I fished and someone took the fucking bait and now I'm reeling this motherfucker in. Give me an example, dog. I want you to have health care. I want you to be able to go to fucking college, okay? I don't want you to have medical debt. I want the goddamn fucking potholes to be fixed on the goddamn roads. I want you to have better internet. I want you to have better infrastructure. I want you to be able to go to a fucking meaningful job every goddamn day and know that you can retire at a reasonable age. I want you to be able to own a fucking home. Now tell me which one of those you hate, okay? Which one of those do you hate? And how can you compare that? E.g., the earth ends in 10 tiers. I'm more legit than you. I'm Dutch. What? Dog, I'm not kidding when I say Dutch engineering is probably going to cause this fucking idiot to survive the climate holocaust, okay? And that fucking sucks. These motherfuckers have already literally built their infrastructure specifically against rising sea levels, and this fucking idiot is benefiting from that while simultaneously being like, climate change, the world's gonna end in 10 years. Oh, sure, that's a crazy statement. First of all, the world is not gonna fucking end in the next 10 years, you absolute donkey, okay? No one is saying that. They're saying anthropogenic, like you did it. You did the thing. You literally just did the thing. You did the thing that I was talking about. You said the scientific consensus on anthropogenic climate change is actually insane to say. That's crazy. That's a crazy. Do you not understand? You're doing the thing. Nah, bro, you paying him. Remember what I said when I began this conversation? I said so much of the right-wing issues are just directly stem from a fucking misunderstanding, just a lack of knowledge, basic word comprehension, okay? Some far left say it ends. No, they don't. No, they don't. At most, you heard one fucking exaggeration and you literally lasered in on it, and then you are still saying, I believe in climate change, but it's not going to end. That's what I fucking say. So frustrating. It's not even a political position. He's just debating science. Yeah, he's doing the cowardly thing. He's doing the cowardly thing where he's like, I believe in this, but I think you're wrong. Like, I believe in this, but I found like I'm more left than you. I just won't call far right idiots. Also, you're Dutch, okay? Like, don't try to fucking enter this conversation that I'm having about my fucking goddamn neighbors being brain broken, okay? Imagine being Dutch and being like, well, I'm a Dutch leftist, and your statements about MAGA is actually really fucked up. Remember what I used to tell the European chatters. Remember, European chatters will come in here and be like, oh, you're American, so stupid. What's up with that? And I told them, wait, motherfucker, wait. You take for granted your social safety nets. Just fucking wait till this kind of brain rot comes knocking down your fucking door. And that's exactly what happened in Europe. And it happened already. It happened. It's happening every fucking day. You got Reform in the UK. You got fucking Maloney's dipshits in Italy, even though apparently she's based now on Israel, which is weird, but that's besides the point. You got the nationalists of fucking France. You got the AfD in Germany. You have it. You have it in your backyard now. And you got Geert Wilders. He's not half Nazi. He's full Nazi. That's what I'm saying. You're fucked. We haben ein big problem. Sit on the cuck chair and enjoy the fucking show, dumbass. Yeah, I'm fluent in fucking Dutch. Absolute Katastrophe. We have ein grote Problem. We haben ein serious problem. Hassan, why are you doing this today? No time for coverage, but endless time for this shit. What are you talking about, dude? I'm on my 7th fucking hour of this broadcast. I'm about to end it in a little bit. And I spent the entire fucking day interviewing journalists. And also on top of that, covering Yahya Sinwar. What do you mean? What do you want from me? The fuck do you want from me? 29-month subscriber? What else can I do? What else? We haben ein serious problem mit der Politik und we killigen. Anyway. Ay. Hassan I be popping off again.
A massive amount of right-wing radicalization that has been occurring, especially in younger male spaces.
Wait, did they upload this again? Damn, it's got 83,000 likes. When are you going to address the things that you said that I imagined? I know, it's half the fucking shit. Vowels are different, but actually pretty good Dutch. Anyway. Address my delusions. We even did that. I addressed the delusions of a chatter. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna end it here. But we do have ein serious problem. Okay. I will get to all of the serious problem that we have tomorrow. I'm gonna see if Stavi Baby is around. I want to kind of do something IRL related with him, but I'm gonna figure that out. But I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay. Peace from the Middle East. Bye-bye.
Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Has the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate. The Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments. Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many fights.